Shalom Dubit here. We are live with Week in Review. Welcome, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. Hope everyone had an excellent week. Good tidings, good things. So, unfortunately, another week of not such good things to talk about. Hopefully, this week will wrap up the conclusion of the Samantha Woll case. I'm not sure if Richard or Tracy will be showing up. I didn't hear it. Tracy, I think, is on vacation. Richard, if he's around, could pop on. But the case concluded this week and went to jury deliberation on Wednesday. And on Friday, the jury reported to the judge that they were hopelessly deadlocked. So you will discuss that situation, go over the closing arguments, the end of Blanos's cross-examination, and how the jury might go. And instead of Richard shows up or Tracy, they're welcome to join, although I didn't hear from either one of them. And then obviously the big news with Trump, God forbid, the attempted assassination attempt. So we'll discuss that also. I'd say, unfortunately, it's not surprising, and it might be going more and more in that direction. So Oswald, happy Bastille Day. You too. At some point, I'm going to get back to the gifted and talented research. Have some more articles to read on that. So, like the last month with the Samantha Woll case, I have been covering other issues. I think this coming Friday, I am going to be on Kevin Barrett's radio program in Morocco with Kevin McCarran. So I was on a space this week with Kevin McCarran, and it was asking him if he ever had that conversation with Kevin Barrett, and he didn't. So I emailed Kevin Barrett, and he invited us on to his program on Friday. I was on a Twitter space with Kevin McCarran and Albert Bashai and Adam Green about, God forbid, Abrahamism again. And so I'll discuss that also briefly. And the Paul guy was, it wasn't really a great conversation. I even had Zobita on. So I've been talking a little bit with Zobita. So they wanted a Muslim, and I was able to reach out to Zobita, and it was probably early in the morning there in London, and so she dropped out a little quickly. But we might also arrange a program with Kevin McCarran and Zobita. So I guess I'll jump straight into screen share and don't have that many links this week. So, okay, yeah, Lambie, glad you were there. So I'll get to that in a second. So let me just make sure we're live on Twitter. Yeah, so we're live on Twitter. And I had some interesting thoughts on that space on Abrahamism. So, and Zobita had another debate recently with Joseph Cohn, although for whatever reason it's been taking forever to be posted. So, and I saw Adam Green had his big debate on the kill stream with Andrew Wilson this week that just kind of turned into a disaster. Your personal blood sports on debate on Christianity. So maybe I'll make a few small comments on that also. So let's just look at a few things. So I make a blessing, coffee. Okay, so I had a stream this week. I went with my mom to the the Detroit Historical Museum that had an exhibit on Jewish Detroit. And I did a little stream there, and they also had a history on Black Detroit, and I ended up talking more about Black Detroit. So this exhibit focused on Jewish history in Detroit, just in this specific area called the Hastings Streets area, where Jews lived from about 1880 till 1930, and then was destroyed to make place for the I-75 highway, and became a largely African American neighborhood. By 1930, it was mostly African American, and then the freeway was built in the 60s. So the Jewish history part of it was not all that interesting. I mean, they made like a exhibit or room. So unfortunately, like they also had a tour there, so the Jewish part of it was only mildly interesting if you're looking at like the waves of the general trend of American migration in general and where people are coming from. And you can see where I got my finger there, that's the Russian, Eastern European wave and the German wave, the different parts of and I mentioned a week before, so I'd mentioned that Deborah Dash Moore lecture on Jewish migration patterns within Detroit, and I actually forgot to, some further insights that she had mentioned from the video. So, Deborah Dash Moore, professor of Judaica Studies, prominent author, written like 20 different books, University of Michigan, blue-eyed woman, and so she mentioned, Jews kept on moving around and not wanting to live around African Americans. So like the Black Bottom neighborhood that eventually got overtaken by African Americans, and that basic trend that happened in every single Jewish migration pattern in Detroit, where Jews moved in. Eventually, they reached a critical mass of African Americans. Then Jews didn't feel safe and moved, and the African American migration followed the Jewish migration. And so I was talking about that, although she makes a few other interesting points that I'm not sure I covered, and was that in Detroit, there has never really been an intergenerational Jewish neighborhood. So even like the Oak Park Jewish neighborhood, the Orthodox area, that maybe Jews started moving into like the 60s or 70s, and has set up Jewish institutions. You might have a small level of intergenerational, but even there's a lot of moving, and it's a relatively small area. There's a few rabbis, like their granddad set up a synagogue, and now, their grandson runs the synagogue. But besides for that, like none of the other Jewish neighborhoods have really successfully created an intergenerational Jewish neighborhood. And in fact, Jews in Metro Detroit are still on the move. That Jews, no matter which neighborhood they come from, tend to still be moving around in Metro Detroit, with possibly the failed attempt at gentrification, related to the Samantha Woll case, with one place called Huntington Woods, where there's still Jewish migration to. I'm not sure what you're referring to, Oswald. What book? You didn't mention a book. We went to the museum together. My mom likes museums, so in the exhibit closed this week. So the Jewish Detroit thing had been open for like 6 months, and this was the last week to see it. So, me and my mom went out to see it before the exhibit closed. And I mean, I'm glad we went, but it wasn't anything like super special. Though, I get after this to the African American part of the Detroit history. That was actually pretty interesting, and I learned a lot. So just mentioned the Deborah Dash Moore seems to be saying that the Detroit Jewish community is not stable, and Jews are still on the move and haven't really successfully established a multi-generational Jewish neighborhood. There's places where a lot of Jews live, like West Bloomfield, Farmington Hills. There's a lot of synagogues, but the Jews in that area tend to be on the decline, and most of the kids in that area don't tend to stay there. There's not really like a Jewish street, a Jewish business area, Jewish education, decline of the Federation. And it could be that the Jewish population in Metro Detroit is not really that stable and was just temporary. The same reason the automotive industry, Jews moved here for economic opportunity, and there's really no reason why there should be 100,000 Jews in Metro Detroit. And as the economic opportunity in Detroit has declined, increased your racial tensions or various things, increased anti-Semitism, the likelihood that Detroit will remain a stable Jewish neighborhood might also decline. And the Jewish population may be down to like 70,000 from 150,000, might keep on decreasing, and could become like Cleveland or Pittsburgh, could stabilize at 30, 40,000 Jews. So just thinking about that, and obviously Deborah Dash Moore, one of the big scholars on the issue, not a scholar of the religion, but on social trends. So the historical museum was pretty interesting. I just took a course on the teaching company, the new course on the Great Migration. So actually highly recommend it. Let me put that up because it was very educational, very interesting. So the Great Migration is African Americans moving from the south to the north to now so it's like, why are there 100,000 Jews in Metro Detroit? You're saying it's economical. Yeah. If you were censored, you got a wrench here. So if you were censored, I'm not sure. It must be Google. No, I never. The Slaughter of City, I never read that one. E. Michael Jones' most famous book, the one that Charles Moskowitz said he first heard of him from. No, I never read that. I know the thesis. E. Michael Jones books are like mad expensive. It's like like $40, $50. So I didn't end up buying that book. But that's another part of the picture. Like, as a white person, that's an important part of the picture. But I just look at, so where did these blacks come from? So the blacks came from the Great Migration, and the Great Migration is between 1910 and 1970. 6 million black men, women, and children left the South, and you move north to cities like Chicago, Baltimore, New York City, Detroit, Pittsburgh, and now where blacks are the dominant population in almost every of the East Coast Rust Belt cities. And so, happening from largely the same era Jews are moving to, because there had been some Jews in Detroit. However, the major amount of Jews you'll say was like a novelty that came to Detroit because of the unique economic opportunity. And so as the economic opportunities became less, so this was an interesting course on the Great Migration I just took. But at some point, a little after Jews started arriving, but many at about the same time as the Russian migration, start coming to Detroit, and there's racial tensions from the beginning, but there's also a little bit of nice haven population for African Americans that are able to get decent jobs in manufacture and build up their own neighborhoods, even like single family housing, and population somewhat booms, and Detroit becomes one of the major Jewish cities. The population of African Americans obviously expands much greater than the Jewish population. The Jewish population is on decline. I'm not sure if the African American, I have to look at the total African Americans in Michigan. Okay, like so Oakland County, the number of African Americans, Oakland County, from 1900 till when my parents moved here in the 1980s was almost 50,000. Now it's close to 200,000, and keeps on increasing as um, areas like Flint, Baton Rouge. Uh, it could be the African American population in Metro Detroit. Um, sorry. So there's over 1.5 million African Americans in Michigan. So I mean, there's African Americans everywhere. There's tens of thousands, like even in even in like Grand Rapids and Traverse City, you got African Americans everywhere. But still the bulk live in Metro Detroit. So this history goes mostly to 1967, leading to the riots and the revolution, and eventually Detroit becoming a African American city. So I went over some of it. It was pretty interesting, a lot, in detail of what happened in um, the summer of 1967, leading to the riots and the calling of the National Guard under Governor George Romney, Mitt Romney's father. So it was a little bit interesting. So just mention that people could check out that video if they want. God forbid that guy Jack the Ripper, who was appearing in my chat, asking about this guy Bruno the Doberman, who I only had one run-in. God forbid I guess he's a little bit of a unsavory character, and although he might be more popular than Duvid, loosely connected to the MobTube genre. I never had any run-ins with him besides that one time, and so God forbid, I guess he was a little bit violent, and maybe has a criminal history, and so whatever this guy was asking for, whether I knew him. So I said, this was a long time ago, like probably 8 years, 7 years ago, when I had my debate conversation with Eric Stryker, and okay, Tinkle, God bless, good to see you. So when I had my run-in with Eric Stryker on Heel Turn, that was when I was streaming with Brundle, and that like 7 years ago, and that's the only time I ever talked with Eric Stryker. And although like Red Elephants, I was on the show after Vince from Red Elephants, and I have run into Vince from Red Elephants. I have not had another run-in with Eric Stryker. And then after I had that run-in with Eric Stryker, Bruno made a video analyzing my video, mostly straight counter-Semitic, and God forbid, about the Holocaust and the gas chambers and various things. And then a few months after that, I had a run-in with him on the Brundlecast. So I guess I was on Heel Turn, Brundle was on Heel Turn. We were doing regular daily, or a few times a week programs that dealt mostly with Jewish-Gentile relations, and we're having regular debates with counter-Semites, and I was the main Jew talking to these people. Although at that time there were a lot of other Jews. And one time Bruno did come on, and he didn't look like a streamer type. Like, he seemed like a street guy, and it wasn't that pleasant of a conversation. He was just kind of like straight up, he didn't like me, and even to a level of violence. God forbid, but I guess he's in the news, or he's around, maybe some sort of FBI informant or something like that. So this guy was made a video about it. God forbid. If anybody cares, they could check it out. Also, semi-related, I read this new Elle Reeve book. Okay, so we got Dave Douglas. Um, okay, God bless. Happy Monday morning if you're back in the Far East. Good for you. Enjoy. So Elle Reeve came out with a new book, Blackpilled: How I Witnessed the Darkest Corners of the Internet Come to Life, Poison Society, and Capture American Politics. So Elle Reeve, who I think she's still around and working for CNN, but was most famous for her behind the scene interviews of Unite the Right, Charlottesville, with um, uh, can't the name's slipping my mind now. Cantrell or some the another guy never had any run-in with, but the libertarian talk show host that she interviewed, Cantrell or something like that, that got like tens of millions of views on Vice. That Unite the Right in Charlotte's views was a huge news story, and it hit people, most people before they knew what was coming. I mean, really, that's what hit me. Like I didn't know much about the alt-right or white nationalism or even anti-Semitism until Unite the Right. And then after Unite the Right, that's what caused me to start looking into it. And that's how I came across Luke Ford. And Luke Ford was talking to many of the people from Unite the Right. But I think maybe it was before that, but I think it was Unite the Right that basically got me looking into this. And her piece on Vice News was one of the few behind the scenes stories and interviews, and she gives her full account of her reporting. And I guess she wants to give her side because she just had reporting and interviewing, and basically all of her main reporting, she might have stayed on like interviewing Trump or different pieces on COVID-19, conspiracy theories, the right wing. But basically, the only major thing she's known for is the behind the scenes interviews with figures from the alt right, and especially Unite the Right Charlottesville, when at the time there wasn't much good media coverage. Now there might even be an oversaturation of media coverage. She opens up her book, you're talking about the creation of Fortran, 8chan, and it looks like she had behind the scenes access interviews to the Workers' Power Party, Matt Heimbach, and Richard Spencer. And so it was a little bit interesting of a retrospective. I saw uh, Greg Johnson's review on Countercurrents, which is probably pretty accurate. Like she basically interviewed the people that came from outside of white nationalism and tried to become leaders, take over the movements, who weren't necessarily integral parts of it, and kind of like narcissist, aggrandized people that for whatever reason fell into it. And those people talked to the media, and then the media portrayed them as leaders. And because the media portrayed them as leaders, they were able to build up a small following. She also talks a little bit about, God forbid, like the Charles Martel Society and some of like the older men, American Renaissance, although not that much. And she basically just slanders and so make them look like losers and narcissists. And she wants to express that she was just reporting on it. She always hated these people, and it was just something that she thought people should know about. And if she acted kind of like nice to them, it was just to get them to talk so that they could self express how horrible they are. And there wasn't really that much new useful information in the book, so it was a quick read. I read through it. Kind of like these days, like politically provoked. Um, when that started already a few years ago, like politically provoked Brittany. I mean, even she hadn't heard of many of these people, even like Richard Spencer, or some of the names, some like Kathleen Blue, the scholarship, the intellectuals like E. Michael Jones, even like Kevin Barrett, Kevin McDonald, David Duke, God forbid that a lot of these brother Nathaniel, people have been in the game for a long period of time, that participated in Unite the Right, may have worked together with Richard Spencer in the same way that they're working together now with Nicholas Fuentes, that if he's promoting some of their ideas. And she's making a claim that kind of the alt-right has became mainstream with Trump, and like a direct line to the January 6th insurrection and various things. I'm not sure how powerful her arguments are, or how popular the book will be, but I read it. It was an interesting, quick read. God forbid. Tinkle, you if you saw a picture, you probably recognize her, but I mean, she is really that one Vice video that like tens of millions of people watched, where she had the best behind the scenes interviews of Unite the Right Charlottesville with that guy Cantrell. But besides for that, she wasn't that significant. Then she got hired by CNN. I guess she might have also done like interviews with Mike Enoch and Eric Stryker and various things. She was one of the few reporters reporting on the alt-right before it got picked up and became more popular after Unite the Right, but then basically fell apart, and you have the remnants of it. A lot of the people are still out there, like Twitter Spaces, people like Keith Woods, from Ireland or International, people that might have some signs of agreement with European nationalism, white nationalism, counter-Semitism, but as a coherent movement. Angela Nagel. Yeah, I'm not even trying to know what Angela Nagel is. Okay, so this was a little bit interesting, a psychological study, playing with fire, who was talking about cold approach in the pickup game. So I've mentioned it many times. It used to be that like when the red pill, she's using like the black pill, and she like Ellie Reeve is talking about the black pill in relation to the old alt-right. And at this point now, almost no one uses that anymore. Like like the red pilling somebody used to be about race realism, that you would red pill somebody. The alt-right first came out when Trump in 2016, and the old Matrix Jingo terminology got used for red pilling people about race realism, that racial differences, intelligence, IQ, crime statistics, and the dangers of demographic change, or something like the Great Replacement, red pilling someone about the JQ, and the main features of the red pill and the old alt-right was the JQ, race realism, demographic change, even the conspiracy theories of demographic Great Replacement, leading to extremist politics. But at this point, 8 years later, almost no one legitimately thinks that America will ever can be maintained as a majority white country. The people in 2016 that thought Trump taking office would lead to stemming the tides on immigration, repealing civil rights and immigration and segregation laws from the 1960s. Almost no one thinks about that anymore. So red pill has become almost exclusive to the manosphere and red pilling people on dating dynamics. And the main red pill on dating dynamics is that you basically monogamy is dead. there's structural differences in society that no longer favor men in relationships. And so red pilling is kind of um, related to like why you should move into like pickup artistry, the nature of women taking advantage of feminism. So maybe now red pill, there was some aspect related back to 2016 and a crossover with the red pill and pickup artistry from the beginning. People like um, not Vaush, or I forget the Iranian guy, but there was a little crossover from the beginning with the red pill and pickup artistry, where it was also kind of like things aren't as you seem, feminism of anti-feminism. So this aspect now of the red pill being anti-feminism is still very popular, but now the red pill is mostly coming from African Americans, non-whites. Although I mean there are some whites involved, but it's basically um, it could sometimes be anti-feminism, like the whatever podcast, Andrew Wilson, but you're basically saying feminism has ruined society, or at least changed the dating market, and men have to adapt to the new conditions of the dating market, and that includes things like marriage no longer favors men, and different type aspects. So one of the aspects of the red pill for the dating market is the rise of dating coaches. And so Alex, uh, the half Jewish Israeli Russian dating coach that talks about, analyzes the various methods, making your Tinder profile better, self improvement, exercise, character refinement, different issues, and the basic thing like dating coach. And so mention so like any dweeb, any loser could fix themselves up a little bit, make themselves marketable, get a date, and then the people on the better end of the market that have more things going for them, how they could maximize their technique for as much dating as possible. And one of the aspects within um, the dating coach arena is cold approach. So you could look, okay, like Tinder profile, getting dates, meeting women. Um, I spoke with Alex a few times, and like I'm not even sure, like because he's on Modern Day Debate, he's adjacent to some of the people I streamed with, talked with, and saying if you break it into um, access, so like okay, generic, you need access, opportunity, um, then you actually have to approach, then you have to close the deal, and I mean then you have to get some sort of relationship and eventually closing the deal. So any of those aspects a person could work at, how to get more access uh, to being able to meet women, how to switch from being able to meet women to talking with them, exchanging numbers, getting dates, to actually being on the date, to being more successful in the date, towards uh, so to say, getting them in private with you, towards closing the deal to, God forbid, actual uh, sexual relations. And his recommendations more are Tinder, that your best bet is still on the dating site. So he said the dating sites definitely favor women, and he's done experiments with that. Some of them are interesting. We'll look at psychological data, and I guess like there's big names in the dating game. There's major dating coaches out there. It's a thing. It's a phenomenon. There are dating coaches. There is technique. So of that, one of those is the cold approach, and that means just basically walking up to women in public and trying to get their numbers, trying to get dates, as opposed to dating sites. And the cold approach could be done at bars, at parties, or it could be done straight on street corners, in which he will do on Miami or occasionally do experience, and we'll have major dating coaches that are supposed experts at it. And the fact is that you get mostly rejected, and so part of it, no matter how good you make yourself, no matter how much you improve yourself. um, so they just had a study on this, on the cold approach, people that do actually attempt to approach women publicly or are scared of doing it. And so here, blackpilled means, um as opposed to like the alt-right, where blackpilled means kind of like society's going down the dumps. Integration, multiculturalism, DEI, woke culture is inevitable. There's nothing really you could do to fight it, and you're just kind of like giving up on society. And dating, the black pill is just like, the concept that the 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 best men are going to get all the women, and if you're on the lower tier of the scale, then your chance of getting a good woman is very small. And it's also like, God forbid, the vast increase in promiscuity, and the chance of finding a woman for marriage to build up your family is just very small. The and so black pill would just be the incel valsologist. God forbid, the dating market is rigged against men, and feminism has ruined it, and therefore it's near impossible to find a good woman to build up a family. And on the actual dating scene, that structural changes that have disadvantaged average men. So statistics of why people don't cold approach women, it's like just in a typical social setting of going up and asking a girl for her number, whether she'd like a date. And the biggest reason, fearing rejection. um Small differences between, say, all and the black pilled, fearing social consequences. So almost 2/3 of men fear rejection. And so that's the first hurdle to get over if you're just want to be a player. The fear of rejection, social consequences. About half of men fear social consequences. um some people even fear legal consequences. So he said, the chance of legal consequences. So what he mentioned was that most women are not getting approached. That, like, in university settings, business settings, professional settings, maybe synagogue, different things that where it might be inappropriate to uh, make a move on a woman in a public place, that actually very few people do it. And the studies show that women are actually want uh, people to approach them more than they actually are. And then if you're looking at the success and success rate of people making connections, contacts, to dates, to actual sexual relations, to a 2-month relation, to long-term relations, that the cold approach is successful, and it's less popular among younger people in the older generation. So it's an interesting study. I'm not sure if he linked it, but I thought the a little bit interesting, because he sometimes actually quotes data. Okay, so those were all the links I had to share. So got Ultra T here. I got 14 people watching. I'm going to put the StreamYards in the chat if someone wants to come on. So I will talk about the Trump assassination attempt, and I'll talk about the end of the Samantha Woll case. And if I don't have any guests, I'll move back into reading papers. So let me first talk about the Trump assassination attempt, and try to psychoanalyze some sort of insight into what happened with that, what we could learn from it. And then I'll move into the Samantha Woll case, and then I'll get back into my research. So God forbid, God forbid, assume everyone followed the news, biggest story. I even think, what's the name? The guy even texted me on Shabbos about the assassination done. God bless. Good to see you. But yeah, so Trump's doing his rally yesterday in Pennsylvania, and and he gets shot. Although it takes a little bit to figure out what happened. Now most of the information is in, besides for the motive and details about the shooter. Maybe that will come out, maybe not. Assume, because this is one of the biggest stories in the world, that there'll be much more information than in other. I mean, I was listening to the Mario Nuffel stream last night. Was this Richard? Okay, so it looks like Richard did show.
Yeah.
Okay, Richard, God bless. Okay, so yeah, just fair talk a few minutes about the Trump assassination attempt and just the few logistical things. So it would appear that Trump possibly had made requests for more Secret Service protection, maybe was denied, until he formally becomes the Republican nomination. It's actually going to be this week, that his level of protection is less. And then you're kind of like, okay, like, I'm unclear to say, like, okay, like, God forbid, like, if someone wants to shoot you, you already have like metal detectors, you need people on roofs and all this stuff. I mean, that's a huge expenditure to, say, okay, they could have him speak behind bulletproof glass. But like to sweep the buildings, like, yeah, they're like, we see the Samantha Woll case. Like, yeah, the police are sloppy, are incompetent. I'm not sure giving more funding to the government is a good idea or to help. Like, because Trump was almost killed, assassinated, God forbid, that like therefore they should give more funding and authority to the police. I would definitely not, recommend that. Saying like, from a logistical point of view, like, yeah, there was probably, like, he slipped through the cracks. More is going to come out that, they saw the guy, they were watching him. There was people who saw him, but we're going to have like preemptively people shooting each other, Secret Service, and like I would have never went to an event like that. And then like we'll talk about the closing argument of the Samantha Woll case, but even like, okay, she was big in the Democratic Party, but you're saying, to get to the point where God forbid, you need people with guns all over the place, like in case someone comes to attack political leaders at political events. That is not the direction I would like to go. Although it could be that there's no way around that. I'm saying, like, he got on a building 400 feet away, which I guess if you have a good rifle, that's a perfect shot for. You should be able to hit your target. And so, if he didn't hit his target, God forbid, why was maybe because of wind, maybe because Trump moved. But it would appear that he had Trump in his sights. He pulled the trigger. Trump could have been killed. Maybe it was a miracle that Trump moved his head the last minute. Maybe it was wind or something like that. And he's like, why was he ever allowed to get in that position? Why didn't the Secret Service shoot and kill him first? I mean, God forbid. I don't have too much analysis on that. I just say, you talk about Israel also, and like the Russia-Ukraine war, when Russia invaded Ukraine, and then there was the almost consensus opinion that Ukraine needs to fight to protect themselves, and that the West should fight against Russia. And I opposed that from the beginning. I was like, a bad idea. You should negotiate. And this concept of justified violence. So we're in an era, especially in Israel, like this week in Israel, possibly to kill a few Hamas commanders. Over 100 people were killed, most of them women and children, and they may not have even killed any Hamas commanders. So you're talking like, oh, it's justified violence. Like, of course, it's okay to kill 100 people to, get this one target. This guy's really, really bad. Let's say he was the mastermind behind October 7th. But you're giving some sort of, like Ukraine bombing cities, this concept of justified war, justified violence. And the problem with justified violence is it sets a trend, and it sets a standard where you're going to say, okay, like, um, Israel, Hamas, Russia, Ukraine, that's completely different. But the point is that once you have a world where violence is normalized and it's okay as long as it's justified, then you're going to have people that are going to want to make their own mind up. And so you say, like, well, Ukraine and Russia is different. Israel, Gaza is different, as opposed to you're just saying, like, no, under no circumstance is it. It's never good to kill somebody. Even Mohammed Daif, even him, it would not have been a good idea to kill him, to assassinate him. He should have been brought to justice, put on trial. As opposed to say, like, no, like, that guy deserves to be killed. That guy deserves to be killed so much that even to kill 50 innocent people just to kill him is justified. So if you have, just a random, punk kid in America who's growing up in this setting of normalized justified violence and saying, like, well, everybody hates Trump. Trump's the biggest danger to the world. And even if it hasn't publicly been stated that, like, it's okay, God forbid, to try to harm, Trump or political leaders, that just someone using their own rationalization to say, well, violence is sometimes okay, like killing people is sometimes okay if they deserve it, it's okay. And then the question, well, who gets to decide if they deserve it? And you're say, well, you don't get to decide who deserves it. Like, it's different. Like, the elites get to decide who deserves it. And that's why we're in the mess situation today, because most people, they're not going to accept that, like, okay, like, this is okay, justified violence because the elites said so. But they're going to think, well, justified violence is okay, and then they're going to use their own rational faculties to determine when violence is justified. Yeah, Don Willis. I still have those Henry Doktorowski books of New Vrindavan, and I got to have Henry back for another, the Hare Krishna's Gold, Guns, and God, and I got to have him back for another interview. But, like, he wrote, like 10 400-page books. I read the first 5, and then since COVID-19, I haven't been going to the Hare Krishnas, so I stopped reading those books. But eventually, I will. But that's my main interpretation about why it happened and why it's likely to happen, because we've normalized violence, and basically everybody now, like I mentioned, like, like among Jews, like anti-Zionism among Jews is very, very small. If you want to say, like, well, I'm an anti-Zionist because I'm a pacifist, because I don't like violence, and say, well, that's an extremely small school. Most Jews believe in justified violence and believe, like, the case of the war, this is justified violence, as opposed to people like, well, I don't like violence in any circumstance. And then you're gonna have, well, okay, like, sometimes violence is justified, but who gets to decide? And obviously, something as intimate as violence, a lot of people, they're going to want to decide that for themselves. So that was my my main take on what happened. And you say, well, is it related to the rhetoric? I've argued in the past the connection between thought, speech, and action. Saying, do bad ideas lead to violence? And that's still somewhat unclear. There's not a clear psychological evidence that there is actually a connection between violent rhetoric and violence, like violent video games and violence, or even like swearing or various things. It's still something that is unclear. So just say, okay, everyone's talking such harsh words, and that leads to violence. Yeah, I mean, it could be that's a pretty reasonable explanation. but it's not um, definitively proven, and it could just be like I mentioned, starting with COVID-19. COVID-19, millions of people died for no reason, and that changed the risk reward calculation of life. So your normal risk reward calculation of life is like, well, I plan to have a long, healthy life and build up a family and respect in the community, and I'm not going to take unnecessary risks um, that might cost me my life. However, after COVID-19, like one out of 50 people in America, like one, I mean, no, one out of 100 people in America, you know, died just from some disease. So he's thinking like I could die for, um, yeah, I mean, obviously life could be cheap, but COVID-19 cheapened life. It changed, like it was the largest mass casualty event in America. Even I think World War II numbers, like more people died of COVID-19 than died fighting in World War II or World War One. And so just say starting with that, it changed the risk reward calculation and it cheapened life a little bit. And then after that, you had Ukraine and Russia, and just this calculation of life being cheapened, Israel at war, and that has changed risk reward calculation. Um, yeah, I mean, like human nature has always been the same. Like violence is part of human nature, but I saying as the risk reward calculation changes, where it becomes more likely that you could just die for no reason, um, it makes people accept more violence and be more prone to short-term planning than long-term planning. And now, like the black pill, America, America might not last. Like the chance of me getting married and building up a family is much less than it was 20 years ago. 20 years ago, the chance of just a normal guy having the American dream, meeting a woman, building up a family, becoming successful was much higher. Now that is significantly decreased, and therefore people will assume more risk. Where you have like a young man who has his whole life in front of him, and okay, like God forbid it cost him his life, but you say, well, what did he have to live for anyways? And so, say that's one analysis, and then there's also okay, so I forgot to mention the stream. Maybe I'll talk about it more with Kevin McCarran and the Abrahamism. Um, okay, so Tracy just messaged she's not going to be able to make it tonight. Um, but the Abrahamism that I was streaming with this week with Albert and Adam Green and Kevin McCarran. Um, in the religion of just kind of normalizing life cycles and laws versus the biblical prophecy, uh, but what I'll call like the boom bust cycle. And a lot of people like they're blackpilled and you're saying, well, society's not working out right now, and think it's ultimately going to collapse. We're going to approach a bust cycle, and what it's going to look like, whether it's going to be Armageddon, war, economic collapse, uh, collapse of institutions, various things, that it changes the risk reward cycle. Like now is not the time to get married and build up a family and try to get a job. One thing is the dating market's rigged, in the worst it's ever been. The ability to buy a house, build up a family, education, get it, various things. These things are all much more difficult than they were decades ago, and therefore people are spending more time preparing for these negative things that might happen. Armageddon, society collapsing. So just think like Trump assassination attempt, God forbid, is just indicative of the bad things happening to society, and that could get worse. Saying like God forbid the bus cycle to where law and order breaks down, and violence becomes more normative. So, think of it, Richard. Here, you got any thoughts on the Trump assassination attempt?
Yeah, certainly as that's kind of taken more kind of like the thinking about the news cycle and also in relation to the Detroit area because they just mentioned a little briefly on 7 and 4 local that WDIV NBC, how there was a vigil held today regarding the victims of a Black Party mass shooting incident that had occurred, I think, a week or two ago, and how that didn't really get a lot of coverage while the incident in Rochester Hills was national news.
Yeah, I mean, also relating to the Samantha Woll case, I mentioned on Alan Langel's Deadline Detroit, and they supposedly created like a new news service to focus on Detroit because Detroit has so little good local news, and then on their weekly show, that's only like an hour, they spend like 45 minutes talking about the Trump elections, and it's like no one cares about your opinions on these national or like very minimal. Like like I wanted to hear him talk about Samantha Woll or local issues, but like talk about local issues, and it's a little bit of the the decline, boomerism in general. My parents, a lot of older people, where all they do is sit around and discuss international, national politics, and like their opinion on the matter, like their opinion matters on it, like this self-aggrandized a view of themselves and their opinions on national issues, and they know very little about local issues. And so something like the the Samantha Woll case. I don't even know if they have suspects in the shooting in um, for the Black Party shooting in Detroit, and like the Samantha Woll, they brought in state police, FBI, they dedicated all the resources towards it. They even pushed a case against Bolanos with circumstantial evidence. Because that's part of the gentrification project, because um, there could be more negative consequences to Detroit if wealthy people from the suburbs who move into gentrified areas of Detroit no longer feel safe, as opposed to blacks killing blacks. That's God forbid became normalized, and then even thinking like your average people like me and Richard are more likely to talk about Israel or Trump national issues than local issues, when the local issues are the ones that matter more to us. And so that's also a sign of the decline of America. You're kind of like a savior, hoping that someone from on high is going to come down and save us. Like that Trump or Biden is going to make some sort of difference in local issues, as opposed to saying like relatively neither one's probably going to make much of a difference in local issues. So it's kind of just like a distraction to focus on that. Well, all these local problems are happening, and even thinking like, okay, like that someone tried to kill Trump. Okay, God forbid, God forbid. It's like Samantha Woll. Like okay, like Samantha, like Samantha Woll's like the top 1%. Like Trump's like the top 1% of the top 1%. But like just like going after Samantha Woll, that was a big deal. Like she's from the 1%. She's leading Democrat. She's Jewish. She's comes from a multimillionaire family. Um, so on and so on. I mean, she's not like Trump, but I'm saying like you can't come after someone like Samantha Woll and get away with it. People are gonna look into that. People are gonna want justice, as opposed to your average person in Detroit. Like them you could come after them and get away with it. No one cares. Even Rochester, you mentioned like the shooting in Rochester. Um, Still, that was just kind of a one-day news story. So there was even that there was a temporary manhunt. It's like in Detroit, like if it was white people, so to say, like black on black violence has become so normalized that like there's been a few like phone alerts for like kidnappings in the last year. They changed now, like on your cell phone, you can get these emergency alerts. So there has been like emergency alerts sent to cell phones. Did you get those?
No, I don't receive any in my particular area.
Well, I mean, they were across Michigan. One of them was like, even like in Lansing or something, and they were, you appeared to be black on black crime, but that was a kidnapping where there was a young child, and so there was even
I'm
forced
gonna.
text message sent to everybody's phone. You didn't get that?
No, I really haven't.
I got two of them in the last year. Both
I
of
was
them were
thinking Amber alerts are usually in the regional area.
Okay, well, I don't know if
Um,
it's a setting of mine, but both of those were African Americans. They weren't really even in my area. But I would say both of those were like kidnappings. But if you say like, okay, like whoever did the block party shooting, like they're still on the loose, right?
I believe so. I haven't seen any updates as to apprehension. So I'm going to pause on my end for a couple minutes because they're about to air the Oval Office address from President Biden, which had been taped actually. So instead
Okay,
of,
yeah.
yeah,
Well, you come back if you wanted to discuss.
yeah,
I'm not expecting anything interesting from that.
mhm.
Oh, oh. But yeah, if you like, so the mass shooting in Detroit wasn't even national news, and there's not even like a manhunt. So we're just saying like black on black shooting in Detroit, where the person who did it is still on the run, is not even a news story. The fact that a mass shooter is still on the loose, on the run, no suspects, is didn't even make the news outside of Detroit. So the shooting in the suburbs in a mostly white area water park, that made national news, although it died out right away, very quickly. Um, so just the normalization of violence. So like, I mean, at some point, if if it was like President Putin or Erdogan or Castro, where there's normalized assassination attempts on the leader, then it could also just become like, oh, someone tried to kill Putin again, or like Zelensky, you're at war. I mean, if you think like Hamas, so like the whole Israeli army, like the Israeli army, they just killed 100 people just trying to kill one person. So like if you're in Gaza and you're like Hamas, like they're not reporting like every assassination attempt on Mohammed Daif. Uh, like God forbid it's normalized. Like there's 100 assassination attempts on him every day. Um, saying people get killed trying to kill him every day. Like God forbid, saying like they I saw announcements that they killed him. Supposedly he's still alive, whatever the story is. But like they killed 100 people just trying to kill the one person, and he's probably still alive. Let alone someone like Putin, where there's regular assassination attempts. I'm not sure if they're like at the level where a whole bunch of people get killed trying to kill him. Um, but I mean, at some point it becomes normalized, and in America, it's not normalized. God forbid that we would be in a situation where it is normalized. However, with Trump as the nominee, and even possibly becoming president, God forbid, we could reach a situation where assassination attempts on the president become normalized, and then even people getting killed trying to kill the president. And so just saying, like, if you look around the world, that is the case in a whole bunch of areas where they do have regular attempts to kill the leader, and and you might have other areas, like the former president of Japan was assassinated and killed. You might have other areas like Haiti, where the leader regularly gets assassinated, and you have new leadership, or certain African countries, South American countries, where assassinations are regular and assassinations are semi-regularly successful. And so saying like, God forbid, this sort of violence could become normalized, and so we have to be careful with our words, with our actions. But unfortunately, it looks like we're approaching this uh, bust cycle, and unfortunately, things will probably get worse. And you're thinking like a lot of look at statistics or polling, 10% of 10% of Democrats think that violence to stop Trump is justified or something like that. The rhetoric. Uh, as it becomes more and more likely that Trump is going to become president again, various important issues like the war in Russia, Ukraine, immigration, abortion, various issues that more and more people would be willing to risk their own life to assassinate the president, God forbid. So, I mean, if it was in like Russia or something, if someone successfully killed Putin, God forbid, they would probably be hailed as a hero, even in the Western media. And like, if they could get away with it, if somehow, like, we might even, if someone assassinated Putin, God forbid, we might even give them refuge in America. Like, let alone, someone assassinated Yahya Sinwar or Mohammed Daif. Um, they're not going to face any legal repercussion at all. They would be probably made a hero. If a Palestinian, if a Gazan assassinated Mohammed Daif, they would probably be given U.S. citizenship. Let alone be punished if they, somehow they were able to do it and get away with it. It would be almost certain that they would be granted U.S. citizenship. And you're just thinking the danger of that scenario and why that might return to our soil. With the, Tracy, you mentioned like, okay, murder in Detroit is on the decline. And like the Samantha Woll case is an anomaly. Although there are periods of time in history where things like that may not have been an anomaly. Okay, God forbid, if you think, like the Holocaust and the ultimate bus cycle where just okay, so it looks like Biden finished speaking. So I guess if Richard comes back, we'll see if President Biden said anything interesting. I mean, from the political analysis, this is going to be really, really good for Trump, this failed assassination attempt, especially if he could show strength. And, like he got shot and he's waving, he's ready to fight, he's back up. The Republican convention coming right this week, that it's going to be like the final nail in the coffin in the election. Like the chance that Biden's going to be able to come back from this. And so even saying like what message President Biden could, I mean, because Trump looks like a hero. He looks like he took a bullet and he's still ready to fight, as where Biden, is old and weak and senile. That even like CNN, even the mainstream news, New York Times, is kind of like rallying behind Trump and saying how good he looks for the strength that he took a bullet and he first thing he wanted to do is wave to the crowd and shake his fist and saying like, I don't think that Biden could have said anything that would turn the tide. You're probably the best that Biden could do to be the grown up in the room is to rebuke his own people. So he just talks about like America and we got all pulled together and this is not who we are, and saying like, no, this is who we are. Like, God forbid, like this is who we are. It shouldn't be surprising. And, for, just say like, this is not who we are. And then saying like, well, like President Biden just gave Israel a bunch of bombs and they just used those bombs to kill 100 people and injure hundreds more just to kill one person who probably wasn't even there. So like relatively, like this is who we are. Like we just killed 100 innocent people in Gaza just for the chance that we might kill one person. And it's saying like, well, this isn't who we are. Like clearly it's who we are. And like the rhetoric and if you look at the yes it's going to be difficult for Biden to give some sort of national unity message, like this isn't who we are, but still Trump is dangerous to the country, needs to be defeated. Um, and so, Trump, I'm not sure his message, like how Trump pivots on this, saying like, but I mean, Trump embraces this is who we are. Society has a lot of problems facing us. Uh, America is likely unsavable at this point. And just to prevent, Armageddon, worst case scenarios of like mass casualty, civil war events, would take a miracle. Let alone like, some sort of like, oh, this isn't who we are. We just all pull together, all rally behind the system. The system is so broken that we're reaching the point, God forbid, where um, people are just going to start killing each other. Uh, and so you will see if Richard comes back. You'll mention before I go to the Samantha Woll, the stream I was having, about the Abrahamism. It was kind of like a train wreck, and it was all over the place, and kind of just turned into counter-Semitic talking points. But if you're looking at religion as stabilizing society, Judaism, Islam, maybe Christianity in general. Yeah, I mean, God forbid, uh, just a few people, saying like, um, as society collapses, people revert to primal motives, primal desires, and the few people that can't be brought down. So if you're thinking like Ukraine, Russia, Israel, Gaza, you're just like humanitarian. Like, no, that's not right. You're not gonna get me to accept that it was okay to drop a bomb and kill 100 people just to potentially kill one person. Um, or the various just decline of society. Uh, I mean, all the troubles facing America, immigration, economic, inflation. God forbid, I was just mailing. I was doing my eBay today, and media mail had already been like $4.13, and I was $4.17 or something like that. It just got a 50-cent increase. I was just mailing out 2 packages this morning. I thought there was some sort of error, like it was like 50% more, and then like nope, the U.S. Post Office just raised prices another 10%, and they already raised prices earlier this year, like close to 10%. So this was the second largest increase in postage, at the post office ever, and it just happened yesterday. I didn't even know it was happening. But that it's like a huge 50 cents more per package. I just raised prices on all. I spent all afternoon raising prices on my eBay to my shipping because I had old shipping prices where things were uh so much cheaper. Uh, but again, eBay also just increased um the amount of profit that they takes. Um, I mean, just kind of like Judas or something like that. I mean, God forbid, it's the inversion that like I'm the bad guy because I don't accept just violence, because I'm not cheering on like the killing of a hundred uh, almost mostly or even all innocent people. Somehow I'm the bad guy. I'm the traitor. So I mean, it's this type inversion where yeah, the majority of people think that I'm the bad guy just because I oppose violence. Like even like pacifism, anti-war sentiment isn't even respected. Like Trump may be leaning an anti-war candidate, but seeing how he sounds after post-assassination, it'll be unclear. And it's saying like, is he going to be more violent or less violent? How does Trump emerge from this? Um, it's a real disaster. It's hard to think, but so the religious aspect of like Judaism or Islam or traditional forms of Christianity besides modern day Protestantism, evangelicalism, is based on laws and ritual. So Judaism gives law and ritual that gives structure to life and society and meaning, and like the Andrew Wilson, Adam Green, like the birth rates and reason to get married and have kids. And then it also has the prophecy, the apocalyptical messianic prophecy. But you could separate out those functions. So, the problem with evangelicalism is that it gets rid of most of the law aspect or the family aspect and just becomes the prophecy. And so, if you have like, Andrew Wilson, Mormons, Orthodox Christianity, Catholicism that have a stronger structure of ritual and law to keep a stronger family function to have higher birth rates, as where Protestantism doesn't really have that anymore. And Judaism, besides for Orthodox Judaism, doesn't have that either. But you also have the concept of the apocalyptical prophecies. The concept of, I put in the terms of a one world order that society necessitates eventually moving towards a one world order, which you saw like messianism, utopianism, as a form of your belief in eventual one world order, and apocalyptical systems of punishment for sin and boom bust cycles of their God being merciful, allowing people a long time to repent, and because God wants people to repent and is merciful, that it allows sin to build up, but eventually if people don't repent, it causes this bust cycle where eventually society gets so rotten that it has to be cleansed. And so from a theological point of view, that's what's happening. World War II was 75 years ago. We're approaching a bust cycle. Society's gotten so rotten to the core that it needs a cleansing, and God forbid, like a blood sacrifice. And the blood sacrifice will be like a tenth of humanity, God forbid, from like a biblical apocalyptical level. So saying like it's unfortunate, but that's part of the Judeo Abrahamic system. Okay, so we'll see if Richard comes back, but let me move into the Samantha Woll case, and then hopefully this week I'm going to finally get back in to my research. So the Samantha Woll case finally concluded this week. Monday was the end of Bolanos's testimony, cross-examination of Bolanos, and then on Tuesday they moved into closing statements. The prosecution and defense both gave close to 2-hour closing statements, and the prosecution had a short rebuttal. And then on Wednesday started jury deliberation. Thursday there was some sort of schedule conflict, so jury deliberation was there was no jury deliberation on Thursday. On Friday they had jury deliberation, and when jury deliberation concluded on Friday afternoon, the jury said that they're hopelessly deadlocked, and the judge said come back after the weekend and keep on deliberating, and read them some sort of statement. And the jury requested transcripts of all of the testimony, not just like certain things. They wanted all of it. And so let me do a little review of the prosecution cross-examination of Bolanos, where basically they got him to admit that he lied and lied and lied, and say, well, he said this, and now he's testifying, said that, and get him to admit that he lied. So they went on for hours and said, so you're a liar, and got him to say, okay, I'm a liar. He tried give some sort of explanation, but maybe they poked a few inconsistencies in his stories, but not even really. There's a little bit minor interesting with Bolanos and his question about how he understands race and ethnicity, because he said he couldn't even tell which race she was, but then on his jail statement he was talking about getting railroaded by ethnic groups. So Bolanos said that he considered ethnicity white or black. Your ethnicity is either white or black, and race is like your nationality, where race would be like whether you're German, Italian. And they asked him about being Jewish, and he said Judaism's a religion. So Bolanos said that he didn't consider Judaism a race or an ethnicity. He considered it a religion. And to a lot of ways, like Bolanos' understanding of race and ethnicity runs counter to many others. But that was just a quick, interesting tidbit. But the prosecution didn't really get any cracks in Bolanos' testimony other than him admitting that he lied about a bunch of things. And then on Tuesday, the prosecution started with their closing statements. And the closing statements from the prosecution focused almost exclusively on him lying. So, I don't know. I think we may never know. I think we're never going to know. I think it'll be a hung jury. I'll explain why. Possibly it'll go to not guilty. I think it's more likely to see a not guilty, but I don't think we're ever going to know. I don't think they're going to reopen up the case. I think it's either going to be a hung jury or not guilty, and then they're not going to reopen up the case, and we're never going to know. But so the prosecution, they went over the evidence, and they kind of like, okay, like this brilliant police investigation where they had no leads, and then through cell phone data and video camera, they're able to locate Bolanos, and they find the blood on him, and they're saying like, clearly he did it, he's a liar. And the majority of the prosecution's statement, they went through playing clips of his police interrogation, and they kept on playing a little clip, and they're saying lie, he said this and it was a lie. Yeah, Lamento, God bless. And like, he said over 40 lies in his police interrogation. And the basic premise, he was in the area, he had her blood on him, and he's a liar. Therefore, he killed her. God forbid. And really, that's all the prosecution has. And they have to make it look like the time of death corresponds with when he was there. And but I didn't find the prosecution's closing convincing, because it was the argument is basically like he's a liar, therefore he's probably also lying about not killing her. And you're trying to say what a brilliant job the police did. The defense focused on a few aspects of the case. One aspect was obviously Jeff, and the defense went on for like half an hour about all the evidence that points towards Jeff having done it. And I'm saying like, yeah, I do think that it would have made more sense to bring charges against Jeff, but like he probably would have been found not guilty also. God forbid, besides for Jeff's confession, there's really no evidence. Although, then did they really do that great of an investigation? Could they have found evidence against Jeff? Is there no evidence because they didn't do that serious of an investigation? And that's part of the Brian Brown's defense closing statement was they went to such lengths to interrogate and lie and use deception and to get Bolanos to confess, and they didn't do anything for Jeff. Like after he confessed, and then he got a lawyer, they didn't even interview him a second time. They searched his house, but they didn't test his clothes or everything for blood. They didn't do nearly the same sort of investigation on Jeff that they did for Bolanos. And they also looking, but the possibility that it could have been Jeff. That was one of the main focuses of the defense. And then the other focus was that this is clearly a crime of passion. The method of the murder, the stabbing, is the type crime that would have happened from a crime of passion and not a thievery. So Brian Brown saying that there's no evidence that Michael Jackson Bolanos ever entered Sam's apartment, and that if he was, the whole narrative is that he was a thief. He was looking for opportunities, and then he saw an apartment, door open, that he would have taken it. And the prosecution themselves, like, they don't know how Samantha was killed. They don't know how Bolanos going into her apartment could have led to her death. So he's saying like that. Although I think he was sloppy in his closing statement, talking about. I mean, really, it's an impossibility. They said the alarm going off at 4:20, that if Samantha was killed about 1:20, and then she got back up at 4:20 to go outside, clearly that doesn't make sense. That if Samantha was killed around 1:20 and passed out in her apartment, she made it to the street much earlier. She was probably on the street from 2:00. Not at 4:20. And whatever reason the alarm triggered at 4:20, that wasn't her going out to the street. Although whatever reason, he said that in his closing. But I mean, we've been through the arguments in the case. There's a question. If I was on the jury, certain information. Did she use her cell phone from 1:29 to 1:35? The prosecution's making it look like she was watching Netflix. Although there's blood on her phone, it's unclear. Like if I actually saw the log of, is it possible that she, was bloody hands and was just touching her cell phone, or is it clear that she was actually using her cell phone? That's unclear. Like if she opened Messenger and Netflix, but is that something that could have happened? Just frantically trying to use the phone for help and hitting a few icons that are on the screen, or is it something that's more clear that someone, that she was consciously, like searching through Netflix or something that wouldn't have been hitting the phone? So I'm not sure. Maybe the jury has more information about that. But I mean, certainly if she was killed earlier and her body was on the street, it's very reasonable that Bolanos would have found her body, could have touched her, and that would explain the blood. And he testified to that. And if he was a thief, he didn't steal anything. And problems with the crime scene and this crime of passion and the various other things, that I would say reasonable doubt would make it more likely. So we don't know if it's Friday they announced that they're hopelessly deadlocked. That could mean 10 guilty and two not guilty. It could be 10 not guilty and 2 guilty. I mean, it could be that some people still want first degree murder. I mean, we have no idea. I mean, just from watching the case, there seems a lot of probable doubt that it would tend to lead towards more not guilty, especially with the other probable suspect mainly being Jeff, but also other inconsistent data, like her lockbox being open, the key being on the floor, possible other inconsistencies that would make it near impossible that he's the one who did it. But he does have the blood on him. So I mean, so, clearly the blood on him is strong evidence. He did, he was in the area, and okay, we also have the botched autopsy, but we don't know the time of death. So you're just saying, the prosecution is saying she was killed at 4:20. We have no idea when she was killed. She could have been killed at 1. She could have been killed at 4:20. We have no idea, and the reason we don't know is because they botched the autopsy. If they'd done a better autopsy, chances are we would know. They're
Mhm.
saying that would tend to, towards not guilty. You can't blame Bolanos because they did a poor autopsy, and and so I would say there's a lot more that would tend towards not guilty. If it is a hung jury, even if he's found not guilty, I'm not sure they're going to reopen up the case. Maybe if there's public pressure to bring charges against Jeff, I think that's extremely unlikely. But we got Richard Beck. Did President Biden say anything interesting?
Not in particular, just a kind of a suspected call for unity and kind of like coalescing the divisions in the country. And
Yeah, I don't think there's really. And like I said, like Trump could be like, "This is who we are," and then we got to change it. But like, if you're going to give some argument, this isn't who we are. I mean, I think like, no, unfortunately, this is who we are. And like the fact that we're gonna like unify around this isn't who we are. You know, I don't think that's a winning message for Biden. And saying like, from a political stance, like this is looking extremely good for Trump. You could see Trump winning by a landslide now. Just the fact like he took, he got hit by a bullet. He stood up strong. Instantly after, and like Trump is old and senile. He can't even walk up the stairs by himself, and like Trump took a bullet, and at least to the ear, grazed him, and is still strong. You just think it's looking like a landslide, and I'm not even sure what message Biden could have gave to alleviate that. Even on CNN, they were basically saying Biden. The only reason he spoke tonight was because he didn't want all this positive attention going to Trump. But I don't think that him speaking tonight, I mean, if someone watches it, I mean, did it make Biden look strong or good? Or you're saying even you who probably doesn't like Trump, like you're probably looking like, hey, Trump looks pretty presidential. Like he took a bullet and still fighting. You don't see that? Or you just dislike Trump so much that you
yeah,
don't.
like I'm kind of more neutral. Um,
But I'm saying like that Trump surviving the assassination attempt um, is looking like it could lead him to like a landslide victory.
certain,
Because the
yeah,
main reason why
certainly
people don't
that's
like Biden is
possible. I don't necessarily believe a landslide, but maybe some people can look beyond the policies can say that that makes them more um, clearly, as it kind of suggests, having more stamina and willing to put his life on the line for this,
yeah, but
to get potentially reelected.
the main reason why people don't are skeptical of Biden is just that he's too old, that he's not
Hmm.
capable of the job, and saying that
Yes.
it doesn't look like he's going to be able to alleviate that skepticism, and compared to Trump, who just took a bullet and got right back up and shook his fist.
Hmm.
Um, and even think like, was there a reason? Like, did I mean, okay, like you're like a civically dutiful minded person, so you watched Biden's speech. Like was it like a waste of time, or like it didn't? Was there you just feel like, oh, the president's speaking, I better watch it? But like relatively, you're saying like just looked like Biden playing politics. He didn't have to speak. He didn't add anything to the nation, and like clearly it was political why he spoke tonight.
I've been kind of customary because the brief statements earlier were much shorter, and this could be more generalized as certainly political on the eve of the major Republican convention. So he's got to try to alleviate tension while also pointing out the right to disagree and do that peacefully. And
Okay, so yeah, I gave my analysis of the closing statements in the Samantha Woll case. Um, I don't know how long the judge will let it go on before declaring a hung jury. We don't know how it's looking, if it's if there's if it's split even or if it's majority one way or another. Um, I was thinking you might even get a not guilty, but there's
yeah,
I was looking on Reddit, or certain people definitely are very strong feeling that he's guilty. Although I think there's circumstantial and doubt. I would think it'd be more likely to move to a not guilty than a guilty. The fact that it's hung now makes it extremely unlikely they'll get a guilty. Although it's still possible, we don't know what's happening, and that they requested everything. So like after 2 days they didn't request just like something, they wanted all the transcripts. So like starting with zero, and it's like everything's an argument.
it's going to take
And
a
it's
lot
like,
of time. Yeah.
there's a few things that maybe like, okay, I'm definitely leaning non guilty. I watched all the case, I looked at all the material. Like, so if I was like the not guilty holdout and everyone else was pushing towards guilty, um if looking at the alarm data and her cell phone data, if it could be conclusively shown from her alarm data and the cell phone data that she couldn't have been killed about 120. Although I still not, would be pretty skeptical that she could have been killed at 420. But if you could conclusively show that she was on her phone willfully up to 135, meaning that it's, definitely she wasn't stabbed at 120, and the alarm data, that might make it more likely that I could switch to guilty. Although I don't think I would, because you just can't put Blanos in the apartment. But I'm not. If I was on the jury and I actually saw the logs of her cell phone, is like, no, like she was clearly like flipping through on Netflix and trying to watch a movie. Like she wasn't. But I'm not sure if that data exists. But like if you did have access to that cell phone data, and then you're looking at it like, oh no, she was clearly on Netflix, like surfing for what to watch, found something, watched 5 minutes of it, and then clicked it off. So like clearly she wasn't stabbed at 120, because but I don't think the cell phone data did indicate that, but I didn't see it. Um, but that might be something that if I saw and could be shown. Also, like the alarm data is a little bit confusing of where the alarm picks up motion, what the alarm data means. But I mean, even if you could demonstrate to me that it's almost impossible she was killed at 120, and then the alarm went idle, uh, and it was almost certain that she was alive on her couch um, until 420, then I might be more likely to be guilty. But I don't think that they're going to. I don't think that the alarm and cell phone data is conclusive like that, or even clear like that at all. Um, Nor do I think that it's possible that the data at 420, like just the tiny thing on the alarm, that if she was killed at 420, it would have had to been more time on the alarm, like her movement, all the blood all over the place. But like if they did have some clarifying information about how the alarm data works, or cell phone data, that could possibly sway my opinion, but I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Um, you know, so I think it's more likely that it would move towards not guilty. Although I wouldn't be surprised if it's a hung jury. Like, and I'm not sure My mom said like 5 days is usually like they'll usually do a hung jury after 5 days. So I mean, it was already 2 days, and they said they're hopelessly deadlocked. I mean, I could see that if it's someone like Patrick there or something like that, and it's equal, and I mean, I could see that it's hopelessly deadlocked now, and they're not going to make much more progress, and it's kind of their own bias because you're just like because it's kind of the prosecution was kind of like process of elimination that he's got the blood on her. If he didn't kill her, who else did it? He's a liar. Therefore, it's him. Um, which, like Elle Lingle said, if her body was found in her apartment, then you're like, okay, he's got the blood on her. He had to have done it. But she was found on the street. And so if her body was on the street before, it's very reasonable that he would have bumped into her body and got the blood on his jacket from that. And then you clearly have reasonable doubt because Jeff confessed, and it's indicative of a crime of passion, not an opportunity of stealing, as nothing was stolen even. Um, no knife, no murder weapon, no proof that Bolanos was carrying a knife or would have been carrying a knife. They weren't able to, I mean, besides the fact that he owned a knife or had a knife in one of his winter jackets, is, I wouldn't say enough to establish that he regularly carries a knife. Um, so, I mean, I could see, like, if someone like Patrick or someone who's just biased and, figures like, I mean, if you're really sympathetic to Jeff, it's like, I don't think Jeff did it at all. They investigated. He was clearly cleared. It's impossible. Like it had to have been him who did it because who else could have done it? And like he's clearly a bad guy and a liar. That him killing Samantha Woll is not a big stretch like that. So I mean, I think that's indicative of prejudice and bias. Because like I don't think the fact that he's a liar, the fact that he's a thief, um, could be stretched to that he probably killed Samantha Woll in this brutal, horrible stabbing death. Let alone all the gaps in the case that Jeff, I do think is a plausible suspect. I still do think Jeff is a plausible suspect, and David not testifying, even that the guy who was maybe supposed to come over that night didn't even testify and make a statement. Um, that
Yeah, that's unusual.
yeah, I'm saying that like I mean, there's just so many that. So you got any predictions or insight?
Well, I would kind of postulate that they just want to review everything that they can before coming to their final decision because they understand how important this is. And some may have already made up their mind, and quite possibility, even if there is a hung jury, there could still be, well, he's facing 4 charges. So sometimes in previous cases, and I'm not certain how often in Michigan, but I just kind of think they sometimes do accept a partial verdict if there's something they can agree on, but not another one that they would consider themselves on. They can't get to a consensus.
I'm
Like I
just
think
lying to the police.
the easiest that they could say guilty for is just lying to police because I think he kind of admitted to that, but it'd be very hard to say even if he was breaking and entering, would he have stabbed her? Even if hypothetically he saw the body on the street but also walked in. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think it's likely that you're saying like if he entered the property, he didn't steal anything. So one of the charges is you're breaking and entering with the attempt of larceny. Something like that they would just find him guilty on that seems extremely unlikely because he obviously didn't he didn't steal anything. And if he did enter the property, then the chance that he killed her would be significantly um, higher. That they could find him guilty of lying to the police and saying that, well, They used harsh interrogation tactics. There was clearly bias. They gave Jeff every benefit of the doubt. They lied and used deception to interrogate him, and therefore he lied because the police lied. So I could see even holding out, saying that he's not guilty on that. But I'm saying that if they came back and say, okay, at least they're gonna find him guilty on lying to the police, but nothing else. And that's possible. They said they're hopelessly deadlocked. So that would imply that there's people extremely strong on both sides of that he's guilty and innocent. And that could be like someone thinking like like there's no way he did it. It's clearly this guy Jeff who did it, to just reasonable doubt, to people saying like they're completely convinced he did it, and even want first degree murder. But they use the term hopelessly deadlocked. So the way the jury, they could discuss it, they could argue, they could do hidden ballot, they could do openly. So if they did hidden ballot, they don't know who's voting the certain way, or if they did open and there's enough people on each side that they're just not making any headway. But it sounded from what they said, I think they used the term hopelessly deadlocked already Friday afternoon.
Yeah, which is
I could see that in that way. Like, if they just ask for all the evidence and they're just going to go over it again and again, it's going to be like, Patrick debating people on like the Facebook group, just like, look at it again and again, like, I'm not sure that's going to make any headway. So you have to wait and see, but, and, she'll probably give it a few more days. So if they deliberate all day Monday,
yes.
and come back hopelessly deadlocked, but I doubt it'll go more than this week. And if it is a hung jury, she'll have to declare a mistrial, and then she could decide whether to hold Blanos or let him free. If they let him free, they could try to charge him with something else, conceivably, or he could go free. And then the question whether they're going to try to charge him again and do another trial, or reopen up the case, try Jeff, or keep on investigating. And the case would legally still be open. Whether they'd have any resources to investigate it. And seeing that it seems the majority of the public is sympathetic to Blanos. So I would doubt that they would retry it. And then I'm not sure whether they would carry on with more investigation in Jeff, or if that would lead anywhere. And it's saying, really, now it's 9 months later, like where they could do like another search warrant, search is closed for blood, like a search is fire pit. There's really
my postulation was that they were probably paused in their review of all their persons of interest, so they could likely go back onto that list. I'm just thinking of all the details about the numerous men in her life, that essentially there's quite literally a Rolodex just on her phone of guys to look into besides Jeff, and especially Arran, who was supposed to be there that morning. But certainly got to theorize who would have an actual motive,
Arran or David,
or grudge, whether that's romantic or professional. Or
but those are probably all dead ends, because all you could do is you basically pester them, question, try to get people to step forward. So at this point, if they're going to do a search warrant and look through all their clothing and shoes for blood 9 months later, I'm not sure. Certainly after the case, they would have likely got rid of anything that could have connected him with blood if it was there. So all they could do is, they could, even the surveillance data now 9 months later, the chance that any of the surveillance still has recordings, it'd probably be a dead end. So it would have to be, if one of the people of interest is the one who did it, that they would have had to have messed up, told somebody, one of their friends, or someone might have damning information, even if it's not directly that they know they did it, but and they would have to come forward to the police. And I think that's pretty unlikely also, that if someone close to one of the people of interest had some sort of damning information, that they're going to come forward to the police. If there's media attention, like people like Tracy or true crime people, start like making phone calls, pestering people, requesting interviews, that it could cause more pressure that might cause someone to slip up. Saying just like Jeff, if you just had like people waiting outside of his house, calling his phone, his email, his employers, you're just trying to get like interviews or ask him questions, that might cause him to slip up, or like David or something, someone keep on calling his house, calling his business until he makes a statement, or Arran. But, God forbid, if one of them is the one who did it, they probably got away with it, or unless they slip up. So all you could do is put a bunch of pressure on them and hope that they slip up.
Mhm.
Right?
Yeah, I would assume.
And I would assume that the Jewish community and Samantha Woll's family probably doesn't want that. They're probably going to think like, oh, it was probably Bolanos, but there wasn't enough evidence. I mean, maybe, like I was saying, like if Samantha Woll's family or close friends feel that like, no, maybe it was Jeff, and I don't know, he probably just like move or something like that. Like, but if he didn't tell anybody, if he doesn't slip up, like if he goes back and has another panic attack and is like, okay, he did really do it,
Hmm.
that I think is going to be unsolved. I mean, I think a hung jury, retrying Bolanos seems, like I said, like if they just put the evidence against Bolanos that they had, it would have been like a week trial. I mean, like a 1 week trial.
Mhm.
They just did the phone data and the surveillance and the blood without all the other stuff. But it's still very circumstantial, and they would still have the testimony of Jeff. It would still be a public case. Like now, everyone would know about it. I think the chance that they would retry Bolanos if it's a hung jury, unless it comes out that like it was like 11-1. So I mean, if like after, if it's a hung jury
Mhm.
and then gets revealed that it was like 11-1 or 10-2, that the hung jury, then maybe they could try to retry it. And I mean, especially if it's like, I mean, I understand there's like 3 African Americans. So if it was like a hung jury and it's the 2 African American women that thought he was innocent, um, but I mean, it's in
Mhm.
Detroit, so you already have like a city that's 70% demographically black, and the jury is only 25% black, and then like they're going to try to retry it without any black women on the jury. If that's the case, I mean, it seems unlikely. So you got any final thoughts on the Samantha Woll case?
Yeah, I guess we're just gonna have to wait and if they make a decision this week, or if I think a mistrial would kind of be the worst case scenario, because that would really be up in the air for what the prosecutor's office under Kim Werby wants to do at that point.
I mean, what do you? I mean, you don't go to the downtown synagogue though, do you?
And no, I haven't.
Have you? You never even been there?
I visited before.
Yeah, I don't know if what dynamics, if it was a hung jury, what would that do for the downtown synagogue? Like, would it be something that you just like, okay, let's not talk about? Or it'd be kind of like, maybe Jeff did it. Like, if I'm going to go there, I'm going to be like, okay, like, let me start asking people if they know anything that I could try to like dig into finding out who really killed her. Or is it going to be like, no, we don't want you coming around there trying to like, investigate who killed her. And so it, create this kind of weird environment where, it seemed natural to
Sure. They
want to ask.
want to maintain their privacy and keep that as a place of worship to honor her memory as well. And also
Wait,
maybe
honor her
just,
memory, but how do you honor her memory when her killer might be free and her killer might be part of the synagogue?
Mhm. I could theorize maybe the leadership might host some kind of a public discussion potentially,
Yeah, I mean,
because
it really have to be like
going to lead.
with Jeff. I'm saying, is Jeff gonna like do like a town hall where like everyone's gonna get to question him to try to like decipher whether he actually killed her or not? Like another, like testimony, and then like they're eventually be like, okay, like you didn't, like you didn't do it, even though a lot of people in the public think you did it. Um, like you didn't do it, and we're comfortable with you. Or Samantha's parents gonna speak, and they're gonna say like they think Bolanos did it, and they want justice, and they want the prosecution to retrial it. Or Samantha's parents, um, they may or may not make a statement, and saying if they did make a statement, and they're saying, are they going to be like,
Yeah.
well, we still think he did it, and we want them to retry it, or we accept that this is how the system works, and even though we think he did it, and we accept the system and the result, and or are they going to say, um, we don't think Bolanos did it, and we want the investigation reopened? And even the synagogue, if it's a hung jury, like, okay, you're going to live by Samantha Woll's
Yeah,
memory.
because
saying,
they'll,
okay, like we're not Christians, we don't like turn the other cheek. So he's saying like, justice. So we just say, okay, we don't know who killed her. The person who killed her may still, is still out there, but we're just going to focus on her memory and accept that whoever killed her got away with it. And, just try to focus on her memory and the positive things about her memory. And we'll have to unfortunately accept whoever killed her got away with it. Or, they say like, no, like we cannot accept that whoever killed her got away with it. And then, what would people who feel like that do? And that would be, like an extreme dichotomy between, like Israel on October 7th and the Gaza war, and just saying like, okay, Samantha was a wonderful person. We're going to cherish her memory, but we're not so concerned that the person who killed her got away with it. Which, I mean, it's possible. And like, yeah, I'm not really part of that community anymore. I don't know. I don't know, like Detroit Jews for Justice.
because I'm thinking that I'm kind of thinking discussions might be more private than public on how to proceed with the outreach and communications for how kind of like what the response will be in wanting to pursue justice, especially if he's deemed not guilty or uh, by basis of a hung jury, they decide not to retry for whatever reason, and kind of like clarify possibly a presumption of innocence at that point.
Well, obviously they're probably going to have private discussions, but I'm saying they're private discussions and then make a public comment, or they're just going to have private discussions. Like, is Rabbi Silverman going to hold a press conference, or someone from the Federation? I saw they had Rabbi Lopatin on the news for a minute, and he was kind of like, well, justice. She deserves justice, although they got to get the right person. So Rabbi Lopatin was kind of maybe even leaning or open towards, well, if Jeff did it, he should be charged. If Bolanos didn't do it, he shouldn't be charged. She deserves justice, or saying, okay, this is one of those cases where we may never know. I mean, saying, and Rabbi Lopatin, he's only loosely connected. Like, I mean, they worked together in the AJC, and knew each other somewhat, but he only came to Detroit recently, and he's really the only rabbi who has a public media presence.
Yes.
So I don't know if his statement, saying like, if, and even just to release a public statement, if someone like Detroit Jews for Justice or the Downtown Synagogue releases a written public statement, or even doing interviews and saying, I'm sure there'd be a whole bunch of people that would want to interview people from the Downtown Synagogue to
absolutely
cross-examine them about whether anybody that they know could have, God forbid, about trying to figure out who killed Samantha, and that would have been information that would be damaging to, because it's most likely Jeff or someone in the community who did it. So like they're not going to want to do any of those interviews. Even the interviews at this point, like I don't think there's going to be much appetite for just like an interview about what a wonderful person she was. Like if someone like Tracy made a documentary, it might include a few interviews about what a wonderful person she was, but she's true crime. Like the true crime, there would just be like a segment about what a wonderful person she was and how devastated they were by her murder. The main point of it would be catching the person who did it. And I don't picture anyone really, like I would, even for someone to get up and say, I think Bolanos did it, it's a travesty of justice in the system, that it was a hung jury. And I don't even picture someone standing up and saying that, at least from like her family and friends. Maybe someone, I mean, there's some voices in the Jewish community that would say that, but I don't think like her family and friends would. And I mean, it's just going to be like a bad omen hanging over the synagogue. They're going to have like their big party, and so like the people who knew Samantha Woll could say, okay, like she wanted the synagogue to survive and thrive, and stood for all these wonderful things that we could try to carry on. But what is a new person going to say? That okay, like what does it say also about Jews moving into Detroit? Is saying like, well, it's Detroit. Of course, whoever killed her got away with it. Like most murders in Detroit are never solved. So like, of course, the person who killed Samantha Woll got away with it. So maybe just have that like practical, like the Downtown Synagogue. Well, okay, like we're trying to change Detroit, but Detroit's a dangerous place, and statistically, people get killed, and if you get killed, they're probably never gonna catch who did it to you. I mean, God forbid. And then I say, like, what do they do with Jeff? Do they reintegrate Jeff into the community and just accept that, even though a lot of people think that he may have done it, that they don't think he did it, and they're willing to completely reintegrate him into the community? Like I said, do they have like some sort of event for the community with like the rabbi and Jeff and like a public grieving? I don't have any good answers for that. Like, I don't know.
Because I could imagine him more being personally private as a response of his involvement. And I would assume he's still, because of his mental health, probably receiving lots of therapy and trying to figure how not only the process having to testify, but also still being considered suspicious by probably friends and family who aren't certain about sense.
We don't know that. I mean, so it could be that the friends and family don't think he's suspicious at all, and it's just the public who saw the trial that.
Sure.
And so you're like, I don't think it's going to happen, but I'm saying like, if you could see like an interview with like the rabbi, prominent people from the synagogue, um, friends and family of Samantha Woll and maybe Jeff together, where they say like they're absolutely convinced that Jeff didn't do it. He's a good guy, whatever reason, he had his breakdown, and they're absolutely convinced he didn't do it. And they made some sort of public, like in the olden day, like I don't even really, like these days they don't even have like Jerry Springfield or Donahue or something. But I mean, it could be like local news, or it could be a self-produced synagogue video where, but I'm saying like they're going to reintegrate him into the community, and the rabbi, the leaders of the community, her friends, her parents are going to publicly state that they're absolutely certain that Jeff did not do it, and they're completely happy to move on with him as a close member of their friendship circles and community. I mean, I could see like possibly like I mean theoretically like that's probably what they should do. If they don't think that he's guilty, then they probably do have to do that in order to move on. They have to publicly, like the rabbi, her family has to publicly back Jeff.
Sure.
I mean, they don't have to, but I'm saying like if Samantha's parents, if the rabbi, prominent people in the synagogue made a public statement and backed Jeff that they think there's absolutely no chance he did that, they vouch that he's a stand-up guy who would never do something like this. Then they could reintegrate him, and there'd probably still be skepticism because of the trial, and that the murder's still, unsolved. That there would probably still be skepticism, but just to allay some of the skepticism. But I don't really think there's a venue. Like I mean, there's not like a major news station. Even if like they agreed to an interview, I don't even know like what news station it would be. Like Let It Rip. I mean, God forbid, like what do you have like Samantha's parents and like Rabbi Silverman could be like guests on Let It Rip. I mean, there's really no venue in Detroit media for such a thing to happen, so they would have to. They would have to make like
more.
Well, they would have to make a public event at the synagogue or even a private event and record it and then release it to the public.
Sure.
And if they just did a private event and didn't release it to the public, that wouldn't alleviate skepticism among the public. And so, even from the synagogue, then moving in, so the synagogue's trying to grow, new people moving to Detroit. So like if you're moving to Detroit, I mean, I heard they're even gonna like name part of the synagogue after her, or like the third floor or something, and just this hanging over the air, like who killed her? Is it possibly someone at the synagogue that you're going there with together who killed her? Would it make
now,
it
with
less
the idea of a town hall, I kind of wonder if that could kind of more so happen because of public pressure. I'm kind of like thinking, suggesting that he gets off and that the whole investigation starts over again. So I could theorize Detroit police doing a press conference, and I'm not certain that they would take like media questions, but I think in a discussion sense, if possible, asking questions about where the investigation goes from there, and
but that would be a
with
question for the police and the prosecutor, and like that definitely will be asked. Like at the next news conference, I mean, if there's a news conference right after, and like whether the prosecutor speaks to the media afterwards, but like I mean, definitely like at the next news conference, there would definitely be a question about whether they're going to open the case, and someone would probably even straight up ask, are they considering bringing charges against Jeff? And if they straight up said no, like if Kim Worthy or the police, were asked, are you going to retry Bolanos? And they said no. And they asked, well, are you considering reopening up the investigation? Are you considering bringing charges against Jeff? if they definitively answered no, if the police said no, Jeff is no longer a suspect, is no longer an investigation. So I mean, if
Yeah.
it's a hung jury, if he's found not guilty, but I mean, if he's found not guilty, and then they ask, is Jeff still a suspect? Can they say no? And even if it's a hung jury, does that make a difference? If it's a hung jury, and they ask the police, is Jeff still a suspect in the murder of Samantha Woll? Will they say no? And then like the question, why is he not still a suspect? And how are they? What are they going to answer? They're going to give some sort of definitive reason why he's not a suspect. Where they think, well, we think Blanos killed her, and it's just part of the system that they weren't able to convict him. But we don't consider Jeff a suspect. We think that Blanos is the one who did it. And say unquestionably, someone's going to ask the next news conference with the police or the prosecutor. There's like someone is almost guaranteed to ask that, and I don't know what the answer to that. I mean, what's your speculation? Did you have speculation on that? What the prosecutor or police answer that question? I mean, do you agree that it's almost guaranteed that they're going to ask that? You no comment? You there, Richard? Did you freeze, Richard? You there? Yeah, I'm not sure what happened. Richard dropped out. So, yeah, we'll see if Richard comes back, but I don't know. I mean, it's a bad situation. I don't have any answers to this. Yeah, I think I'm not really part of the downtown synagogue anymore. If I were on the inside, you dropped out there, Richard. I didn't hear if you had any comment or thought. What do you think that the prosecutor or police are going to answer to that question when they get asked it?
I think they probably have a number of different scenarios that they postulate that they're going to have to lead with if that's the decision.
Well, I'm saying there's going to be the straight up question: is Jeff still a suspect? And are they going to reopen up the case? So I mean, there's no way they're not going to get asked both those questions. I'm going to say it's almost a guarantee. I mean, it would be a travesty to journalism if at the next press conference they don't get asked both of those questions. Are you disagreeing? That they're not going to get asked both of those questions? I don't see how they don't get asked those questions. I don't see how they avoid an answer. I mean, I say they could answer that Jeff is definitively no longer a suspect and the case is still open, but they're not actively investigating it. Or they're going to reopen the investigation, and it's possible they do say Jeff is still a suspect, and they're going to do further investigation into Jeff. But I was saying, I would say, there's no way that isn't going to be the first question that gets asked to the prosecutor if it's a hung jury or a not guilty verdict. Might just go through process of elimination. Yes. Their possible answers. They answer, no, Jeff is not a suspect, or yes, he is a suspect. Either no, they're not going to continue to investigate it, or yes, they are going to continue to investigate it. I mean, what the synagogue and what the synagogue or Jeff or Samantha's friends and family should do, that's public relations. Like, I mean, they're going to decide what they're going to decide. And my guess is going to be they're not going to do anything. They might have some sort of a private event. I mean, the person asked, there is no real Jewish media channel in Metro Detroit. I mean, the JCC has the Jewish, I mean, there are a few YouTube pages, but there's no like definitive media network for the Jews to address the Jewish community. There's a few podcasts. The Jewish Federation has a channel that has, gets less views than me. I don't think it would make sense that they would do an event with the Federation. The synagogue, downtown synagogue, has a YouTube channel that only has like tens of subs. Most of their videos get like 10 views. I mean, they could do an event and put it on their own YouTube channel. I don't think they would do that. I mean, they might do a private event. Like if Samantha Woll's family, or I don't even think they do that. Like, I don't know what they're going to do with Jeff. I don't think that, like, if Jeff, is a regular member and is part of I don't know if like the rabbi would publicly make a statement privately to the community and be like, look, Jeff did not do this. I know Jeff. I vouch for him. We're friends with Samantha. There's absolutely no chance that he's the one who killed Samantha. I don't picture the rabbi doing that. I mean, like, I don't even picture doing that like in a private event. Maybe
And
maybe in a board meeting. You're robot, Richard. You there? You're roboting. Richard. Test, Richard.
It might have already occurred.
You cut out there, Richard. Test, Richard. Richard. Oh, your connection, you're freezing. Richard, you there?
Yes, that is happening a little.
You cut out. I don't know what you said, but I mean, I could see that.
Yes, I am.
I'm saying, like, I mean, just to speculate on the possibilities, like saying yes, like, and I think the more likely they're just kind of not talk about it and hope it goes away. I don't picture there being a strong statement to. I mean, there could be internal. There could be like a, Samantha's family and friends, or like at a synagogue board meeting that's private, that someone would make a strong statement like that. But I doubt that they do it to the public. And I mean, it's really a disaster for the community.
Especially, I could predict there being certainly a 1-year remembrance, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, there might be a 1-year remembrance. But that would probably also be controlled speakers.
And that could potentially be a public event gathering.
Well, it might be open to the public, but I don't think it'd be open to anybody who wants to speak. And probably none of the speakers would bring up that they don't know who killed her. Or they might, or bring up the fact that maybe Jeff is the one who killed her. And it's saying, is Jeff going to be there at the 1-year remembrance event? I mean, there could be, like I would say, if they really wanted to do it, like, I mean, like Jeff would have to speak at the 1-year remembrance event, and like the rabbi, Samantha's friends or family would have to publicly state that they have full faith that Jeff is not responsible for this. But I think that's unlikely. I mean, maybe they believe it. Even if they believe it, I can't imagine them making an event to publicly state that. Although it's possible. And then it's saying, like I said, like, what are the police going to say? Are the police going to say that Jeff is no longer a suspect? And then what do they ask? Why is Jeff no longer a suspect? And then are they going to, because if it's he has no alibi, he confessed, he recanted, they have no evidence linking him there. But how could they remove him from being a suspect if he has no alibi? Or you think they could remove him as a suspect? You think, is there a method that they could, if the case remains open, is there a method to clear Jeff?
I think they probably already have at this point, potentially, but just didn't reveal when that major decision to grant him immunity and say right away that they believe he was involved.
Yeah, but I'm saying if it's a hung jury, the case is still open.
Well, of course they were probably. Mm-hmm.
I'm saying if he has no alibi, I don't see how they could clear him. They just say they don't have any evidence. He hired a lawyer. He recanted his confession, but he has no alibi. They can't clear him. I mean, that's why I say, like, people say he was cleared, and I'm not sure. Like, you're saying, like, he has no alibi. I don't see, like, if he's going to gain an alibi. He said himself he has no alibi. So I don't see how they could clear him, in order to say that they have.
Well, kind of figure that he wasn't in the area.
The what?
I just think from the footage that they had, they could kind of tell that he wasn't in the area.
Yeah, but I'm saying you can't clear a person. I mean, clear a person means you establish that they couldn't have done it. Mm-hmm. And so you already have a person who confessed, that has motive, that has the public against him. And you're saying clearing him would need to establish that he couldn't have done it. And so I don't see how they're going to do that. So if the police, even if the police are going to say he's no longer a suspect, they're not investigating him. I mean, they might. I'm not sure. The police might say, "Look, it's an open case. Jeff is still a person of interest, but we have no evidence against him."
Yeah.
But I don't see how they. I mean, if they're going to clear him and say, like, if the police themselves are going to say that they don't think he did it, if they just say they don't have any evidence against him, versus the police themselves saying they don't. The police are going to say that he didn't do it. They say it's unlikely he did it versus saying he didn't do it. I don't see how the police say that.
Mm-hmm.
Or the prosecutor then saying, if the case remains open, it'll probably be every press. Like, if it's a hung jury, they're going to go back to like before. Every other press conference is going to be any update on the Samantha Woll case. Is Jeff still a suspect? Are there any other suspects? Is there any leads? And either they're going to make a statement that say they're no longer investigating Jeff, and they're probably not going to have a good definitive way to clear him, to say why they're no longer investigating him, and just say that, because they have no leads, they have no evidence, they have no mechanism of gathering more evidence that would imply him. Versus saying he's no longer a person of interest. I mean, I can't imagine they'd say that he's no longer a person of interest. Maybe they would. I don't know. But I mean, I think it just seems like it's going to be, God forbid, it's just a disaster situation.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I said, like, I don't see a good way for the Jewish community to get to move on from this.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I said, like, I mentioned that they could try to publicly stand with Jeff, and that would be awkward. That would be awkward for the public to have like a Jewish event standing with Jeff, that they don't think he did it.
Yeah,
I think it'd be too awkward. That I don't think they could do that. I don't think Samantha's family and friends and the synagogue and Jewish leaders, it would be like a public affairs nightmare to make a public event standing with Jeff.
Yeah.
But then if they don't, can they reintegrate him into the community? Mm-hmm. And then with that air over the case, like, what's it going to mean to be a member of downtown Jewish Detroit? I mean, life goes on, people move on. But yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate. You have any thoughts on Israel?
None particular. Haven't really seen anything new developments.
Well, I mean, they've been bombing the hell out of Rafah. So, I mean,
Mm.
unfortunately, like Rafah was supposed to be a red line, and then they basically just went into Rafah. And I understand there's been like mass casualties, like there's been regular operations in Rafah. Israel has even been going into supposed safe zones, besides for like the bombing of the possible assassination of Mohammed Daif, um, where they killed like 100 people, injured hundreds more. And it's unclear whether he was even there, but um, so I mean, it's awkward, the media silence. I mean, it was in the news, like all the news covered. I mean, you didn't see the stories about the bombing in the refugee camp this week
I really haven't.
because you don't read the papers anymore.
Well, it's just kind of, yeah, partially that, and also
I mean, it was
mostly
in like
just,
it was in all the. I mean, if it was in all the Jewish papers, it was even in the Detroit. It was even in the Detroit papers.
mm,
Um, I mean, when they first, it was on Shabbos on Saturday when they first started reporting it. They reported that they killed him, and now they're backing off that maybe they didn't kill him. Um,
ugh,
and I'm not sure if I mean, it appears they bombed a refugee camp, a supposed safe place in Rafah, and at the beginning, it was like Israel papers were reporting it that they finally got the main number two guy in Hamas. Although now it's coming back that maybe they didn't. Um, and I guess Israel got their bombs this week. So Biden didn't give the 2,000 pound bombs, but he just sent in a whole bunch of other bombs. And then a few days later, Israel dropped a whole bunch of bombs in the refugee camp where that's supposed to be a safe zone, claiming that it was okay because they got their guy, and now it's appearing like maybe they didn't get their guy.
mm,
So um, I mean, there's also talk of like a ceasefire. I mean, possible ceasefire talks, and then there's also talks about escalating with Hezbollah. I mean, there has been escalations, but there's talk of um, Israel basically, if they're going to go to war with Hezbollah, now's the best time, specifically because they've already evacuated the people from the border. So if they try to let the people, if they declare a ceasefire with Gaza and a ceasefire with Hezbollah, and then the people go back there, if they go to war with Hezbollah or have further escalation, they would have to re-evacuate. So now is the best time to try to destroy Hezbollah, whether they even could if they wanted to. But there's a lot of pressure in Israel, and like even Israeli papers are, you know, questioning the rationality of trying to destroy Hezbollah. But I mean, Netanyahu is going to be in America next. He's coming next week, Monday,
yeah,
meeting with President Biden, and then he's going to address the joint session of the Congress. I think uh, Wednesday, the week after this,
mm,
and in all likelihood, Israel is going to step up the killing in Gaza before that, and a little bit of the bombing around Lebanon. But from there, what's going to happen? But yeah, I guess like people just like I know there was a protest at the Holocaust Museum today. Jewish Voice
yes,
has an event tomorrow. There's still regular pro-Palestinian protests, but to some extent, like what happened to Biden's red line on Rafah? Now it's like
mm,
2 months. Like Israel went into Rafah, they're bombing the safe zones in Rafah now, and Biden like hasn't said anything, and he just gave them the bombs. Like I mean, he made a statement at the debate like that he wasn't going to give them the 2,000 pound bombs, and at the debate, Biden was basically saying like he's completely pro-Israel. Like the
mm,
only thing he was against was and Biden is meeting with Netanyahu in the White House before his speech. So I mean, just it's got to look bad for Biden that like he gave this red line on Rafah, and then he completely collapsed on it, and then he's going to welcome Netanyahu right into the White House. Yeah, I mean, I guess America is just seeing the incompetence of their policy, and the unfortunate is just saying that America will not stop Israel from committing a genocide. It's saying whatever red line that he gave to Netanyahu, that was crossed, and it wasn't even brought up. And the one statement that Biden had a chance to make on it, he used to back Netanyahu. He's going to bring Netanyahu into the White House. It's extremely unlikely that he's going to pressure him. What's he going to be like? I told you not to go into Rafah, but you did anyways. Is he doing like a tongue lashing? I doubt it. He's probably going to do like photo ops and talk. He's probably because with the presidential election with Trump, even though there's a lot of pressure in the Democratic Party, he's probably going to want to appear strong to Trump. So he's probably going to back Israel in their military action that could even incentivize Israel to escalate the war.
Sure.
I mean, it'd be a complete disaster. I read the Lancet article last week that said that the death toll with all the collateral damage could be as high as 200,000 people. That's like 10% of Gazans. I mean, like from all the collateral damage of everything that's happened, that it could be as many 200,000 people. 200,000 people will be dead if the war stopped now. Like just from the buildings being destroyed, sickness, disease, starvation. But it doesn't appear that Israel's slowing down. Like they're going into Rafah, they're going into the safe zones that they declared earlier. And I guess like you just don't care anymore. You're like whatever, just dead Gazans. You don't care, or you just feel like you got to move on with your life. Or
yeah, it's kind of like partial indifference to assuming that higher authorities will certainly look into what if the response was justified and the different actions they've been taking and whether or not I presume there's going to be a lot of internal reviews and exterior analysis and
I mean, why would you assume that? I'm saying like there was supposed to be a red line on Rafah, and that was 2 months ago. And Israel went into Rafah, and now they're bombing the refugee camps in Rafah.
Because I can't really speak as to what the administration would consider to be the threshold of somehow withdrawing their support or criticizing the Israeli government when they want to support them to a certain capacity.
Yeah, I'm just saying like that would probably be the case if they killed all 2 million people in Gaza too. You're saying like okay, like whatever. I mean, so like there was a red line with Rafah that was crossed 2 months ago, and now all of a sudden Netanyahu is coming to the White House and the Congress, and I haven't heard like any pressure from any major politician about Israel's military action. I mean, see the protests, like Jewish Voice for Peace protested today. They got an event tomorrow. There's protests planned for the Congress in Washington when Netanyahu is going to be here. But I haven't heard any statement from even like Schumer or senior Democratic officials. President Biden hasn't made a single statement. I mean, there was statements from Blinken a few weeks ago about the supposed ceasefire, and then he basically said the ceasefire negotiations fell out due to Hamas, not Israel. So that was the last we heard of it. Like there was a push like 2 weeks ago that we're on the brink of a ceasefire and a hostage deal, and then the U.S. media and senior officials said that it fell through due to Hamas, not Israel, even though the international media tended to say the opposite. Even the Israeli media tended to say the opposite. And it's even a question like, what does it even mean for Hamas to agree to a ceasefire? Like, I mean, like a hostage deal or something like that. But it's like Hamas isn't, like, they're not really fighting anymore. So I mean, even the question, like, how could Hamas not agree to a ceasefire? But whatever statement, that's what happened. Where somehow it's like, well, there wasn't a ceasefire because Hamas rejected the terms, even though it appears that Hamas accepted all the terms, and Hamas even made further concessions. So I mean, if that's like Biden's story and he's sticking to it, like, yeah, there was supposed to be a ceasefire, but they, the dang Hamas, they just wouldn't accept it. So Israel had to go into Rafah. They had to keep on bombing, and I mean, that's probably the narrative that they're like. That's probably the narrative that they're going to stick with. Like, even if it did become a full genocide and they did kill every single person in Gaza, that Biden and his administration will probably keep on giving that narrative. Be like, well, it's Hamas's fault if they just agreed to that deal. So I mean, it's a real disaster situation. I think it is likely that any day Israel could be found guilty internationally of genocide. The international implications. Um, it's unclear with like the Biden going senile. Is Biden going like senile in the media, like an excuse for him not to cut ties with Israel? Or are you just completely out of it? You don't even care, or you're not following me? Like, did not clear to you that like Biden gave a clear red line? He was clearly asked multiple times about going into Rafah, and almost made statements as far as America would cut Israel off of military aid if it went into Rafah. Is that not like? Do you not remember that? Is that how you remember?
No, not
You don't
specific.
remember like clear questions to Biden in interviews like 2 months ago about Rafah being a red line, and meaning red line that America would stop giving military aid to Israel if they went into Rafah? That's not sounding familiar to you?
Not particularly, maybe in a vague sense, what's interpreted as an invasion.
So I mean, that's what he said. Is like, oh, it's not really an invasion. They're not. I mean, so if you're saying that like, he didn't. I mean, he kind of like that's what the media and the senior Democratic politicians are. They're giving like like an out like, oh, they didn't really go into Rafah. They didn't really cross the red line. Had they crossed the red line, then we might have had to do something. But they didn't actually cross the red line. And now like Biden's senile, and everyone's trying to get him to drop out. But it's like well, meanwhile, Israel has been killing more people, I think, in the last few weeks than like they've stepped up the war effort.
Mhm.
And so it's just kind of been a backstory. Like on the New York Times now, like the Israel stuff is like, like page 6 now.
Sure.
It's not even first page news anymore. Even though, like the war has escalated. So just like, I mean, God forbid, like, okay, like 100 innocent Palestinians killed in a bombing. That's now all of a sudden like page 6 news. You didn't even hear about it.
Yeah, of course not.
What do you mean? Of course not. I'm saying it's just like willful blindness on your own part. Like, how the hell have you not heard about it?
Just nothing in particular that I've seen. If that's more further down.
I mean,
Um,
I read the Jewish papers. So the Jewish papers,
yeah.
they posted it like they thought they like that it was a huge victory that they finally killed the Hamas guy, and mentioned, oh, by the way, 100 people were killed in the attack. And then like the next day is like, oh, we probably didn't get him. But I'm saying like I saw because I read the Israeli papers, or like I'm following it. But I'm saying like even the Jewish papers, like if you were reading like the more right wing Jewish papers for like a day, or like on Twitter, you had like celebrations, like they finally got their guy, they finally killed. I mean, Mohammed Daif, they finally killed him, and for like a day straight there was all sorts of stuff on Twitter. Jewish uh, periodicals were like celebrating they finally got the guy, and down on the story mentioned, oh, by the way, 100 people were killed, half of them definitely women and children, and 300 other people were injured. um, and then the next day the statement's coming out, well, they're not actually sure that they got him.
Uh-huh.
And so, I mean, the New York Times had an article, but I'm saying, like, if you're following it, there's no way, like, you just turned it off. You're not following the war anymore. It's like the war in Ukraine, where,
Hmm.
like, like, I mean, when's the last time you followed like the day to day, on the ground update of what's happening in Ukraine?
Only kind of when that's been highlighted, maybe months ago.
Yeah, but I'm saying the war's been going on for years, and like hundreds of people are
Mhm.
still dying every day, probably, mostly Ukrainians.
Yeah.
And so just like you kind of like shut it off, pretend it's not happening. And so that's what's happened with people in Israel. You got to just shut it off. You're not paying attention to the fact that hundreds hundreds of Palestinians might still be being killed every single day. So I mean, it's an unfortunate state of affairs. um I mean, the protests have gotten smaller. um like the Palestinian, like there's something at Wayne State tomorrow, encampment. I mean, they basically shut down the protest. There's minor protests like in Manhattan, big cities. uh the Los Angeles, I mean, there's another like land event in Queens coming up this week, where they're going to protest like a Israel land event. But yeah, he's kind of like fallen out. So I mean, it's unfortunate because I mean, it's just a disaster. Israel's gotten into a never-ending war, and instead of moving towards a peaceful resolution, Israel's killing more people now than it has in a long time. And I mean, that's probably their strategy, because they might feel that, depending on how Netanyahu does in a few weeks, that they might pull the plug. So Israel wants to do as much damage as possible. I'm not sure if there's an Isle of Arran guy trying to get in. I see you on the bottom, but you don't have a device connected. So you don't have any comment on that?
Not in particular. I assume they're going to have to try to verify who else they want to go after, in particular, who's considered the commanders. And based on their intelligence, they're going to have to try and figure out, I think, from a military standpoint, if they got this deaf individual and who else they want to target that would potentially cause kind of a reassessment of wondering how Hamas will respond.
Well, I mean, there's really nothing they could do. I mean, if they're surviving, they're in the tunnels. I mean, basically, like, Israel's probably going to have to pull out, and then Hamas is going to retake control of Gaza, and Israel wants to cause as much damage as possible, well, it still can, before they pull the plug. And whether they get a few more senior guys or not, that's unlikely going to make a difference to Hamas retaking charge. And how many people they're willing to kill. So if you're Israel right now and the right wing people, you think, okay, they only have another month left till they pull the plug. Um, could they kill another 5,000 people in the next month, and just say, like, even if they're only getting 10% Hamas, they figure like Rafah, they have Rafah's like a strong point, but there's so many civilians there that if they could get another 500 to 1,000 Hamas people, it pays to kill 10,000 civilians. And so that's what Israel is calculating right now. How many more people can they kill and get away with it? Because I don't think legitimately they think they're going to defeat Hamas. And at this point, almost all the senior advisors in Israel are saying that Hamas will be the one in control of Gaza, soon, whenever the peace, whatever happens. And I mean, that's the problem with the ceasefire deal. Like, the Israel wants a hostage deal that basically is a complete ceasefire, gets all the bodies, all the hostages, but they also reserve the right to continue the war to prevent Hamas from retaking control of Gaza.
Uh-huh.
And other than that, like, that seems unlikely. So, saying that what Israel's going to do about it, they really, all they could do is kill a few more people before they pull out.
Mm-hmm.
And it appears that's what they're doing. They're gonna, and so if it's we could have 50,000 dead before it's over, plus, like, the collateral damage. It could be 300,000 people are going to be dead. Rafah will be uninhabitable also. I mean, it's a complete disaster. And it just seemed like, I mean, like I said, like, American Jews, you want to say complicit, turning a blind eye. Like, I would go as far as say, like, complicit. And what's going to happen at the Republican convention?
Mm-hmm.
It could be strong support for Israel.
Probably.
Like, they've rebrought in Nikki Haley. There could be, Trump. I mean, there could be, basically, finish them, do what it takes, and then Netanyahu comes and into the Democratic convention. I mean, this is going to be a complete disaster with the American backing of saying, like, you could have, is Israel, God forbid, it's saying, like, if you don't think that what they've done already is genocide, to think that they could clearly just start killing masses of people over the next few months, God forbid, is extremely likely. And you're saying the danger of the American Jewish community being complicit by not recognizing this, by just thinking, yeah, it's not so bad. Like, another few hundred, like, okay, they're bombing the refugee camp, they crossed the red line. Like, okay, they killed 100 people, 50 women and children to possibly get one Hamas guy. Yeah, that sounds reasonable. Um, God forbid. Um, I mean, it's embarrassing. It's a shame. I think. Do you go to the Jewish Voice for Peace events?
No.
Do you go with Rabbi Alberts there?
Not really. I would have to find out when and where. I was I had found out that there was a major counter protest through a kind of semi-organized offend Jew hatred. They think they had maybe possibly 200 in kind of like countering the small group of voice people outside of the Holocaust Museum today.
When today?
Yes.
Well, there's an event in Ferndale, the First Union Methodist Church. Is that where Jewish Voice for? Is that where Takia meets, or that's a different church? That's Presbyterian.
Yes, it's a Methodist church.
Is it the First United? I mean, so it looks like there's a. Um, it looks like there's an event at the where Takia meets tomorrow with Jewish Voice for Peace.
Hmm.
Although it didn't. I'm not sure if Takia or mentioning it, but if they're hosting it at the same church. I mean, they hosted the event with Elon Papi there. Rabbi Alpert spoke. And that's, I mean, just a regular board meeting. Yeah, I don't know the benefit of this protest or protesting at the Holocaust Museum. The logic of it. I mean, Jewish Voice for Peace did. I'm just looking on Facebook if I see any pictures or anything about it.
most of the footage I've seen is just of the counter demonstration.
Yeah, I don't see any post. I don't see any post about it or news story. I mean, the protest movement has declined or decreased, and because really, I mean, there's so many problems facing America, the news coverage. Yeah, I mean it's not my style. I wouldn't. Yeah, I'm not sure. Like God forbid. Uh, I wouldn't have went to that protest or the counter protest. I'm not really a protest kind of guy. I'm not sure how much it helps or benefits, but I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if there was more counter protesters than protesters. Okay, well, you got anything else, or maybe I'll return to my research.
Yes, you can, as I'm basically done for the night. Just kind of interesting how this week will proceed. And I also wanted to mention, while awaiting this verdict, there's another trial coming up that's kind of resuming just with a competency hearing this Tuesday of, I believe he's only 18, and that of a murder in Highland Park that had been committed last year, June, in a motel. The victim had been a transgender woman of color. So, with her presumed killer only being 18, this is going to be rather interesting. What was the exact motive, the figuring out how was this solved nearly a year later, and was this in particular a hate crime? And I think they were going to try not guilty, but hard to tell under what circumstances. So that's just the next big case that I've been monitoring for a while.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. This, I said, like, this is the first true crime case that I have ever followed in my life.
Yeah.
And I don't really follow that much. I mean, try to be civically active a little bit, but it's unlikely I'm going to be covering more of the, like I'll like this case. If there's any update, I'll probably cover it. Although I think it might disappear, so it would just be like if it is a hung jury, and then there might be like a statement every once in a while. But so I'll probably just move on. This is the first time I've ever really covered it. I don't plan on moving into that. Like usually I do consciousness research in general. I don't cover much politics. I do talk about Israel often, but it said like Israel's kind of been at a standstill recently also. And so it's unlikely I'm move on. If it is, I'll mention next week what happens and make some comments on it, but there's probably not going to be that much to cover. And I'll just go back to my research. I'm going to go back to my research even right now. So I guess you have any closing statements, or else I'll let you go.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Kind of just wondering what will transpire, and lots of different scenarios possible. Those will only go into motion once this jury has made a decision or the lack thereof. So,
Yeah, I'm looking on Twitter, and I could see a trend that might be unfortunate and go back to previous wars. where the larger protests die down and the strategy will switch to protesting Jewish institutes and organizations.
Hmm.
I mean, it wouldn't be surprising. And I mean, because there's definitely going to be continued protest, but maybe not. I mean, it could be the Democratic Convention. I mean, they might try to completely squash it. Whether there's going to be mass Palestinian protest at the Democratic Convention or not
Hmm.
um, is unclear. And if they can't keep up the sustained protests, then they might switch to the strategy of targeting Jewish institutions. And those will probably be mixture of Jewish and Palestinian, or a collaboration. So you probably but we'll see with that. Like, I'll keep posted on that with but the summer protest isn't happening. Okay, so I'm gonna say Shema Yisrael, and then I'll get back into my research.
Yep. So have a good night.
Okay, so thanks, Richard, for joining. And it's been a long time since I've been reading articles. So Week in Review for quite a while. I was reading articles and articles and articles, and then God forbid, with the Samantha Woll trial, I'd been covering that. I had quite a few guests. Richard's been on quite a few times. At Tracy, and Mr. Boston. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. There's like a we. I mean, like I've flipped through Sefer Yetzirah. I mean, like, that's not what I focus on. The study of it. I mean, like, if you study it, we could talk about it. But I mean, go for it if it's interesting to you. But I don't think it's likely that I'm going to cover that on Week in Review, or even make a like a text study video of something like that. Like, eventually, if I finish in the metaphysics series, I might try to do a comparison or historical analysis of Kabbalah. But I mean, it's extremely unlikely I'm going to do actually, like, go through one of these books. But yeah, I mean, you keep me posted. Like, if you're going through it, it's interesting, you keep me posted. Or if you did want to come on Week in Review and talk about it. But I did a few of those books, like Duties of the Heart. I don't think I'm going to do that again. I mean, if I had like a large audience demand or people watching, but like my viewership, I think it's very unlikely. If there was someone IRL, like I knew, like Michael, locally, that wanted to study Jewish text, I might. But I mean, that's why I got Discord or DM. Definitely encourage people to study Torah, whatever interests them. Although Kabbalah is usually the it's a mission in Pirkei Avos. The essence is halakha. Basic things. Kabbalah is like the dessert, the extra. So within that, to recommend studying Kabbalah. Okay, so I wanted to start doing a deep dive into conspiracy theory, and I'm almost ready to do my next Portraits in Metaphysics series. It might start this week, and I was going to do John Locke, Bishop George Berkeley, uh, um, Schopenhauer, Hegel, and David Hume, and like some of the big names in European philosophy, in just like a large overview of the major topics in metaphysics by going over some of the major names: Hegel, Locke, Hume, Schopenhauer, and Barclay, and it's been a while, so hopefully I'll. I didn't see anything about Locke being a Rosicrucian. Like, I'm just going to go through the Stanford Encyclopedia, and I didn't finish Locke. I finished the other four. Locke is the one I'm doing right now. I didn't see anything about him being a Rosicrucian, but it might not mention that on the Stanford Encyclopedia. So that's not going to be something I cover in the portrait series. Although if I find something interesting, maybe I'll do it on Week in Review, or if you want to come on and talk about that, do your own research and share your research on that. Feel free. So I'm going to continue with the metaphysics series, although I've been taking it slower because it's a lot of research. And I've been doing a lot of reading. I got a whole bunch of books. I just got the Elon Pape book on the history of Zionism. Now I have stuff on American pragmatism. I still want to cover John Dewey and his theory of mind. So I have a bunch of articles on Dewey. I have quite a few articles on conspiracy theory. Hopefully next week I will do my deep dive into conspiracy theory. So this week I will do my introduction to conspiracy theory. Next week, hopefully the deep dive. And then also I'm going to continue on with the gifted and talented education. So hopefully this week I'll do the introduction to conspiracy theory. Okay, God bless. I encourage you to do your studies or research. If you gather some interest, you could appear and share your research on Week in Review. Other than that, it's basically you just telling me what you're reading you find interesting. So if you prepare yourself, you could be a guest. But yeah, my time's limited, so I can't research everything. So this week I'm going to do my introduction to conspiracy theory. If I have it in me, I'm also going to finally read this long article on the social construction of enemies, Jews, and the representation of evil, about the philosophy of anti-Semitism. And I wanted to read this quick article by William James, how two minds can know one thing. And consider this, you're related to the pragmatism and just of minor interest and different research that interests me. But this is kind of the precursor to conspiracy theory, because the basis of conspiracy theory is people secretly working towards the same end. So in order for a conspiracy to exist, first you need joint consciousness. You need two minds knowing the same thing, and then even being able to conspire towards the same ends. So, if you think it's just, kind of obvious, like, well, obviously two minds, it's the metaphysical, psychological, philosophical precursors are actually quite difficult to even explain. How is it possible for two minds to know the same thing, let alone for two minds to work towards the same goal and then have a conspiracy, that there'd be a meeting of two minds that is in difference to the majority of minds. So consider this William James article, how two minds can know one thing, as the precursor to conspiracy theory. This one's relatively short, from 1905, William James, and this was in a psychology journal. How two minds can know one thing. In an article in this journal entitled "Does Consciousness Exist?" I've tried to show that when we call experience conscious, that does not mean that it's suffused throughout with a peculiar modality of being, psychic being, as the stained glass may be suffused with light, but rather that it stands in certain determinate relations to another portion of experience extraneous to itself. These form one peculiar context for it, well taken in another context of experiences. We class it as a fact in the physical world. This pen, for example, is in the first instance a bulb that a datum, fact, phenomenon, content, or whatever other neutral or ambiguous name you may prefer to apply. I call it in that article a pure experience. To get classed either as a physical pen or as someone's precept of a pen. It must assume a function, and that can only happen in a more complicated world. So far as in the world, it is a stable feature, holds ink, marks paper, and obeys the guidance of a hand. It is a physical pen. That is what I mean by being physical in pen. So far, it is unstable, on the contrary, coming and going with the movements of my eyes, altering with what I call my fancy, continuous with subsequent experiences of it having been in the past tense. It is the percept of a pen in my mind. These peculiarities are what we mean by being conscious in a pen. In section 6 of another article, I tried to show that the sum numerically identical pen of pure experience can enter simultaneously into many conscious contexts, or in other words, be an object for many different minds. I admitted that I had not space to treat of certain possible objections in this article, but in a subsequent article, I took some of the objections up. At the end of that article, I said that still more formidable sounding objections remain. So to leave my pure experience theory is as strong a state as possible, I propose to consider those objections now. The objections I previously tried to dispose of were purely logical or dialectical. No one identical term, whether physical or psychical, it had been said, could be the subject of two relations at once. This thesis I sought to prove unfounded. The objections that now confront us arise from the nature supposed to inherent psychic facts specifically. Whatever may be the case with physical objects, a fact of consciousness, it is alleged, and indeed very plausibly, cannot without self-contradiction be treated as a portion of two different minds, and for the following reasons. If the physical world we make with impunity the assumption that one and the same material object can figure in an indefinitely large number of different processes at once, when, for instance, a sheet of rubber is pulled at its four corners, a unit of rubber in the middle of the sheet is affected by all four of the pulls. It transmits them each as if it pulled in four different ways at once itself. So an air particle or an ether particle compounds the different directions of movement imprinted on it without obliterating their several individualities. It delivers them distinct, on the contrary, at as many several receivers, ear, eye, or whatnot, as may be turned to that effect. The apparent paradox of a distinctness like this surviving in the midst of a compounding is a thing which I fancy the analysis made by physicists have by this time succinctly cleared up. But if on the strength of these analogies one should ask why, if two or more lines can run through one and the same geometrical point, or if two or more distinct processes of activity can run through one and the same physical things, so that it simultaneously plays a role in each and every process, might not two or more streams of personal consciousness include one and the same unit of experience, so that it would simultaneously be part of the experience of all the different minds? One would be checked by thinking of a certain peculiarity by which phenomenon of consciousness differ from physical things. While physical things, namely, are supposed to be permanent and to have their states, a fact of consciousness exists, but once and is a state. Its essay is satire. It is only so far as it is felt, and it is unambiguously and unequivocally exactly what is felt. The hypothesis under consideration would, however, oblige it to be felt equivocally, felt now as part of my mind, and again at the same time not as part of my mind but of yours, for my mind is not yours. And this would seem impossible without doubling it into two distinct things, or in other words, without reverting to the ordinary dualistic philosophy of insulated minds, each knowing its object representatively as a third thing, and that would be to give up the pure experience scheme altogether. Can we see then any way in which a unit of pure experience might enter into and figure in two diverse streams of consciousness without turning itself into two units, which, on our hypothesis, it must not be? There is a way, and the first step towards it is to see more precisely how the unit enters into either one of the streams of consciousness alone. Just what from being pure does it becoming conscious once mean? It means first that new experiences have supervened, and second that they have borne a certain assignable relation to the unit supposed. Continue, if you please, to speak of the pure unit as the pen, so far as the pen's successor do but repeat the pen, or being different from it are energetically related to it, and they will form a group of stability existing physical things. So far, however, As its successors differ from it in another well-determined way, the pen will figure in their context not as a physical but as a mental fact. It will become a passing precept, my precept of that pen. What now is that decisive, well-determined way? In the chapter on the self and my principles of psychology, I explained the continuous identity of each personal consciousness as a name for the practical fact that new experiences come which look back on the old ones, find them warm, and greet and appropriate them as mine. These operations mean, when analyzed empirically, several tolerably definite things. One, that the new experience has past time for its content, and that time a pen that was. Two, that warmth was also about the pen in the sense of a group of feelings, interest around, attention turned, eyes employed, that were closely connected with it, and that now recur and evermore recur with unbroken vividness, though from the pen of now, which may be only an image, all such vividness may have gone. Three, that these feelings are the nucleus of me. Four, that whatever once was associated with them was, at least for that one moment, mine, my implement, if associated with hand feelings, my precept only, if only eye feelings and attention feelings were involved. The pen realized in this retrospective way as my precept thus figures as a fact of conscious life, but it is not so only so far as appropriation has occurred, and appropriation is part of the content of a latter experience, wholly additional to the original pure pen. That pen, virtually both objective and subjective, is at its own moment actually and intrinsically neither. It has to be looked back upon and used in order to be classed in either distinctive way, but its use, so-called, is in the hands of the other experience, while it stands throughout the operation passive and unchanged. And this, if this pass muster as an intelligible account of how experience originally pure can enter into one's consciousness, the next question is as to how it might conceivably enter into two. Obviously, no new kind of condition would have to be supplied. All that we should have to postulate would be a second subsequent experience, collateral and contemporary with the first subsequent one, in which a similar act of appropriation should occur. The two acts would interfere neither with one another nor with the originally pure pen. It would sleep undisturbed in its own past, no matter how many such successors went through their several appropriative acts. Each would know it is my precept, each would class it as a conscious fact, nor need their so classing it interfere in the least with their classing it is the same time as a physical pen, since the classing in both cases depends upon the taking of it in one group or another of associates. If the superseding experience were of wide enough span, it could think the pen in both groups simultaneously and yet distinguish the two groups. It would then see the whole situation comfortably to what we call the representative theory of cognition, and that is what we do all spontaneously do. As a man philosophizing popularly, I believe that what I see myself writing with a double, I think it in its relations to physical nature and also in its relations to my personal life. I see that it is in my mind, but that it also is a physical pen. The paradox of the same experience figuring the two consciousness seems thus no paradox at all. To be conscious means not simply to be, but to be reported, known, to have awareness of one's being added to that being, and this is just what happens when the appropriative experience supervenes. The pen experience in it originally immediacy is not aware of itself, it simply is, and the second experience is required for what we call awareness of it to occur. The difficulty of understanding what happens here is therefore not a logical difficulty. There is no contradiction involved. It is an ontologically difficulty. Rather, experiences come on an enormous scale, and if we take them all together, they come in a chaos of incommensurable relations that we can not straighten out. We have to abstract different groups of them and handle these separately if we are to talk of them at all. But how the experiences ever get themselves made, or why their characters and relations are just such as appear, we cannot begin to understand. Granting, however, that by hook or crook that they can get themselves made and can appear in the successions that I have so schematically described, then we have to confess that even although, as I began by quoting from the adversary, a feeling only is as it is felt, there is still nothing absurd in the notion of its being felt in two different ways at once, as yours, namely, and as mine. It is indeed mine only as it is felt as mine, and yours only as it is felt as yours, but it is felt as neither by itself, but only when owned by our two several remembering experiences, just as one undivided estate is owned by several heirs. One word now, before I close, about the corollaries of the views set forth. Since the acquisition of conscious quality on the part of an experience depends upon a context coming to it, it follows that the sum total of all experiences having no context cannot strictly be called conscious at all. It is an absolute, a pure experience on an enormous scale, undifferentiated and undifferentiable into thought and thing. This the post-Kantian idealists have always practically acknowledged by calling their doctrine and identitatis philosophiae, the question of the Besoin of the all of things ought not then even be asked. No more ought the question of its truth to be asked, for truth is a relation inside of the sum total, obtaining between thoughts and something else, and thoughts, as we have seen, can only be contextual things. In these respects, the pure experiences of our philosophy are in themselves considered so many little absolutes, the philosophy of pure experience being only a more communicated identity philosophy. Meanwhile, pure experience can be postulated with any amount whatever of span or field, if it exerts the retrospective and appropriative function of any other piece of experience, the latter thereby enters into its own conscious stream, and in this operation, time intervals make no essential difference. After sleeping, my retrospection is as perfect as it is between the two successive waking moments of my time. Accordingly, if millions of years later, similarly retrospective experiences should anyhow come to birth, my present thought would, from a genuine portion of its long span conscious life, form a portion, I say, but not in the same sense that two things could be entitatively or substantively one. They cannot, for they are numerically discrete facts, but only in the sense that the functions of my present thought, its knowledge, its purpose, its content, and consciousness, in short, being inherited, would be continued practically unchanged. Speculations like Fechner's of earth soul or wider spans of consciousness enveloping narrow and throughout the cosmos are therefore philosophically quite in order, provided they distinguish the functional from the entative point of view and do not treat the minor consciousness under discussion as a kind of standing material of which the wider ones consist. Okay, so yeah, that was a little bit technical. A Spark, God bless. Thanks for tuning in. I see you again, Isle of Man, but it says your device is not connected, so you need at least a microphone connected. So if you're trying to get on, you got to at least connect a microphone. So yeah, I'm going to do further deep dives into this. I have a lot of stuff about John Dewey, mental causation. I have interesting thing about Dewey on monism. So stay tuned for this article some point in the next few weeks on John Dewey and the mind-body problem in the context of the case of neutral monism. So, looking back to William James and his question of you're leading up to conspiracy theory, but just looking at the question of how the mind knows something, how two minds could know the same thing. So if you're just talking like a physical object, like a pen that William James is talking about, what's the difference between the pen, the object, and the pen, the concept in my mind? And then what about two different people that have a same mental representation of one physical object? And then, James is a monist along with Dewey at the time, go further into monism, to take a monistic view. And then, William James theories on identity in the self, where like William James said, a person has as many selves as there are people that know them. So you're talking like a cup or a physical object versus something like a person and an identity, to say, okay, there's a Duvid, there's how I recognize myself, and that could just be the physical form of Duvid. Some of those things might be semi-objective, like my weight. some of my features versus, yeah, William James was at Harvard, and some of them are subjective, like my personality and my narrative. And so if you have two different people, they have, just the perception of the physical character of Duvid versus subjective features like my personality, my motives, in the interpretation of my narrative. So William James says there's as many social selves as there are people who recognize you. That all the various people who are, if there's 12 people watching Duvid right now, each of the 12 people watching me have a different perception of who is Duvid, what are my motives, what do I stand for, as opposed to a new person who met me or heard about me might have a different narrative. No, Isla Man, your microphone's not working. So something's wrong with your microphone. If you could fix it, maybe we could talk. But I mean, if it's probably going to be bad quality anyways. But it's not just your camera; it's your microphone also. So to move into a conspiracy theory, you're looking at a bunch of unknowns. So just like the William James, how two minds could know the same pen, versus something much more like a conspiracy theory where you're talking about coordinating actions between multiple people and motives. And some of that might be objective, like communications, that the people have communicated some of their motives either orally or written, verbally, versus what does it mean for people to coordinate their actions. If it's like and so this is a precursor to conspiracy theory. How two minds could know the same thing is a precursor to conspiracy theory, because conspiracy theory is talking about multiple people working towards the same objective. Usually, we'll look at the neutral view of conspiracy theory versus the pejorative negative view towards conspiracy theory. So let's just see if we got Isle of Man. Hello?
Yes, hey. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think my mic was just muted. I didn't realize. I thought there was some issue with the browser not accepting my microphone or something, but
okay. Yeah, I couldn't even bring you up unless you have to have at least a microphone working.
How you doing?
Very good. Have we spoken before?
I don't believe we have.
You've been in the chat.
I found you through. It was kind of indirectly through. What's his name? The guy you were doing the Partners in Torah videos with.
Charles Moskowitz.
Yeah, Charles Moskowitz. Yeah, and I was part of a project for a while called Red Pill Religion. He had been on. There's a guy named Dean Esme, who kind of started it, and he had Charles Moskowitz on one of that Red Pill Religion videos, and
well, how long ago was this? I mean, I streamed weekly with Charles Moskowitz for over a year.
It was
3 years ago, and then we've only watched a few times since. I mean, he stopped. I mean, he might still stream, but our weekly program, we changed times, and we weren't able to continue it. Although we still talk every few months. Maybe only like twice a year the last 2 years.
I don't remember exactly when it was. I think it was probably around 2020, somewhere around then.
Okay. I mean, then we talked every week for over a year. I mean, your handle looked familiar if you were in the chat back then. I mean, we were on YouTube, then he got kicked off of YouTube, and then he rebranded, and they switched from we were doing the afternoon, then he was doing it 10 o'clock at night, and then he stopped streaming, and then he started back, and from then we never picked up our weekly thing, although we're still in contact and said talk a few times a year. But well, welcome. Glad you're tuning in. I mean, I'm not sure if you what you wanted to talk about, or if you're what?
Well, I know I kind of probably jumped in a bit late as far as I mean I was trying to get in to talk with you guys about the whole Israel thing because I'd been pretty involved with that for a long time.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the main things I'm covering. I mean, Richard didn't seem to. We were. I mean, God forbid, just the last month. I mean, the Samantha Woll case and the trial. So I've been covering that. But I've been covering Israel. I mean, like constantly since the war, October 7th, and I mean, really, I used to cover more Judaism, but since the war started, been talking more about that. I mean, you want to give some sort of like background, or I mean, if you're anonymous and don't want to give any background, that's okay. But if you don't want to give some background, like who you are, education, or streaming,
No, it's fine. I mean, my full name is actually very Scottish because I was born in Scotland. My full name is Arran Thompson, but I am a Jew by birth. My mother's Jewish, and I've been very interested in this whole topic, partially because my mother she volunteered during the 6-Day War. She was living there on a kibbutz. I don't know which kibbutz she was living on at the time, but she was living in one of the kibbutzes. And she volunteered to serve in the 6-Day War, and she had told me all these stories, about when she lived there, and when she basically, her job was to clear out buildings that had been burned. And
when you're saying volunteering, you're implying that she wasn't an actual soldier.
Correct. Yeah, she just kind of said, "Yeah,
she was there when it happened." I mean, she's not Israeli, or she was as a foreign citizen, and she was there, and so she was there when the war broke out and just volunteered to help in whatever capacity she could.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, and her side of the family are all from the East Coast. I mean, she was born in Long Island, so I mean, they're all pretty heavily connected. My grandfather owned a clothing business for pretty much his whole life, and things like that. So, and then they were pretty, like, my grandfather, they celebrated all the holidays, right? But they weren't, my grandfather, according to my aunt, my grandfather was an atheist.
So your mother married a non-Jew and ended up going to live with him in Scotland, where you were born?
Right, yeah, and that was later. That was after the 6-Day War. But, so...
she was a secular Jew from Long Island, but connected enough to Judaism that she went to Israel and was on a kibbutz, happened to be during the 6-Day War, and then somehow she meets your father, they fall in love and move to Scotland, and you're the product, and you're another.
Yeah. I mean, she was a Reformed Jew.
You were raised Jewish, or half. Your father converted, or you ever
basically, I grew up in a Reformed. They were Reformed Jews, and so
in Scotland, or
in the United States.
Okay,
I moved back to the United States. I only lived in Scotland for a year, and then moved back to the United States because my mother is from here. And
you like me, I mean, say my father's agnostic and allowed, and I mean, I was the only one who had interest in Judaism, was bar mitzvah, but my father didn't have strong identity, just kind of like generic white, not even really a strong white identity, but he was agnostic. He kind of liked Judaism, but didn't believe it was true, but didn't have any problems with me identifying as Jewish or participating as a Jew. but he
Yeah,
never
that's
he
kind
kind
of
of liked Jews, think Jews are smart, work hard, do good in business. But he just didn't think it was true, wouldn't have converted to Judaism because he didn't think it was true.
yeah. I mean, that's kind of how my mother was. I lived with my mother. I was raised by my mother for most of my life,
Oh,
and
your parents were separated.
she was,
Thank God my parents are still together, always together.
yeah, she got divorced with my father when I was pretty young, and so she was pretty lax. Like we celebrated Christmas when I was growing up, because she thought it would be fun for me, and so she was really lax, like
Okay, I know
almost
that's typical.
too lax in some ways.
I mean,
But
these days with Israel, the rise of Orthodoxy, you could feel embarrassed of it. I'm saying that's the typical American Jewish experience. I mean, did you become Orthodox or go to yeshiva, or eventually have become like a Baal Tshuva, or you just have like a stronger Jewish identity, Zionism?
I mean, I was bar mitzvahed and everything,
I mean,
but
Reform.
after I was bar mitzvahed, I basically just lost interest, and for a long time anyway, I lost interest. And then when I was older, like I'm close to 50 now, and when I was older, when I was probably in my 30s, I started wanting to reconnect, and and I explored all these different I went to different synagogues, and just to kind of searched around, and I was living in the Pacific Northwest at the time in Oregon, and I mean, I still really haven't.
You never like went to Israel or went to a yeshiva.
No, I never.
You never.
And I feel kind of horrible about that.
You
too.
never you never had an Orthodox period where you went to an Orthodox synagogue, like attempted to fully immerse yourself in Orthodoxy.
I've gone to an Orthodox synagogue a couple of times, different ones, but I never really. The one here, actually, part of the reason I haven't here. Excuse me. I currently live in the in the Phoenix area right now, and there's a Chabad synagogue not too far from where I live. But
yeah, but there's not strong Orthodoxy on the West Coast. I mean, besides for Los Angeles, even Los Angeles doesn't have strong Orthodoxy. So I mean, you would have had to have went to the East Coast or to Israel, and if you didn't come onto it till you're a grown man, the chance that you would be able to take such a large amount of time off becomes less. So I mean, it is what it is. Like you say, like you're.
I mean, there's a small
bad about it, or you're just your education level. If
there's a small Chabad community here that are pretty gung ho Orthodox, but the problem that I had the last time I attended services was that what is that?
I mean, if it's just a Chabad community, maybe there's a few, but I'm saying in order for you to learn how to be an Orthodox Jew, it would probably be near impossible to do that in Phoenix. You would probably have to go to Israel for at least a year, or at least multiple months. Maybe you could go to New York. I mean, you could slowly pick up Orthodoxy, from Phoenix and like just the Chabad, but it'll probably take you a decade, and then you would still relatively know very little. So you'd have to. I mean, like I at 18, I just gave up everything in my life and went full time into Israel, and full 5 years of my life I dedicated basically to only Judaism.
So that must
at least a year. So even at your age, you still could, but it was just a practicality of learning the because it's a whole nother language. It's rituals that define basically every aspect of your life. The praying multiple times a day. It's a significant time investment.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, you could be Jewish on multiple levels. I mean, so most people are Jewish on a more social level, or Zionism, supporting Israel. And I mean, if you ever were you able to find a wife or have children?
No, not well. I had a child, and things didn't work out.
Is that a
just put it that
non-Jewish
way.
child? You had a child with a non-Jewish woman?
Yes, and that turned out to be kind of horrible in different ways. But
I mean, you don't have to get too personal, God forbid, but it was like if you had a Jewish child, then how you educated your child. So even if you're not, like now you could determine whether you wanted to send your kid to Jewish schools or to Israel, or your child would have a much easier time becoming Orthodox than you would.
Yeah, well, I mean,
even in Phoenix, like
she was raised. It was kind of a messy experience. I love my child dearly, but I'm talking specifically about the experience with her mother and just
to get into that. I mean, it's not just
it was just kind of I made a lot of mistakes. Let's just put it that way. I think that's one of the reasons I kind of, when I listen to you, sometimes I can connect with you on that level.
Yeah, I mean, God forbid you will make mistakes. You're relatively, like, yours is more the typical Jewish American experience.
I call myself a cultural Jew. That's what I tell people. Like I call myself a cultural Jew because I am. I mean, I'm a cultural Jew.
Well, I mean, it depends who you're talking to. I mean, you're saying you say that to other Jews, or that's what you say to non-Jews?
But to other Jews and to non-Jews, because I kind of, I accepted Christ when I was much younger, for example, and when I was 18, but I never really,
you never formally became part of a Jewish community. I mean, after
I never really formally became part of a Jewish community, and I never really, I got kind of sidetracked with a lot of other stupid stuff for a long time. And I don't know. I mean, it wasn't stupid. I'm glad I experienced.
Well, I mean, do you follow
But I just, there was a lot that I didn't know that I wish I had known, and if I would have known it, I wouldn't have done it, kind of thing. For example, like feminism is a big one. I kind of considered myself, at least, in alignment with feminism for many years because I thought it was good, and I thought it was virtuous and all that.
Is there someone else here? Someone else? BBC? Is that? Hello?
Nobody's here with me.
No, I mean another person took the link, BBC, but I don't see muted. I'm going to put you down in case it's God forbid, last time I got porn bombed or trolled. So, and if you came onto my Charles Moskowitz content, what type of content were you? What type of content were you? Were you just interested in Judaism, or were you like following anti-Semitism, counter-Semitism? Like, I mean, because me and Charles Moskowitz both speak regularly with leading, counter-Semites, but then we also just do regular educational, like Israel Torah stuff. But I mean, were you listening to like counter-Semites like E. Michael Jones or alt-righters, or you just?
Yes, and E. Michael Jones had actually been on some of the, at least a couple, I think, of the Red Pill Religion videos. He came on and he did some streams there, and I had mirrored.
And that's the majority of the people that listen to our content. Where, I mean, some of them, were people that were interested in, criticism of Jews, inner dialogue between Jews and our critics, which is not.
Yeah, I mean, I think
that was my specialty. Like, I mean, I'll do straight Judaism, but like I'm most popular for inner faith, denominational relations between Jew and Gentile, mostly with our harshest critics. And so that's how me and Charles Moskowitz came across each other, because that both. He's also kind of like a straight conservative political commentator, but that was our intersection, that we both we're having dialogue with critics of Judaism.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think one of the main reasons I was drawn to
your background would be obvious. Like, okay, you're a half Jew, you have a child with a non-Jewish woman that, and so like that you would be listening to critics of Judaism is also quite normal. And, so if you came across me and Charles from that, or even that, many critics of Judaism are Jewish, and especially partial blooded Jews that, if you're in the circles of critics of Judaism, you have a lot of people that are partially Jewish, and that half Jews or whatever could go back and forth between Philo and anti-Semitic is also quite normal. I mean, did you have like a counter-Semitic phase, or you were just where you were like a self-hating, or
I never really considered myself,
or you were just interested in the content, you were just listening to hear what the critics said?
I don't think I ever considered myself self-hating per se, but I studied conflict resolution many years ago. One of the first college classes that I took was a political science class that was also about conflict resolution, and I studied under the professor had lived in India for a while, I think for about half a year, and I can't remember what the man's name who he studied with in India, but he was the guy who he studied with in India was connected with Gandhi, and he was involved with this whole land rights movement there. And so I got kind of interested in conflict resolution then, and learning more about the whole Israeli-Palestine conflict, and then kind of also sort of applying theories of conflict resolution, to any kind of level of conflict, including inner conflict, conflict with other people, and so on and so forth, if that makes any sense. And
well, yeah, if you're saying, I mean, if it's, well, I mean, do you actually have like a formal? Are you like a background in psychology professionally? Or you're saying you just took a course on it? So, like your pet, side interest in?
No, actually, my degree is an undergraduate degree only, but my degree was in environmental science, and
like civil engineering.
No, I was going to for something possibly. I hadn't really figured out exactly what I wanted to do in that area. I wanted to make films. That's kind of one of the main reasons I.
Okay, we don't have to get too sidetracked. You just said environmental. I mean,
attending a university is because I wanted to work on films and I wanted to do media work. And then I'm
a civil engineer. I took environmental engineering, but you're saying environmental
science.
But
I wanted to kind of just go out and but my passion was for a long time I was kind of non-traditional, and I worked in with nonprofits, and I was very much into environmental protection and environmental litigation, and like I was a big green party enthusiast for a long time, and I'm kind of sad to say it because I don't really think green politics is
if you're in Oregon, you were an extremist leftist. That's common there.
I had some kind of I don't know. I went down some pretty interesting rabbit holes. Let's just put it that way. With a lot of that, and there's times when I would agree with the I don't know if you've ever looked into anarcho-primitivism or the like I went to, who Mike Rupert is? Michael Rupert, big whistleblower. He's really well known for blowing the whistle on the CIA for their involvement with drug trafficking and things like that. I actually visited him at his home before he died. It was in 2011 when I visited him. He ended up dying 3 years later.
No, not familiar, but
maybe
we get too sidetracked. I mean, do you stream regularly? Or are you used to telling your story like concisely, or?
I haven't streamed for a long time. I've been thinking about doing it again.
Did you used to have your own
regularly,
channel, or?
But he was Mike Rupert, and there's just look up the word collapsitarian. The term is collapsitarian. There's a bunch of people who believe that, basically we're doomed and everything is collapsing and there's nothing anybody can do about it, and we might as well just accept it and figure out how it's going to happen. And kind of like, he had a show Mike Rupert did called the Lifeboat Hour, and the lifeboat meaning, the whole idea of, if somebody's on if there's a bunch of people on a lifeboat and they're, in danger of drowning, and, who's going to be on the lifeboat first kind of thing. And so that's sort of a, symbol of collapsitarianism in a way. Right. And, and I had considered that, and I still do. And I, look at everything going on around.
Are there?
And
Is this like a left wing type thing? Collapsitarians?
I think there's a guy. I'm going to look up his name really fast because I don't remember it offhand. But he wrote a book called Geography of Nowhere. He's a collapsitarian, and he voted for Trump.
As opposed to, is anti-Semitism common among collapsitarians?
Well, okay, so it Mike Rupert is also considered to be the father of the 9/11 truth movement.
But he doesn't blame it on Israel.
He implicates Israel for sure. He implicates, the Mossad. He implicates.
I'm going to be speaking on Friday with
Kevin connected Barrett with Israel.
And but most of the people I'm speaking with are on the right wing.
There's a book he wrote, which I recommend you read it if you're interested, if you want to.
I mean, my time is limited for this.
It's called Crossing the Rubicon. He wrote the book Crossing the Rubicon.
Yeah, I mean, my time's already kind of limited to move into too many different things. I'm just, you're speaking to you, just trying to get a somewhat of bio than I don't have a. I mean, it's minorly interesting, but my research is overbooked right now to look into new things. Just saying, just interesting details about you versus, getting into your Judaism or how you come to Charles Moskowitz. I mean, he's a right-wing person, or E. Michael Jones, or to, like most of my content was with more right-wing, people, and a lot of Judeo-criticism coming from the right, as opposed to I just heard of this, but there's a connection to that, how like E. Michael Jones, or how you come to you switch from the conflict resolution. You like conflict resolution, and if that gets you into Jewish Gentile relations, or even listening to or conversing with the counter-Semites.
Well, yeah, and I was also involved with, Mike Rupert was a whistleblower. He called himself a whistleblower, and he's one of the reasons I, became interested in whistleblowers in general. So I kind of, there's a lot of whistleblowers who I guess they would be considered to be anti-Semitic by a lot of observant Jews, like Julian Assange, for example, and Colleen Rowley. That's another good one. I met her when I traveled to Minnesota, and I can't remember. Well, I mean, Edward Snowden, sort of. He didn't really talk about the Jews or anything like that, but.
Rupert looks like, I just put up. He's a police officer. You have to be a whistleblower. You have to be on the inside of something to have.
He was a police officer. He ended up being. He ended up devoting.
We didn't get too sidetracked.
All of his time to a blog called.
I don't get too sidetracked. Because with this stuff, So I mean, you were giving me your bio of like how you started listening to E. Michael Jones, and I mean, if you could try to be a little bit more brief, because like it's going to take too long for you to explain all those different things.
Well, I guess to make a long story short, I think I mainly wanted to sort of understand some of the kind of most hardcore critics. I wanted to understand their points of view on Israel and
Israel or Judaism in general,
and Judaism in general too, and understand why it is they think what they think.
I mean, were you sympathetic? Were you they had a point, like as a Jew, as a half Jew, or something? You could see that there's a lot of problems within Judaism, or you thought that they were conspiracy theorists that you were going to debunk, or you're saying as someone that you're worried about rising, like you're worried about bad behavior of Jews in general, that or you're trying to debunk conspiracy theories. It was like E. Michael Jones say the cause of anti-Semitism is bad Jewish behavior, or if you say like, no, these are just conspiracy theories that are falsely blaming things on Jews that aren't true, and you're going to debunk them, or just psychological, or are you from the saying like, no, there is a problem with bad Jewish behavior, and that's directly causing, or if you're even looking like maybe Israel was involved in 9/11.
Well, I guess kind of all of the above in a way. I mean, with E. Michael Jones, I haven't actually read his book yet. I anticipate on doing it, but based off of what I've heard of him and some articles I've read of his and things like that, and posts I've seen, because I'm connected with him through social media, he has valid points in terms of all the ways in which Jews have turned away from Hashem and have turned their backs on Hashem, and
Just the Jewish revolutionary spirit, and you're saying that there is problematic group Jewish behavior. Like, I mean, did you read Kevin McDonald and his Cultural Critique?
I haven't read that. No.
I mean, you just say there is factually group conflict of interest, and that Jews collectively as a group push to move society in a different direction than other groups, say most notably Europeans, whites, and that there's a legitimate conflict of interest between the direction that Jews want to take society and the direction that Europeans want to take society.
I haven't read his work, but that makes complete sense to me, and I think it's interesting too, just based on my own personal experience. For example,
if you're going to assess like a conspiracy theory, whether there's Jews who are doing something subversive or not, or something specific like the pornography business, Hollywood, finances, but just saying like, of course, there's groups, and groups have conflict of interest and differences where as a sum total average have a different direction that they would like to push society in, and that could be the most obvious is like promoting immigration and multiculturalism, where generally in America or the West, it benefits Jews to promote immigration and multiculturalism, as opposed to
in a way, I kind of don't differentiate it all that much with any of the other minority groups. In
that could be. I was saying that there's conflict of interest between Jews and blacks. There's group conflict of interest between Europeans and Indians. Like, I'm just saying there is such a thing as groups, and there is group conflict of interest, and you could look at groups and measure average character traits or pushes of society, and you can compare that against others, and there's going to be conflict of interest. And then if you're involved in conflict resolution, the first thing is to recognize that there are different groups that have different interests, and then to try to resolve that conflict. And if you could say, well, as a Jew, it's better for me the more immigration and multiculturalism versus like as a European, it's worse for me the more multiculturalism and immigration, then we could have some sort of conflict resolution acknowledging that. Or say like it's certain things will be zero sum. So like usually I'm willing to make that assessment. A lot of Jews will reject that, or then even say like, well, like, okay, like I'm a Orthodox Jew and I oppose abortion and homosexuality and pornography. However, I accept that a lot of the leading people in those fields are Jewish, and I don't think that's essential to, like, so what, like the Charles Moskowitz, E. Michael Jones argument, where E. Michael Jones would say abortion, is a central Jewish value. And it's like, no, it's not. It goes completely against Jewish values. But then we're like, well, why do so many Jews think it is or say it is? And it's like, well, because they're bad Jews. But if you're looking for more give and take, you say there are different groups with different interests, and those interests are in conflict. And like a Pat Buchanan view on Jews, if you're a conservative, and that you could see Jews as your political adversary, or even like Nicholas Fuentes in American First, you say, okay, like I like a lot of Jews, or various things, but relative to my political goals, the majority of Jews are on the opposite side, and I consider them my political adversaries.
I believe, yeah, there is. I definitely see
Finish like definitely like Zionism in Israel
between different groups of Jews, for sure.
And
I think
like definitely Israel and Zionism would come into that.
Judaism existed. I mean, I think that's existed since the first temple, or the second temple, the fall of the second temple. They're in the Jewish Civil War and all that stuff. There's no doubt.
Group conflict of interest is a fact of life that you have to constantly deal with from the day you're born until you die. You're part of a group, and there's other groups, and you're going to be in conflict with them. Sometimes.
But I do think I do believe Jews have just Jews in general. They have a certain kind of power that other groups don't have.
Well, how come you use the word they as opposed to we?
We. Well, I say they, we, same thing. We.
It's not the same thing. Hey, we're saying they is not including yourself. We is including yourself.
Okay, well then I'll use we. We have a certain kind of power that other groups of people don't have, and I hate using the word privilege because it's such a loaded word, because the left likes to throw it around in all the ways that they throw it around. But I do believe that we have a certain level of privilege that other people don't have.
Well, these are vague words.
And I thought about it for a long time, and I think I don't know if that's a good thing necessarily, in terms of, there's certain positive aspects of the privilege, that the level of privilege that we have as Jews, but there's certain negative aspects of it too, in terms of the way people are given privilege based off of their victimhood. And Jewish victimhood, that's been a problem for me on a very deeply personal level, in terms of being a Jew and my Jewish identity. I don't want to base my identity around my victimhood as a male, as a Jew, as a human being. I don't want to do that. I think it's just crappy to do. But I was socially engineered into doing that for a long time. And I think a lot of that happens more from leftist Jews and irreligious Jews than it does Orthodox religious Jews. That's something I've noticed.
We talk theologically, and then if you mean, especially if you're going to bring Zionism and Israel into it, and the biggest group of interest ever, with Israel arguably committing genocide and the U.S. being complicit in it, and where you have a huge conflict of interest between Judaism and Israel and basically everybody else in the world. And then they feed in, even if you're a right-wing Jew, to the victim complex, where you could make an argument. I mean, do you listen to Luke Ford ever? Are you familiar with him?
It's been a long time, but I have listened to his videos before. Yeah.
Okay, well, I still talk with him regularly, but I mean, if you're looking like some sort of like, like you support Zionism and you support, the war against Hamas, not because of a victim, but but basically, some sort of evolutionary or might makes right strategy. But even most right-wing Jews, religious Jews, still would give some sort of victim narrative in terms of like Zionism, the support. So I mean, you could say you should support Israel because Jews are better than Palestinians. Palestinians aren't as smart, aren't as useful to the world economy, are more barbaric, and so on and so on. And a lot of Jews, specifically right-wing Jews, do make that argument. Or you could give a victim, like, okay, even October 7th, or all the Arabs that are against us. And I mean, that's a little bit just like the narrative. So if you're saying, like if you support Israel, you support the war against Gaza, you support the complete destruction of Hamas. That doesn't have to be a victim narrative. In fact, you could straight up support genocide. God forbid, like I support the genocide of the Palestinian people because I want an Israel state, and I don't want to have to share it with Palestinian savages, God forbid, or anything like that, and has nothing to do with victimhood.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of the,
I mean, like
it's
Ben
all
Gvir,
about the
something like
people
that.
who say we're doing it all for self-defense. As far as the Israel-Hamas war,
Well, that's part of a victimhood narrative, even. Maybe you think like Ben Gvir is not arguing self-defense.
Well, I think the Jewish victimhood is always sort of somewhere in the background, no matter what. I think as a Jew, regardless of what kind of Jew you are.
I mean, you would say it's human
Regardless of
nature in
whether you're a
general.
left or you're Orthodox or you're irreligious, whatever.
I mean,
I think it's always
human
somewhere
nature
in the
general.
background. But what the main thing that I noticed, though, that I'm trying to get across is that I don't see a lot of the Orthodox super religious Jews wallowing in victimhood like I do with a lot of leftist Jews and Jews who are like Democrats and people who are I don't know if that makes any sense to you.
Well, of course. I mean, it's the deeper theology that you agree with E. Michael Jones, saying that anti-Semitism is exclusively caused by bad Jewish behavior, and even like the strong theological claim that even God forbid the Holocaust was punishment from God. We were not victims of non-Jews. We were punished by God for our bad deeds. So I mean, that's a theological claim that comes straight from the problem of evil. And so theologically, our God is all powerful, and no one has power over us other than God. If something as bad is happening to us, it is not. It's impossible to be a victim. The only person who has the power to victimize you is God. But God is all good and all powerful, and wouldn't victimize us. So if something bad is happening to us, it is our own fault. And so
Sure.
you can have
Yeah,
like a
and
strong theological
what
basis
you
that
just said is seems to be sort of the essence of the
it's
conservative.
theological definitional. You would say like victimhood status is heretical to um, a strong belief in God, because saying like,
Yeah.
how did those people get power over you? They
Yeah,
didn't.
it's
They
like
never did.
it's the same. Okay, yeah, and you're
It's heretical, and so if you have a strong but most Orthodox Jews are also theologically weak or tend towards victimhood. But I'm saying just the strong theology that at least if you're Orthodox and theoretically believe in God, it's going to downplay victimhood status and also self-responsibility. And you're saying that, just because it said like theologically, you have this question of power. How did someone else achieve power over you unless God allowed it, or even stronger, ordained it? And then if God allowed it or ordained it, then why did God allow it or ordain it?
Mm-hmm.
And so, that point, like, even like Charles Moskowitz might occasionally agree with, but like at that point, you're saying like, well, yeah, E. Michael Jones is in agreement with classical Orthodox theology that, and not even like classical, like any basic theology of personal responsibility. You can't blame other people for your problems, not because it's heretical to do so.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. And yeah, you're basically hitting the nail on the head in terms of what I am getting across about conservative Jews, and that's the essence. Like what you've just been saying is sort of the essence, I think, of what they believe, and it makes sense in terms of, so if there's all these irreligious Jews who don't believe in free will, for example, because they don't believe in God. And so it makes sense that, they would end up attaching themselves to the whole victim narrative because they don't believe in free will.
Well, the most scary thing
right?
Well, I said, like, most Jews are more scared of our own religion than anything else. Like I said, like, if your choice is like being Haredi or anti-Semitism, most Jews are going to take their chance with anti-Semites. Like, relatively, there's nothing more harsh on Jews than our own religion.
Yeah.
So if you say like, like, God forbid, like, even you would take like anti-Semitism or the wars in Israel, or God forbid the Holocaust. God forbid, nothing's more harsh on the Jewish people than what the sages said. Saying that we deserved it as punishment for our sins. And so, like, the religion that goes straight to Moses. I'm saying Moses straight up says, like, okay, like, said like the chosen people, that we have these laws, and if we disobey it, we have this jealous, vengeful God that measures extreme punishment out upon us. And it's like relatively, it's the dilemma of Judaism, is because our religion is extremely intense, and it postulates this jealous, vengeful God who takes it out on us. And so when you see that, like, okay, so that you have the dilemma. If you're a Jew and you don't believe your own religion, then, because our own religion, you listen to Adam Green at all?
Been a while. I was working somewhat anyway with a guy named Jan Irvin, and if you look him up, he has a website called Logos Media, and I kind of helped a little bit with this database that he has online. It's all about MK Ultra, and I learned quite a bit through doing that about Jewish power too.
My specialty is more Judaism. Like, okay, I was active in Judaism. It's like I just talk with a lot of counter-Semites or on the internet, but my specialty is more just straight Judaism, what the book said. I was active in the Hasidic community and various things. But it's like, if you just the straight theology of what our religion actually says, and then if you're a Reformed Jew, it's because your ancestors were Reformed because they rejected their own heritage. They said, like, that that's ridiculous. There's no way that that's true. Maybe our ancestors believe that. There's no way it's ordained by God. and you're going to keep your cultural heritage and some aspects of it, but our religion needs reforming.
Yeah, I had some ancestors who were more distant. Who like I had an ancestor. I think my grandmother's like a uncle or I can't remember, but I think he might have been like a great uncle who was a rabbi in Israel. And
very rarely do you meet proud Reformed Jews. I mean, you say like you're like embarrassed of your Reformed status or something, but I was saying like, I mean, you could theoretically be a proud Reformed Jew and state like that clearly accepts that classical Judaism is false and needed reforming, that you didn't want to, the intermarriage is fine or the certain benefits of Judaism, but clearly like now it's with Israel and the rise of Israel. Very rarely do you meet proud Reformed Jews. So I'm just helping you with a theoretical argument that you could be a proud Reformed Jew, and part of being a proud Reformed Jew is accepting that the historical Jewish religion is false.
Yeah, and I think a lot of Zionists are proud Reformed Jews, based off what I found as far as people I've communicated with who are.
I mean, that's changed though. Reformed Judaism doesn't really exist in Israel because Reformed Jews only work in Christian society. So in Israel, you don't like. I mean,
they're secularist. I mean, I guess there's a crossover between secularism and reform.
Well,
yeah,
I mean, it's a different breed because Reform Judaism still has a little bit of a Jewish spirit and it exists. Reform Judaism only exists in Christian societies among a major, where you have some level of respect for the Jewish religion coming from Christians. So you hold on to the Jewish heritage because it's seen positive by your Christian neighbors, as opposed to in Israel, there's a like a complete rejection of Christianity. To as like you as a Reformed Jew might be hesitant living in the West to just say Christianity is clearly a false religion. So in Israel, like just saying like, yeah, these Christians are lunatics. So like in America, it's going to be much more difficult for you to say these Christians are lunatics. Like there's no way this stuff is true, and Jews are also lunatics.
One of the problems
in Israel, you have a different identity that is separate than the like Reform Judaism grows together with Protestant Christianity, and without Protestant Christianity, you can't really have Reform Judaism.
Yeah, I think in more in depth into why that's the case. I'm personally opposed at this point. I'm personally opposed to Protestantism and reform anything, just in principle, because I believe that is part of the reason why the world has gone down the toilet.
And so you're anti-Zionist?
I'm not anti-Zionist per se, in terms of just the general idea of a Jewish homeland.
When we say like, I argued a few weeks ago that like Judaism is a social construct. So you would say like, okay, like you take like Adam Green perspective, like we should move away from Abrahamism, the Bible in general, and there's better sources of morality and governance than the Bible, and then you look at Israel, like Judaism as a people is a social construct. It's false. There, like you just said, Jews have privilege and power. You say like, no, that's false construct. There's nothing between you and me that we're both Jewish. That's completely false. It's just a social construct that should be eliminated. And so Zionism, I mean, it depends how you look at it, but it's saying like if you're going to come to some sort of defense, like, well, there is such a thing as Jewish identity, and the Jews need a nation state for themselves because Jewish identity needs to be protected, even though the religion is false, which is kind of the Israeli perspective that the religion is false, but there is such a thing as the Jewish identity that needs to be protected and preserved, versus saying the religion is false and the identity is false.
Well, one of the main reasons I support the idea of Jews having a right to to a homeland is that, well, I mean, just in principle, as it stands right now, if Israel ceased to exist, what exactly would happen to all the Jews living there? Would there be another Holocaust? Because I'm not pro another Holocaust. I don't believe that that all the Israeli Jews should just be.
I would say that Jews would either assimilate into an Arab nation or a secular nation that gave equal rights to Arabs and Jews together, that didn't recognize the difference between, just like in America, where you're Jewish by choice. You're an American citizen. Other people might view you as having identity, but you're Jewish by choice. So Israel, could move to a one-state solution. And
I've considered that. There's one,
and so then if you're going to the victim status, you're like, well, I don't care. Like, I wouldn't mind if Jews dissolve their identity or just voluntarily maintain the identity, but no, it's them who hates us, and we need a state because other people hate us, and if we didn't have a state, they would kill us. Which is kind of the mainstream, God forbid, the mainstream, even American, even Sam Harris, it said, like, after October 7th, even Sam Harris, he's like, because like, people irrationally hate us and want to kill us, therefore we need Israel. But like, if people didn't irrationally hate us and want to kill us, then
generally why I think
we wouldn't need Israel. So it's that base your argument for the Jewish state has the presupposition that people naturally hate us and want to kill us.
I don't believe everybody naturally hates us and want to kill us. I think there's a lot of people,
but enough people naturally hate us and want to kill us that if we didn't.
Do you follow Ted Schubat at all? Do you follow his channel?
Who?
His father is Waleed Schubat. His father, his story was that he was formerly part of the PLO.
It doesn't sound, I don't think I've heard of that.
He was a Muslim, and then he left. He was in prison apparently. But CNN apparently denied that he was in prison, and I can't stand CNN. And I think CNN is a horrible propaganda outlet, and I think that they were probably lying. And I think the Mossad was lying about it too, probably. It seems like, I don't know why he would be lying about being in prison, but because I don't think he was. And then he ended up converting to Catholicism. He moved here, and his father did, Waleed Schubat, and he was going around and educating the FBI on terrorism, on Islamic terrorism, and so Ted Schubat, talks a lot about his father and his experiences growing up with his father, and
he's substantiating
he's part Palestinian too.
Hate us and want to kill us.
What is that?
So I mean, he's substantiating that there's a significant amount of people that hate us and want to kill us.
Yeah, he's saying that he thinks that there could very well be another Holocaust. He talks a lot about, how basically all the different countries, in Europe and elsewhere are basically building up for World War III, and like Germany. And he's talking about different people, different politicians in Germany who are basically trying to sort of, dispel Nazism and sort of make Nazism like, trivial.
As opposed to being anecdotal about, like, okay, well, here's a lot of people who say things that could easily be interpreted as they, hating us and want to kill us, or even a lot of anecdotal actions of people who are actually, conducting violence. But I mean, if you're substantiating that that you support the Jewish state, not because of an independent reason, but because without it, people would kill us,
That's not the only reason why, but I do think that's part of the reason why. I do think that there's a lot to be said about that in terms.
And you think it's like unnatural more than like just the murderous nature of humans in general, that there's some stronger murderous nature towards Jews than towards other people?
Not necessarily.
You think your father,
maybe there are.
your
In
own
some
father,
cases there are. You know why? You know why? Because we're God's chosen.
okay, but okay, so put it to yourself. You think your father, your own flesh and blood father, deep down wants to kill the Jews?
My own flesh and blood father.
Your own flesh and blood father.
My own father passed away.
But
So
when
he
he was
doesn't want to
alive,
kill
that
anyone
he
now.
struggled with his inner desire to kill the Jews.
I don't know if I didn't really. I went to visit him for the first time since I was in my like 6 or something.
So you didn't know him well enough
in
to.
2011. We didn't really discuss much about that. I'm pretty certain that my mother drove him nuts. But I don't know if that caused him to sort of have animosity towards
your wife, your mother of your child. I mean, I don't know if you're married, whatever. You think that like as a non-Jew, that she struggles with the inner desire to kill the Jews?
I don't know. I haven't spoken with her in a long time. I don't think she does. I don't think she really cares, and I think she's
even your child, who is by Jewish law not Jewish.
I don't think
struggle with the internal desire to kill the Jews.
I don't think she does. I think they're pretty liberal, in fact, and the mother of my daughters. At least last time I knew, she was pretty liberal. Like when we met, it was
the biggest anti-Semitism is coming from the liberals now. Well, I'm just following the rationality. It's better to not be anecdotal. It's better to not be anecdotal about it. But you're claiming that there's
a peace activist. The mother of my daughter is a peace activist. She was.
But I mean, so are most of the people protesting Israel now.
I know, and I'm going to get to this. I would suspect that. I would suspect
she does want to kill the Jews.
In terms
God
of
forbid, God forbid, for your argument, you're going to have to question like either there's something substantially different about the mother of your child and your child that they deep down don't want to kill the Jews, as opposed to the large percentage of humanity that just uncontrollably hates and want to kill the Jews, but somehow that doesn't infect
Okay, so my child was raised by her grandparents. They're Anglican Protestants, and they didn't really have any hard feelings towards Israel and towards Jews. Her mother may have at one point, at least, when she was, because she canvassed for an anti-nuclear. She was protesting against or canvassing on issues pertaining to militarization of space. And if you think about if you think about Israel's role and the Jewish role in militarization of space, then I'm guessing that's probably. I don't think she wanted to kill Jews.
But I'm sure she anecdotal. But I mean, you said you support Israel because without Israel, they would probably kill us.
I think that's part of it. The main reason why I support Israel in terms of it being a homeland for Jews, that's it. Mainly, is just being a homeland for Jews, just so Jews have a homeland where they can be, where they can exist peacefully. One of my main issues with Israel is that I don't even think Benjamin Netanyahu fully cares about religious Judaism. I don't think a lot of people in power care about religion in general who say they're religious. That's one of my main issues. And a lot of the people in power are more in it because of power, because they worship power. They don't worship,
Well, but it's just part of the problem of a nation state. Saying the nation state necessitates violence. Having a Jewish state necessitates persecution of non-Jews. And you're saying, well, if you're going to argue that, like, we need a Jewish nation state because of Jewish safety, and then it becomes two-pronged. Like, well, why?
Let's put it this way: I want to abolish corporate personhood, for example. That's been an issue that's been on my radar for years, and I still believe that is something that needs to be done, because I think Israel is just as susceptible as any other place to being bought out by massive corporations who are pushing a distinctly anti-religious, they're pushing now it seems like they're pushing a transhumanist agenda. I mean, not just seems like, they are pushing a transhumanist agenda. They're pushing a technocratic transhumanist agenda.
Yeah, I mean, without any of this, like, we're just trying to get why you as a half Jew with who's only limited Jewish identity, culturally Jewish, your only child may not even be accepted in that society. Why do you support a Jewish state?
I mean, for the mere reason that, in terms of religious Judaism, I support a religious homeland. The state part is kind of what I'm trying to sort of reconcile.
I'm saying the homeland, like, okay, I support the protection of biblical holy sites. You don't need a state. I mean, the state might be the one who protects it. Like, you could send money to.
Okay.
But I'm saying that there's nothing to do with the state. You're saying, okay, like, I think it's important to preserve biblical holy sites and the Jewish heritage in the state of Israel. You could still be an anti-Zionist and support that.
Okay, let me just ask you a question. So I've explored a lot of, like, Ludwig von Mises, right, and a lot of principles associated with free market, and the non-existence of government in general, and the idea of a free market replacing government. So what if, for example, all government just ceased to exist tomorrow? Could there still be a homeland for Jews without government?
Well, I mean, say theoretically, you're saying Israel. I mean, homeland is saying, like, well, I'm in Detroit, Metro Detroit. This is my homeland for Jews. I'm still a U.S. citizen. It's like it's not a homeland exclusively for me, but saying, like, what does it mean a homeland for Jews that excludes non-Jews? Or like a place where Jews feel safe, where I have a freedom.
It just doesn't. The force of government that doesn't exist. It's a free market. It's it's.
Well, I mean, that doesn't exist anywhere in the world, and it doesn't have.
And there's voluntary transactions. It's all based in voluntarism. It's all based in.
Yeah, but there's no such phenomenon anywhere in the world, whether you're Jewish or not.
What is that? I didn't.
But there's no such phenomenon anywhere on the planet, whether you're Jewish or not.
Well, I mean, in a vacuum, there is, but in principle, though, or in theory.
But I'm saying, okay,
that's like kind of what I would like to see.
Me and you here in the U.S. have a homeland for Jews. Like, you, as a Jew, have a homeland where you're relatively economically and politically and religiously free. You could live in Phoenix. You could make a living, do your transaction, freely associate with who you want, be as Jewish or non-Jewish as you want to be in Phoenix.
The difference between Phoenix and Israel is that there's a spiritual connection to Israel.
Yeah, but you don't have any more
history there in terms of.
You don't have any benefits more in Israel as a Jew.
In terms of our roots as Jews.
Yeah, but the only benefit that Israel provides you is being largely exclusively for Jews. You have Israel not giving you. I mean, you actually have less. You'd have less benefits in Israel than you do in Phoenix.
I have less.
You have less benefits in terms of freedoms in Israel than you would in Phoenix. The only benefit that Israel would provide you is that it's the historical place of ancient Israel, and that it's designed exclusively for Jews. But in terms of the freedoms, or even having a homeland for Jews, it'd be easier for you to say, like, purchase and own property and do as you please in Phoenix than it would in Israel. Just in Israel, it'd be all Jews or majority Jews. I mean, what benefit is Israel providing you by? I mean, even like, okay, I read a few weeks ago. It's this essential theological idea, Judeo-pessimism, that they hate us, they want to destroy us. That is actually part of our religion, because our religion teaches us that they hate us and want to kill us. So the phenomenon, like, okay, you don't believe in the parts of religion, you believe there's one part of our religion that's true, and that's the part that says that they hate us and want to kill us. But that's actually a religious tenet. The reason why people believe that is because that's what our religion teaches, not because it's true. And if you're applying that to say, well, you're actually less safe in Israel than you are in America, you would have less rights and freedoms in Israel than you would in America, you'd have less economic opportunity. The only thing that Israel provides you is being a homeland for Jews and not other people. And you may not even you might even have a hard time, or your daughter being accepted in that homeland. So you're just thinking, well, theoretically, even if I'm not accepted in it, I still think that Jews themselves deserve that, even if I don't make the cut. And then you're saying, but is that a religious biblical belief, or you're basing that on some sort of rational, universal logic? And I've thought through this, and that's why I became strongly anti-Zionist, because like Israel is not only unnecessary, it makes Jews less safe. And they're thinking like, well, okay, like there's a lot of reasons people may not like Jews, but like the fact that we just that we're borderline, arguably committing a genocide right now is probably the strongest of any good reason to dislike us. Let alone, like, I've been arguing with counter-Semites for like 5-10 years now, and okay, like, you guys support abortion, you guys support immigration and multiculturalism, to like now, like, okay, you guys have killed tens of thousands of innocent people for nothing.
Yeah, that part I have a lot of difficulties with. I don't support the idea of murdering children, especially. I think it's pretty horrible.
And it's a logical conclusion of the Jewish state. If you say, okay, like I was saying, we don't need a Jewish state. Like, we could have just absorbed those people into the country. Like, you're in Arizona, there's like 15 different indigenous tribes in Arizona, and they all have full U.S. citizenship. Any one of those people could leave the reservation and become your neighbor. And just saying, like, in Israel, like, what's holding that up is Zionism. And then you say, well, it's not practical because they hate us and they want to kill us.
If
or if you just say, like, it's racist because we're
is there any way that, in your opinion,
backwards people, like a state of just Jews would be awesome because we're awesome, and if we have to share it with like backwards people, it's not going to be an awesome place.
I was actually not arguing, but sort of sharing it back and forth with one of my contacts who's based in Israel. But he keeps on posting about how he thinks things are going to get bad for Jews here in the United States, that it could get to be like a sort of another Holocaust sort of level thing here in the United States for Jews because of all kinds of different things. And that he even went so far as to claim that it doesn't matter what kind of Jew you are. He said for all Jews, it's good. He thinks it's going to get really bad.
Because it's a tenet of our religion. I mean, saying like, yeah, of course Israelis say that, and even a lot of American Jews, because it's a tenet of our religion.
Well, and I tried to get across to him that, yeah, well, guess what? Israel's helping to make it bad, because a lot of people who maybe aren't necessarily the brightest or the sharpest tool in the shed, think that Jews in Israel are the same. That being a Jew automatically makes you guilty of everything that Israel's doing, or something like that. And so when they see things on the news about Israel slaughtering a bunch of innocent civilians in Rafah or wherever, then they automatically believe that all Jews are basically somehow complacent in the even ones in the United States, and so they'll
I mean, yeah, I mean, I
we
don't
want to talk about what causes people to think about killing
yeah,
Jews.
I would put it straight. I mean, it's like it's not because like people are dumb or misled. It's like because it's not in America's interest to be allied with Israel. That Israel is doing that with impunity, with American weapons, and because of American support. And the largest reason why America is supporting Israel doing it is because of the lobbying and support of American Jews. And even if like only half of American Jews are active, and even you yourself that are supportive of Israel, you might not be that active relatively, but like 25% of American Jews are quite active in lobbying. I mean, just the basic John Mearsheimer. The reason why we have an Israeli lobby is because it's fundamentally not in U.S. interest to be allied with Israel. And without the lobby, we wouldn't be allied with Israel. And the Israeli lobby is made up of majority American Jews. So it's not like some sort of big stretch to see like, okay, why is America supporting Israel? And it's because of American Jews. If there weren't American Jews, America wouldn't be supporting Israel.
Sure, and
I think it's pretty straightforward logically, and it's probably largely true. I mean, I don't know if you listen to John.
It all ties in with the whole idea of the United States being the first and last true global empire, and the idea that part of the goal of the United States foreign policy has been to gain control of the world's oil supply east of Eurasia, and of course they need Israel to do that. Of course.
Well, I mean, so now you're going to argue. I mean, as opposed to like,
I'm not saying that's. I think that's why Israel should exist. The reason
you have an Israeli lobby is because it's not straightforward, clear that it's in America's interest to be allied with Israel, and therefore we have to be lobbied to be in favor of Israel. And the Israeli lobby is mostly made up of American Jews. So you're giving like you're giving the Charles Moskowitz argument and saying like, no, America, Israel benefits America more than America benefits Israel.
No,
like,
hear me out. I'm not saying this to defend the existence of Israel. I'm saying that's the reason why.
I'm not talking about the existence of it. You're talking about the American allyship with Israel. And you're saying that if you're going to argue that,
I'm not saying I support that. I'm not saying I support
if you're going to argue
I'm
that
saying that's why
it's not beneficial for America to be allied with Israel, and then you say, well, then why is America allied with Israel? You're saying America is allied with Israel because of American Jews.
Cheap oil.
Well, I mean, so you're disagreeing with the basic premise. You're saying that the reason why America is allied with Israel is not because of American Jews; it's because of oil.
I think it's part of it. Yeah, I think the people.
I'm saying it's part of it, but what you're saying is a larger part of it.
They give a crap about any. You're
saying it's a larger part of it.
They give a crap about. They give a crap about oil. They give a crap about.
How does the allyship with Israel help oil? I mean, in fact, the allyship of Israel is against oil interest. If it was just oil interest, America would would cut ties with Israel and have better allies with if it was just about oil, America would break ties with Israel and ally with Iran.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying it's just about oil. I'm saying that's been a big part of it. And
when someone said America should cut ties with Israel and make ties with Iran, it would be in the best interest of America to cut off Israel and make peace with Iran.
Well, this isn't the United States is, according to a lot of the people who are supportive of Israel based in Judeo-Christian values. It's not based in Muslim values. And that, so of course they're going to, want shared power with Israel versus a Muslim country like Iran.
There are other Christian nations like Russia that have chosen Iran over Israel. I mean, Russia's a Christian nation. There's other Christian nations that have chosen Iran over Israel.
Strategically. Yeah. I mean, well,
I'm just replying to your argument. I mean, these are well-known arguments, and I mean, like Charles Moskowitz gives like the generic Hasbro arguments that like the Nikki Haley that Israel does more for America than America for Israel. But, I mean, the basic like John Mearsheimer arguments that the reason why America supports Israel is because of the Israeli lobby, and the Israeli lobby is made up of American Jews. Majority.
Yeah, I read his book.
So you're saying that? I mean, you could make arguments.
I personally, if you hear me out for a second,
to me, I largely accept and agree that. I largely accept and agree with that. If you're arguing, you don't think it's accurate. I mean, to me, I agree with that assessment. That, I mean, you could say it's religious, but it's saying that there's large arguments that it's the current allyship between America and Israel is not benefiting America, and the main reason for the alignment is the Jewish lobby. And therefore, it's logical why, when there's rising anti-Semitism related to Israel's action, and that if America cut ties, like you look at Russia, Russia with the war and the ally has not, maybe it's had some rising anti-Semitism, but you say that that whether the assessment of the safety of American Jews, and I mean, you start with the Israeli assessment. Like, Israel is always worried. There was a poll, like I mentioned, like over half of Israeli Jews think that there's going to be another Holocaust, and they don't think it's going to happen in Israel. They think it's going to happen in America. Like, that's like over half of Israelis think that, even secular Israelis. When in reality is you could see from the war that, God forbid, Jews are much less safe in Israel than they are in America, but that doesn't change Israelis from thinking the opposite. And then if you're going to support, like, okay, I'm worried about my Jewish brethren and I want them to be safe, and saying, well, are you going to be safe by helping them commit a genocide against Gazans?
No, I don't. I think that puts more Jews in America in danger.
And in Israel. Not just America, but it's saying that that's not a good idea for Israel either. But I'm saying, okay,
I mean,
but they're doing that with American weapons.
There's something I've noticed with Israel is that it seems like they need terrorism in order to exist.
I don't know if they need, I mean,
or Islamic terrorism specifically, and like the terrorism from the Palestinian. I mean, look, like Netanyahu was funding Hamas.
Western support.
Bibi was funding Hamas. There's a bunch of articles I saw about how they think that ISIS, certain people in positions of power believe that ISIS should exist.
Yeah, but I'm saying that, God forbid, that's why we're at the dangerous point of genocide now, because they need that for Western support in the status quo of the previous apartheid system. And in order to keep the apartheid system, they needed terrorism as an excuse. Like, okay, why can't you just let the Gazans return to where they came from inside Israel and give them citizenship? Well, you can't because of terrorism, because they would kill us. So therefore, that's what kept the 2006 when they built the wall around Gaza, and then Netanyahu started supporting Hamas in order to maintain the apartheid system. But at this point, the apartheid system has collapsed, and that's why we're moving into genocide. And like, no, you no longer need, I mean, Hamas will be the excuse for God forbid, this forever war of 9 months now, the starvation, people in refugee camps. Now we're bombing people in refugee camps, in the safe zones, There's no stop. It's been escalating. Netanyahu's coming to Congress. Joe Biden, even though he supposedly gave a red line months ago about going into Rafah, did nothing. Israel went into Rafah 2 months ago, and now he's going to come to Congress and the White House. And we're in the situation where most Israelis think the only way that they could have safety is ethnic cleansing of Gaza. And then you have a sizable element, God forbid, that want full-out genocide. But I mean, of the people that want ethnic cleansing, it's the majority of Jews want to ethnically cleanse Gaza.
A majority, you think?
A majority of Israelis want to ethnically cleanse Gaza.
And not just to get rid of Hamas?
No, the majority want to ethnically cleanse Gaza. They want them to leave and never come back. There's a sizable element, maybe even 10%, that they just don't care. They would even just kill them all. I mean, it's unfortunate, but it's saying like these are the polling in Israel, and this is the own people in the Israeli leadership that I mean, it's even just the WikiLeaks, the original plan for pushing them into the Sinai Peninsula, and even now, the majority Israeli plan still is Likud or even the leftist, even Gantz, is a relocation of the majority of Gazans to someplace else to never come back, because it's what Zionism necessitates. So I mean, if you look at the chance now that you're going to have an independent Arab state in Gaza is very small. So we're approaching two options, and it's basically ethnic cleansing or absorbing post-war those people into Israel. And that's why you've seen Israel stepping up the carnage in the last month or so.
Do you think that a lot of what's happening there has more? Because I've also researched a lot about technocracy, and
I'd say there's I put there is an extreme fear. I have an extreme fear that Israel could liquidate hundreds of thousands of people in Gaza. I mean,
but do you think that they're doing it specifically? Because I understand they want to build another
I would say purposely
extension of the Suez Canal so that they can make it easier to transport goods and ship different goods back and forth to other surrounding Arab countries, and they want to build this right through exactly where they're bombing everything. And
you disagree that there's a sizable amount of mainstream Israelis and people in the Netanyahu government that's goal is to ethnically cleanse Gaza? Or
I believe there are.
You think you just wholeheartedly reject that? You think that no one in Israel actually wants to do that, or just
okay? So I watched. Have you ever watched the Ask Project?
Just a few crazies like Ben Gvir.
Have you ever watched the Ask Project YouTube channel? Have you ever watched that channel?
Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, I don't just go by that channel, obviously, but I do think that is people who he talks to, I think, in the questions that people ask.
Well, they're polling.
I mean, there's also somewhat accurately representative of people living there. And I think that there's a lot of people who don't, and there's a lot of people who do. So there's like breaking the silence, right? There's all these different organizations like Breaking the Silence and all these different human rights organizations that are ultimately siding with Palestinians. And that Haaretz, the newspaper, right? Like there's some Israelis who want to eliminate.
I've went over the polls. Like I know the polling. Saying like, I mean, you get an Ask Project where you're actually listening to interviews and people on the street. But I mean, this is regular poll.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying. I think there's a decent percentage of Israelis who want a democratic state with Palestinians, and then there's also a decent portion of Israelis who don't. And I think that's why a lot of people, and myself included, have considered that Israel could be on its way to some civil war at some point. Another civil war. And so, I don't know what to do with
Well, the
that.
problem with Israel now is they've got themselves into a war that they're unlikely to be able to get themselves out of. That, I mean, could cause a civil war. But I'm saying the polling that the majority of Israelis have wanted to expel. I mean, if you depending on how you want to use words, but like over half of Israelis have wanted to expel the Palestinians for like 25 years now.
Oh yeah, well, and a lot of Israelis want.
I mean, we're looking like the biggest problem for Israel is the Palestinian population.
Yeah, there's
most
a
specifically
whole
Gaza,
lot of
like, let
Israelis
alone
who
like the
support
West
the idea
Bank.
of a greater Israel too.
Well, I mean, even
they're
without the
same
greater
people.
Israel, I'm saying the biggest problem that Israel's faced for the last 50 years is the Palestinian population, and like it hasn't. Most Israelis have known that the solution, the simplest solution, is expelling the Palestinians, and there's been it's been political. The polling has been very clear, and it is saying various forms of expulsion. Some people are willing to pay them, but if you the polling for over 20 years now, over half of Israelis support expelling the Palestinians.
And that's what I think.
If you're talking about violence, genocide,
forcefully expelling them,
not forcefully.
I don't agree with. I think is a huge problem.
The majority didn't
100%.
favor forcefully. But I mean, 25 years ago, I mean, the solutions include paying, incentivizing them to leave. So if you look at the polling, like 20 years ago, only like 15, 20% supported forcefully expelling them, but 25%, so different, encouraging them to leave versus monetarily paying them to leave. But it's saying that the majority of Israelis for decades now have wanted to expel the Palestinians. Just some of them were like, okay, well, you can't just forcefully expel them. You have to pay them. You have to give them money to leave. But it's never worked out like that. I mean, even Naftali Bennett actually had legislation prepared to pay Palestinians to leave. I mean, he wanted to give as much as $50,000 per Palestinian for them to leave.
Well, I know that if
that was actually a plan in Egypt at the beginning of the war, that was the original plan in Egypt, was to have whatever billions of dollars in debt forgiven to Egypt in return for taking Palestinians.
Yeah, from an ethical perspective, I think if they're going to demand that they leave, then from an ethical perspective, they shouldn't do it at all. But if they're going to, then I sure as heck hope that they would compensate them adequately, very adequately, and
these proposals were around for decades. If you followed Israeli politics, there were always low-level proposals for doing this. There were always talk about it. It never reached actual legislation, although maybe there was minor proposals that I don't even know if they got the beginning stages of the Israeli legislative process. They never got past that. But I mean, now there's full war. They've destroyed Gaza. They have the people in refugee camps. They're bombing the refugee camps. WikiLeaks just released plans that Israel had for the Sinai Peninsula. There's still regular statements from Israel about wanting to open up the Sinai Peninsula for Gazans to go into. So I mean, just God forbid. So he's saying, well, to me, the problem is Zionism. So he's like, if you're not willing to give up on Zionism, really you have no choice but to get rid of the Palestinians. And if you can't expel them, I mean, that's what Ilan Pape became saying. Like I mean, if you say that, well, most Israelis didn't want to do a genocide; they wanted to have a peaceful ethnic cleansing. They wanted to peacefully, the Palestinians, the Gazans, to just peacefully leave. But as that fails and is not a possibility, we're moving more and more into genocide. It's been 9 months now. There's still mass starvation, refugee camps, disease. Almost all of habitable Gaza has been bombed, and there's no practical plan for what happens after the war. And saying, well, why is there no practical plan for what happens at the war? You're saying, well, likely because they're still planning on somehow getting rid of the Gazans, that they're not going to be coming back.
Well, I believe like I said, I believe that part of the reason why they're doing this is that they want to build, I think they want to build some weird smart city stuff there, personally.
Yeah, they have all sort of plans. The only problem is the Palestinians. Like they God forbid, they have all sorts of plans. The only thing hampering their plans is the Palestinians. That's why we're on the precipice of genocide. Because the only thing standing in the way of all these great plans that they have is the fact that there's 2 million Gazans there.
Well, and that's why I think that a lot of this, it's like, it was already in the works for a long time before any of this ever happened. And October 7th was just convenient for them to basically, that gave them the green light to go forth with their plans.
Well, why did Hamas?
That's kind of what I think.
Why did Hamas build all those tunnels?
Don't they use it? They're using them to transport or to smuggle weapons and things like that, right?
Yeah, I'm saying Hamas built hundreds of miles of tunnels in Gaza.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean, saying that they did it because they knew eventually Israel was going to come in and try to ethnically cleanse them. Like,
okay, so let me ask you this.
If Hamas is a rational actor, you're saying the only possible reason that they would have built so many tunnels in Gaza was because they knew eventually Israel was going to come in and do this. Otherwise, the tunnels serve no purpose.
Maybe.
Well, I
mean, let me ask you this. I think it might have something to do with this.
You disagree that Hamas always thought that Israel was going to come in and do what they're doing now? I mean, or else why would they have built all these tunnels?
I'm sure that they'd anticipated it. Yeah. I'm sure they have. But let me ask you this. There's a woman who I've been connected with for a while now. Her name is Sonia Azam Watson. She's an interesting lady because she's a Muslim. She converted from Islam to Christianity, and she's been doing has been doing all these videos on biblical prophecy and how it pertains to everything that's happening now. And she has some incredibly interesting insights. And one of the things that she keeps saying, that she's been saying for a while now, is that there is a plan to create a sort of a new Ottoman empire, and Erdogan is one of the main people pushing it, and they want to make Jerusalem the capital of this sort of new Ottoman empire, and it would have all of the Muslim countries under it, Shia and Sunni countries. And so effectively there's a lot of people who want to see Israel cease to exist, partially because of that, partially because they want to make it, it's like this whole idea of it being and this is one of the issues I have with
Well, so yeah, like
with being anti, I'm not.
Well, I'm saying that it's Abrahamic. All the Abrahamic faiths have prophecies about a one world order. So whether it's Jewish, Christian, or Muslim, that all the Abrahamic faiths believe that eventually there'll be a one world order.
Well, sure, but
and so I'm just saying, of course, the Muslims, the Christians, the Jews, you have these messianic dreams where eventually the world will be unified under one world, one way, and it's going to be our way. And so,
but as far as
any
this whole new
Christian or
Ottoman Empire
Muslim,
thing, this whole new Ottoman Empire thing isn't quite the same, because this is, again, it's the Ottoman Empire. It's like a resurgence of the Ottoman Empire, like the Treaty of Lausanne, I think it is.
yeah, which is it's more practical because they're saying that there's a bunch of Muslim nations in the area, and it's been like that before. I mean, just be like, like I want to revive the Holy Roman Empire and unify Europe with Jerusalem as its capital, or but it's saying like, yeah, I mean, it's of course anybody serious about the Muslim religion, they have the prophecies, and they want to unify all the Muslim nations, and that would include Jerusalem. Like, yeah, of course.
I just can't see, like, assuming that happened, and then Israel, ceased to exist, and it became this one state, democratic state with Palestinians, and I just don't believe that there would be a democracy, is what I'm getting at. If there were a resurgence of, if there was a new Ottoman Empire that was formed, which it seems to be happening, that actually seems to be going on. I can't see how, if Israel ceased to exist, I can't see how it would be quote unquote democratic. I can't see how Jews would be treated the same as they are now in Israel under a sort of new Ottoman Empire. Do you see where I'm heading with that? I don't, I don't know.
Just like Armageddon biblical beliefs, like, eventually the West and the East will unify and saying like, yeah, I mean, God forbid, different Muslim groups have their messianic dreams and fantasies of unifying Islam with their nation on top, and you can say like, yeah, you don't want a part of it. You like, I mean, it's okay, you're in America, like it's not even your concern, but you're saying, oh, what about the Jews? What about the minorities? That you're saying just the the Jews, but you're saying any of the minorities in a unified Islamic empire have something to worry about. It's like, oh no, it's going to be fine. They'll protect the minorities. Yeah, I could see like, okay, like, yeah, if there's a unified Muslim empire and they take over, and then all the minorities have to live under Islamic rule, it could be bad for them. I mean, saying, but how likely is it that Turkey is moving towards some pan-Arab? I mean, even to say just their fantasy, okay, Turkey has been successful in having a super majority Islamist Turkey. And well, it means question, how bad is it for the Jews in Turkey? And you say, well,
I don't know.
I mean, there's still Jews in
I
Turkey.
do know that
Issues.
just not too long ago, there was a protest, BDS protest happening here, and I spoke to some of the people there.
I mean, there's still Jews in Turkey. So I mean, just looking like, okay, you currently have basically that just in Turkey. What would happen if somehow they unified and took over the whole Middle East?
It is the whole Middle East. That's what I'm saying. The Ottoman Empire
probably like how it would be like for Jews in Israel would be like it is for Jews currently in Turkey.
I don't know. I mean, do you know how
basic logic? You're saying what would happen to the Jews in Israel if Turkey succeeded and created a pan-Islamic empire that controlled Israel, and I say, well, it'd probably be comparable for Jews in Israel under a pan-Turkic empire that it is for Jews in Turkey now.
Maybe, but I do find it interesting that there's a lot of she's also the Sonia Azam Watson is also very, she speaks out against Islam routinely, and calls it the I don't want to get your channel taken down or your video taken down, but I recommend going to her channel and listening to some of her videos. And the reason I find them interesting is because she was a Muslim and she converted, and she knows a lot about Islam. And it's telling that she has the views that she has about Islam.
I think these are just mainstream messianic beliefs. I mean, just like Iran, like, if Iran, a pan-Iranic empire, unified and took over the whole Middle East, and Israel, you
They are
probably
they are to an extent. I mean, there's a lot of people who view Russia as Gog, for example, in the Bible, and she says no. She says it's Turkey. She says Turkey is Gog, in the biblical Gog, and she points out that there's this 10 nation kind of economic alliance, and I can't remember the name of it offhand right at this moment, but there's 10 countries involved, like Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, a lot of the countries in Central Asia.
what's the point?
They're
Maybe
all,
it's minorly
they're all
interesting.
Islamic leaders, and she says that those are the 10 horns and the 10 kingdoms.
Yeah, to me, it's only
Bible.
minorly interesting because you're saying, okay, like, yeah, people believe in the biblical prophecies, and then they try to correspond their belief in the biblical prophecies to current political situations. So I don't know everybody, but like, almost all religious people, including Jews, that's what they do. So, it's not surprising, and there's different nations, they interpret the biblical prophecies differently. Usually that has them as the good guy or different people as the bad guy. So it's not unique, it's not surprising. That was my point, that all Abrahamic faiths, Christianity, Islam, and Judaism, postulate an eventual one world order and some sort of Armageddon situation where two great powers rise up against each other and fight it out at the end with one winning. Or there's the the mainstream understanding of the biblical prophecies, and then there's the different ways that people apply the mainstream understanding of the biblical prophecies or even minority understandings of the biblical prophecy to current political situations. And like, I would say it's only like minorly interesting. Because
how much of that, though,
it's also what American Christians are doing. It's just a parallel of what American Christians or European Christians, Catholic, Orthodox, if you believe in the Abrahamic prophecies, and then you're going to interpret current world affairs through the Abrahamic prophecies, and you're going to do that by trying to assign current actors to biblical actors.
Okay, well, sure, that is, something that
it's what everyone's. The point is saying that's what all Muslims, Jews, and Christians are all doing. That's part of what it means to be a Muslim, Jew, or Christian. You believe in these Abrahamic end of days prophecy, and then you try to figure out what's happening by ascribing the names and the biblical prophecies to current actors.
Okay, so have you read the book Social Construction of Reality by Berger?
Yeah, I think I have. I think I actually read that in the last recently.
It's a kind of one of those classic sort of sociology books. I think if you've ever taken a sociology class, then you most likely read it, from what it seems. I know I did. And I
read that recently.
But one of the things that he wrote in that book is when people think something is real, they act as though it's real, and then it becomes real. And so, okay, you can dismiss as much as you want about, so a lot of people believe this, okay, whatever. But I think that principle, that what I was just describing, that whole idea of, when people think something is real, they act as though it's real, and then it becomes real. I think that applies to a lot of what I'm talking about in terms of.
I agree, but I'm saying it seems to be diverting from the fact that Israel's committing genocide right now. So I'm saying, like, yes, like that's.
I'm not diverting. I believe
that's exactly why Israel's committing genocide right now.
I believe it's horrible. That's another thing that she brings up, and that's another thing that Ted Schubach brings up, and a lot of other people bring up in terms of the way the Bible apparently also prophesizes that there will be a major kind of global sort of backlash against Israel. And well, are they bringing it on themselves? I believe they are. I believe they are in a lot of ways. You know, and
Well, because it's like chess. At the end of the day, you can only make one move at a time. So you have your choice of moves, and you got to make a move, and then you have a bunch of different reasons for your calculation. So it's like Israel right now, like it said, Israel did not have to evade Gaza after October 7th, and they decided to go for that, and they continued. It's like right now, Israel could stop and pull out any day. But they're continuing. They want a complete elimination of Hamas, whatever that means, which likely means genocide. But I mean, because because at this point, basically, all military, political experts have said you're not going to defeat Hamas. So the point of the insistence on a complete elimination of Hamas, but whatever the reason that. And then you have the different, why I started, I was talking to William James, conspiracy theories or just two people, two minds having the same idea. So you're talking like collaborative effort among Israelis, among Jews, among supporters of Israel in a war. Just the fact you have a war in general where you have, the irony of just there being two sides and that people recognize that there's two sides. That is really a social construct. That really there's no difference between Israelis and Palestinians. That's like a false social construct, but it's a strong enough false social construct for masses of people to be fighting and dying. And
oh man, there's a guy. Okay, there's a guy named Lloyd DeYoung. That's another good one. I'm bringing up some of these people because I just if you ever have time to just put that on while you're doing work or something like that.
I do. That's usually if I wasn't talking about this, like that's the type thing I'd be researching and reading about.
I mean, Lloyd DeYoung absolutely believes that he calls it Fakistan. He calls Palestine or Fakistan, something like that. He believes that basically, the PLO was an invention of the Soviet Union, basically, and he believes that he's one of those people who basically believes that Palestine never really existed per se, ever, since the Roman Empire, it never existed, and that he would side with the people who want to eliminate all of it effectively because of that. And I mean,
I like the more pure
general, but
I'm found the pure sociology. Like I'm trying to avoid the politics, and I'm a universal humanist. So it's saying whatever the
and that's kind of what my take is.
It's the same thing for Jews and Palestinians. It's a universal human nature that equally applies to all peoples.
And that's more where I'm leaning in terms of just treating people kindly, and not using the force of the state against them to achieve some sort of political agenda. And just voluntarism in general, like the whole idea of voluntarism, the sort of libertarian philosophy of, if there's force, threat, or coercion involved, then then it's immoral. And I found a lot of the people who are totally, cheering on the idea of eliminating all the Palestinians and getting them out, don't like libertarianism either. There's one I'm connected with online, for example, who is the human. Well, I mean, he doesn't like libertarianism. He doesn't agree with libertarianism, and
you got to go back to the social construction of Jewish identity.
Yeah, I mean, it's
I mean, that's how we got started with this all in the first place. This runaround. But you're saying this social construct of Jewish identity. I mean, what does it mean that your mom thought she was Jewish?
She
And like, what does that mean to you that there's some form of larger Jewish identity, and there's a nation state, and there's a war, and we're part of this war due to the social constructed identity of Judaism?
I mean, she was a hippie, and she considers herself to be like a Samaritan. If she was alive during biblical times, she said she would be one of the Samaritans. That's what her views are. And she isn't particularly religious at all, and I've had issues with it for different reasons too.
But she still sent you to send me. You still had this somewhat of a social constructed identity of Judaism that passed on to you and is shaping your beliefs. And especially now in a time of war, where the socially constructed identity is more dangerous, because you theoretically accept that there's an us and them, and you're on one side of it. That you feel more on the side of Israel than the Palestinians due to the socially constructed identity. Like, why should you be more on the side of Israel than the Palestinians? And you say, well, because of the socially constructed identity that started with your mom, or going back, of you being Jewish.
I wouldn't say I'm more on the side of Israel. I would say I'm on the side of just people not killing each other in general. And I'm on the side of
but you don't have the choice in the matter, because
Jews being able to have the right for Jewish people to have a homeland.
Yeah, but that's part of it. I'm constructed identity. The reason for the war is this concept of Jews needing a homeland. If Jews didn't need a homeland, there wouldn't be a war now. And saying that, like, so you have the social construction of this identity of Jews, which leads to the social construction of a nation, a homeland, which leads to the social construction of this other identity, Palestinians that are not Jews, that are not part of this homeland. Hence, you have war.
Well, I also don't believe that I also believe in it.
When you deconstruct all these identities, then you have like libertarianism. You could just have no nation state, no falsely constructed identities, and just individuals interacting with each other within free markets or other things. They're saying that,
and that's but there could still be like a homeland without a state, don't you think? I mean, the word homeland and the words homeland, or the word homeland is in the word state.
These are all different forms of socially constructed entities. So you're saying, like, yeah, there's geography, there's land, but I mean, like a nation, a homeland, a people. These are all socially constructed identities, and then if you're going to have some form of homeland that is more for one people than another people, as opposed for a homeland for individuals, where the individual identity doesn't matter, versus a homeland for Jews that by definition excludes non-Jews, or a homeland for capitalists, or however you're going to. I mean the deeper meta sociology, and at this point, like karma is real, action reaction. People have already killed and been killed. You say, well, these people who were killed were on my side, and those people who were killed are on their side. Like the people who were killed on October 7th matter more to me than the people that were killed this weekend.
Yeah, I believe that I don't. When it comes to people who've been killed, I'm against all people being killed. I don't take sides as far as that goes. I think,
but I mean, not so much that you're willing to. I mean, I said the natural conclusion of becoming anti-Zionist, saying the only way to stop the killing is to give up on this concept of a Jewish nation state.
Okay, so let me ask you something. What would you call it in terms of what? Because I brought up in one of your comment threads in the past, I brought up the idea of post-Zionism. I mean, what would you call it if you believed in a homeland versus a state? What would you call it if I, because I know there's Israeli libertarians, for example. There's some who've been arrested because they something that had to do with, taxes or something, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, Moshe Feiglin was the libertarian. I mean, he was also, he was pretty, he was favoring ethnic cleansing 20 years ago. I mean, he God forbid you have libertarianism. And we need like a definitional regress, like just what these words could mean the same thing or different, or you're just gonna end up in some sort of definitional regress. It would just mean like a homeland. Okay, like I have a house in Metro Detroit, and I could have the house even if the nation state of America fell and a new state arose. It's very possible that the continuation of my home property that I own could continue into the next nation state, or even if there's no nation state and the government falls, that my property ownership will be continuous. I mean, like homeland, you're talking about like rights within a larger territory. Like I have the freedom to travel and do business, besides for the actual property that is mine, versus the nation state that confers my property ownership or my rights. I mean, we're just talking homeland's not a legal entity that confers legal rights or privileges or enforcement. I mean, if you're just
in terms of like the kind of rights that would exist in a free market, they would be based in principles of voluntarism, would they not? I mean,
I don't think the free market doesn't provide rights.
But you didn't say I used quote unquote rights. I mean,
free market would just be trial and error that I choose to do my business. If someone, you could have kind of the Wild West in the free market where I'm
talking about libertarianism. I'm talking about like Ludwig von Mises kind of principles, where it's there's all the different institutions that exist right now that are a result of the state and government would cease to exist, and they would be replaced by institutions that are that function as part of a free market. So therefore, they would be based in the use of non-force, non-threat, and non-coercion, and voluntary association only, and that's it. Like I did a video, sort of a debate, sort of an interview with this guy named Imad ad-Din Ahmad, which I can send you a link to. He's pro BDS, and he's a libertarian, and I was
I'm libertarian,
questioning as to whether or not BDS aligned with libertarian principles, and so I was kind of playing sort of devil's advocate with him, and he was able to kind of challenge every single opposing argument that I brought up with him pretty successfsaying
I'm a libertarian, but I mean that you're just saying my own personal autonomy. If you're saying for associates or groups like University of Michigan, if I was a student or a member, that they should that there should be some sort of election. But I mean, it goes back to the Abrahamism in a one world order, that either there's going to be a rules-based system, and if there's multiple rules-based systems, they're going to come into conflict, or eventually there's going to be one rules-based system that wins out. So depending on how you understand libertarianism. People still have free will, and goes back to conflict resolution. That okay, right now I have property. Someone could try to make a claim on my property, and that would lead to some form of dispute resolution. That could be just me and the other party, or it could bring other parties into it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's you say if libertarianism is contrary to Abrahamism of an eventual one world order of a rules-based system that everybody has to comply to.
Well, in terms of a you mean in terms of libertarian sort of world order? Is that what you're
Well, I'm saying that it's likely like there's no such thing as a libertarian world order.
And I quote,
saying libertarian's not really a rules-based system.
No, it's morals based. I see it as morals based because it's all about voluntary interaction. It's all about if it's not voluntary, then it is immoral. If it's not,
so you can't have a single.
If it's based in force, threat, or coercion, then it's immoral. And
so I mean, it's in opposition to Abrahamism of an eventual one world order, rules-based system that everybody has to comply to.
So you do think that's in opposition to Abrahamism, then?
Yeah, I mean, saying one of the fundamental tenets of Abrahamism is a universal rules-based order. There's different interpretations, say within Judaism, Christianity, Islam, but all of them propose a universal rules-based order that's not voluntary.
I see what you mean, yeah. But yet I also understand that
you can understand libertarianism.
Principles of voluntarism that's written about in all three religious books.
There's a connection between like evolutionary gun conflict understanding of libertarianism. We're saying it's a natural order for conflict to arise, and conflict sorts itself out, as opposed to a rules-based system imposing itself upon conflict.
Okay, yeah.
You're saying, okay, conflict is going to arise, and under a libertarian order, you could try to minimize and localize conflict without superimposing a rules-based order upon it. You could have local tribunals or settlement resolution, or libertarianism might fall into anarchism, and that's why people favor Abrahamism, because they don't, because libertarianism could tend towards anarchism, and just a belief that you need law, and law has to be imposed, and eventually there has to be one system that's imposed upon everybody, because if you have conflicting systems, that will lead to conflict.
Sure. Yeah, and that's one of the issues I have too with Israel being a state, it being existing where it is. Like, I've always questioned why it is they decided to put their state in the center, or in the right by all these
Jews.
other countries.
I'm caught up with Israel because I'm Jewish. Like, I studied in Israel, I care about Israel, but like, yeah, I'm obsessed with Israel and caught up with because I'm Jewish. And it's saying, but yeah, I mean, theoretically, you could have the same question about any state, and relatively, like, I'm talking about the collapse and the fall of the U.S. federal government, which I think would be a good thing. Personally, I think that the federal government, I don't think we're going to last the 2024 election. And I think relatively the collapse of the federal government might even be a good thing, that there might be minimal fallout and actually a mass benefit from it. So you look
Yeah,
at
I mean, everything
versus,
going to
versus
state,
Israel.
states'
Israel
rights,
also.
states' rights being taking precedence over federal government, I think, is probably going to be much better in the long run. But what I'm trying to kind of wrap my mind around, what I've been trying to wrap my mind around for a while now, is because one of the reasons I think I initially ended up questioning the whole Palestinian freedom thing, right? I'm not, I when I got involved with it, at a college where I was going at the time. There was a student group there that I got involved with, and I just wanted to understand what their views were and wanted to understand, I didn't want to be part of what if the Israeli state was really carrying out all this state-sponsored terrorism, as I heard, and that they were doing all these horrible, they're participating in all these horrible human rights abuses. I didn't want it happening in my name. I felt really horrible about it. I felt like I know I wasn't doing it, but I knew I was paying taxes for it. I knew my taxpayer dollars were funding it, and I didn't want that. I felt it was immoral.
Well, and you might be complicit as strong as your Jewish identity and association is corresponding to your complicitness in it. The more you're involved in organized Jewish life and organized your Jewish organizations, the more you're complicit in it.
Sure. Yeah. Well, and that wasn't the main reason why I was opposed to it, just because I was complicit. It's because I just felt
if you weren't
just wrong,
involved much in organized Jewry, you were much less complicit. But if you're more involved in Judaism, you're more complicit.
That makes sense, yeah, because of the fact, well, depending on which part of organized Judaism you're involved in, because there's a lot of pretty liberal, like you were saying, a lot of the liberal Jews who are involved in BDS and stuff. They're like, I think some of aren't they Reconstructionist Jews or something like that?
Yeah, but organized Jewry is usually top down. So if you're part of like a Reform synagogue, your Reform synagogue is part of a national organization of synagogue, which is part of like the conference of presidents of major Jewish organization, which APAC and the ADL or the various So once you're part of a Jewish organization, that Jewish organization is part of the local federation, which forms the national organizations,
right?
Which APAC, which
kind of like the Catholic Church and the Vatican, but it's Israel and.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's indirect. It's indirect or even direct support. So even if you're Reconstructionist, may not be part of organized Jewry. But like if you're Reform, that's most likely part of organized Jewry, and you're indirectly supporting the Israeli lobby because your organization is a member organization of the Federation. And the Federation's a member organization of the national organization, which is a member organization of the conference, which APAC represents. So Reconstructionists may not be part of. If you just say organize your Jews and your organizing, but I'm saying organized Jewry in the sense that Jewish organizations have a national structure, and that national structure, APAC, is strengthened by your membership in them,
right?
Or the ADL, or these various things. So saying, okay, well, you just joined your local Reform synagogue, you didn't know that your local Reform synagogue is a member of APAC and the ADL. So if the ADL does something, like I didn't approve of that, like I didn't sign up for that, but like somewhat like you did sign up for that when you joined your local Reform synagogue.
Okay.
And if you look at your complicitness, So you're saying, well, your local politician who gets money or funding or goes on Israel trips, or talks to the leaders of the Jewish organizations. When you join your local Jewish organization, that comes with that you're agreeing for these people to speak on your behalf. So when AIPAC talks to these leaders, you're one of their members, and so they're saying that's a level of complicitness that so if you're only like half of Jews are members of Jewish organizations. So I mean, most, maybe a Reconstructionist congregation, you pay membership, and maybe it's just a local congregation that's not part of a national charter, or if it is part of a national charter, whether the national charter of Reconstructionist organization is part of the federation. So I mean, it could be even Reconstructionist that you're still complicit in it, because God forbid, if you're a Jewish organization, if you're an independent Jew and just, well, I'm a Jew, I'm not part of any organization, and I disagree with organized Jewry, I'm just an American, like versus if you're part of a Jewish organization and your Jewish organization is in opposition to the conglomerations of organizations that represents over half of American Jews.
That makes sense. Well, let me finish my thought really quick, because just based off of what you said, I think you'd find something else kind of interesting that I experienced. But I think one of the things that sort of influenced me to kind of break off from the whole BDS thing, right, was that.
What do you mean break off? Like, how are you part of BDS?
I mean, in terms of having any support for, quote unquote, Palestinian freedom.
Like you personally, with your own money, were being careful not to spend your money. I mean, you personally were doing a personal BDS.
I went, yeah, I'll send you some videos. I went out. I've filmed some videos.
You were just doing political activism,
and I was like part of a student group. And
they were pushing for like BDS resolutions or doing.
Yeah, it's called Students for Palestinian Rights. Students United for
it's pretty
Palestinian
normal.
Rights.
I'm saying BDS is, but I'm saying like you can't really be part of BDS besides for your own economics. You could lobby and try to convince other people to boycott. Israel. I mean, like,
there was protests there's protests that I attended. For example, there was a protest. They went to this local grocery chain in Portland called New Seasons, and they basically spoke out against buying any of the products that were said to support Palestinian genocide.
Was it successful?
I mean, people listened. I mean, look at what it's like now. This is back in.
I was saying,
2010.
The store discontinued.
This is back in 2010.
Well, I'm saying maybe
when I see what's going on now versus what was going on in 2010.
Yeah, but I'm saying,
all the students now,
it was the store discontinued products or not. Like, maybe people listened, maybe people made different decisions, maybe you changed the people's view towards Israel. But in actual BDS campaign, it would have been successful if the store discontinued certain products.
That I don't know. I'm not sure about that, and I was never in it long enough to find out. I think there are some cases where, like, I just saw an article not too long ago about was it Samsung? Some Samsung product basically divested from Israel. I can't remember what it was. I think there are. I mean, I think they've been doing it for a long time, so I'm sure there's some success. I'm sure there's people who are like,
just part of a student club. You went to some protest. You have no idea.
But my main what I wanted to get across though is that when I thought about Hamas,
you used to protest and you stopped protesting.
Yeah, well, and then I also started actively questioning, does BDS align with libertarian principles? Does the Palestinian freedom align with libertarian principles? If they're using force, threat, or coercion against Jews and against Israeli Jews,
Well,
then
BDS is not
I
connected to
couldn't, as a
Palestinians.
libertarian,
BDS is saying BDS is about your power, your economics. So
and also just Palestinian freedom in general, the whole Palestinian
that might be the
freedom.
reason, but I'm saying you don't have to have any connection to Palestinians to do BDS. You're not giving money to, you're not helping Palestinians. You're removing
You're
help
boycotting, right?
from
It's a boycott.
Israel.
Yeah, but I'm
And if you're
talking
looking at
about
libertarian principles, you have the right to
the larger sort of Palestinian freedom cause in general is what I was wondering. What I started kind of questioning is whether or not how that a lot of the people who support that actually align with libertarian principles, because I was thinking that for libertarianism and voluntarism and voluntary interaction and so on, that would in terms of any sort of ideological system, or I don't know if you could call that an ideological system per se, but in terms of any sort of belief system that I've come across, in terms of what would lead to peace and peaceful interactions with people, that seemed to be the most peaceful. And so
we just look at solutions based, like, because if you're activism based, you're saying most of the activism doesn't actually do anything. So you're just, okay, you're trying to raise awareness, you're trying to make your voice heard, you're who you associate with versus whether you're actually changing or doing anything. And saying you have to limit, like, the limit of what BDS does is very small. If it's a small economic difference, if you make a change of a few dollars, a few economic resources not going to Israel, it's not, you're not actually raising money or directing money towards Palestinians. You're just possibly, and most BDS is very ineffectual, but like at most you're just diverting funds from what would be going to Israel. And I mean, if you're just looking at the logical,
well, and also speaking out, I think that the other part of it in terms of Palestinian freedom in general is, like the website, If Americans Only Knew, right? And making, communicating to other Americans, people who pay taxes, about what their taxpayer dollars are funding.
Yeah, I'm not
as a libertarian, in terms of just libertarian.
To me, it's just uninteresting because it's like a fallacy of thought. Like, you're not. I mean, like, your activism, you're trying goal based, but like, you're not really likely to achieve any goals. That for your own, you're doing it. For your own moral conscience, you try to do the right thing. Whether it's going to achieve a goal or not is largely beyond your control. So you're saying, like, if you were doing it because you thought you were going to stop, like change something, versus like, okay, you felt an obligation, you had to do something, you did what you could, and this is what you ended up doing, and then maybe you have other moral principles that you're comparing against. Is it contradicting your other moral principles?
Well, it wasn't just my moral principles. It was moral principles in general. I mean, I wasn't just doing it for my own reasons. I was doing it and I still do it. I still, when I talk to people just day to day, sometimes, I was just talking to someone at my workplace not too long ago about the whole Israel-Palestine issue, and that, I think every American should know about it, and because they pay taxes for it, their taxpayer dollars are going to fund it, and they have a say. Like, people, regardless of whatever side you're on, I think people should have a say because they pay taxes.
I guess I'm more Blackpilled. I don't think people really have a say or it matters. I'm saying, like, okay, like I stream, I talk about it, but I don't think it really matters trying to change people's opinions. And even if you change their opinions, there's very little we could do about it. So, like, okay, I stream about it, I talk about it. Occasionally I go to events. But I mean, saying, like, you seem to have, I mean, ironically, because you are saying you're a libertarian, but you seem to have some sort of like faith in the system, which I have absolutely no faith in the system. and to say like, oh, okay, the system like is rigged against you. The system won't work for you. Your knowledge or disknowledge of this stuff doesn't really matter. I mean, if you're looking like from a theological, moral-based system of some larger collective karma complicity, that we're all minorly complicit in the genocide that's happening right now, whether we like it or not.
And in other countries too.
But I'm saying
there's worse
you think
genocide
you have
happening
faith
in
in
other
the
countries.
system. You believe in the system enough to have faith that like it matters that people know what's happening, and that they could change it through like electoral processes. Or I mean, like I don't even vote. Like I'm usually, but you're saying like of morality, consciousness, of getting the news out and saying I get the news because I was involved in Jewish life. I lived in Israel. I dedicated my life to Judaism. I've studied the text, and try to be more information, and not even trying to necessarily influence people thinking one way or another. Just kind of like a straight duty, to God or higher forces. Like, okay, like I should make some sort of effort, and whether my efforts will bear fruit or not is beyond my control. But I did my duty by God to the best of my ability, or to like my fellow man. If you have sympathy towards, okay, you're a Jew, you're privileged, and you want to benefit your local Palestinians, you figure the best you could do is try to help the local Palestinians. What they're going to do with that help, you can't control. But if you're going to go to your local student group that has Palestinians in it, and with whatever privilege you have to share your information or knowledge to help them, and then if it's goals based, like, okay, you're really helping them by pushing BDS, or if that's their concern. But like as a libertarian, like, yeah, I'm completely blackpilled on like the system. Like I'm not trying to sell to Palestinians. Like if you just avow yourself to the system, then you might get some results. Because like, no, I don't think, the system, avowing themselves to the system is necessarily going to help them. In fact, I don't think it's going to help them. I would say
there was a woman who I spoke to during that time who was a Palestinian. She lived in Jerusalem. She taught school there. She totally was on the whole Israel is an apartheid state bandwagon. And she said one of the reasons why she thought it was an apartheid state is that like she was the place where she taught, she couldn't teach Islamic history and Jewish history at the same time. They wouldn't allow it. And that's one of the reasons why she thought Israel was an apartheid state. And I was like, huh, interesting. And she apparently even dated someone in Hamas at one point. At the time I was talking to her, she was married to this Christian guy. I was staying at their house for a night. They had me over for dinner and stuff. And one of the things that she told me was that she said I should take advantage of my privilege as a Jew, to help with their cause, with that cause. And I thought that was really interesting, like she was like telling me that I should take advantage of my privilege as a Jew to help.
Yeah, but there's not really much you could do to help. I mean, it's unfortunate. I mean, you could
breaking the silence that there's all those people, there's all the BTSLM, but I don't know.
Yeah,
the human rights organizations.
Former Israeli military officers. Like you're just an American Jew. Like you haven't even been to Israel. You don't have any. I mean, there's really not much you could do. You could be sympathetic and friendly towards Palestinians. You could somewhat, validate that they're not anti-Semitic, or that there is Jews that disagree with it. And saying if your privilege means like you have wealth and money,
I think not enough people.
Okay, you have Jewish privilege
country,
because you're sitting on money.
Not enough people in this country are willing to fire their representatives, like the representatives who don't actually, support what they want them to support in general.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I was saying I'm like, nah, like I'm like a libertarian. I'm a libertarian who doesn't vote. I don't vote. I think the system's rigged, and trying to get people to get involved in the system. Like, okay, maybe over a certain period, but you're like trying to sell the system to other people as, like the answer is, vote for this candidate over that candidate. I mean, if that's how you feel, that's how you feel. That's your level of activism. But I always avoid that kind of activism because, like I think the system itself is problematic, and so trying to get people to work within the system. I mean, Rashida Tlaib is my congresswoman, and like I didn't endorse her or back her, but like relatively, I've supported her. I've met her as a person, and I know Jews who have stood up and supported her, even though the vast majority of Jews in my area are against her. But I mean, you could look at that example where people, the election of Rashida Tlaib in my district was some form of success, but even within that, like her being elected to Congress hasn't changed anything.
Well, and there's a lot of anti-Sharia law people who believe that's all part of their whole fifth column thing too. Not just her, but like, any of the other Muslims who've been elected into various, various.
We argued to me, it's just a waste of time or deflection. You're saying if you have privilege, like your privilege means that you have more education or more money or more connections.
Well, just the idea that I can go to Israel and live there because I'm a Jew and I can be a citizen, I think is what she was driving at, and it's like, there's a guy. Have you ever seen the documentary film Five Broken Cameras? There's a documentary called Five.
Yeah, I haven't met him. He came to Detroit. I saw he played it, and in fact, I even donated a little bit of money to him when he was still making his film. He came to Detroit. But I'm saying, like, if you actually have Jewish privilege, you're saying that is because you have a better social economic connection. So you either have more money, more connections, more network, more education than your peers, and then you could extend that to your peers. So if it's not accurate, like, okay, like you don't actually have more money than your peers, you don't actually have a greater network than your peers, you're not actually more educated than your peers, then your Jewish privilege, so to say, went to waste. You weren't able to capitalize your Jewish privilege to benefit yourself. So you still might be Jewish enough that you would be granted access into organizations that would reject people who aren't Jewish. You still have the right to return to Israel. You could still go to your local synagogue or federation, or a free loan society or whatever, and they would accept you as where they would reject non-Jews. But your privilege would be seen by your current social status of your social economic status. And so if you haven't achieved higher social economic status, you don't really have Jewish privilege. I mean, you have some Jewish privilege still, but you didn't capitalize on your Jewish privilege if you didn't achieve higher social economic status. So I mean, normally you would be extending your Jewish privilege, which would mean your higher social economic status.
Well, I mean, I think generally speaking, probably, just being born into the family that I was born into, kind of gave me a higher social economic status. But, I've also, in some ways in the past, denied.
I mean, you're an old man right now. So it's like you either went down or up, like whatever you were born into, you have your current social economic status. You're a grown man now. So whatever you achieved, or so if you underachieved and you decreased in status due to poor choices you made, or if you maintained the status, or even went down a little bit in status, but I mean, presumably, as opposed to an Arab or Palestinian immigrant, you still might be relatively higher social economic status than them, and then you could extend that benefit to them, by helping them succeed in America, whatever level that is. I mean, really, there's minimum you could do. You just be supportive of Palestinian success, and say like, okay, the most you could do as an American Jew who is questioning what Israel's doing is try to lend and help the support and success of Palestinians.
Right, yeah, and just being able to speak out. I mean,
I don't even know if speaking out does anything.
It must do something.
No,
I mean, it must.
It's just empty words that might do absolutely nothing.
I tend to be pretty black-pilled myself. I mean, one of the things I wanted to ask you is just during your time in
the
Israel,
friendships and bonds that I've built with Palestinians. Like, okay, I went to a pre-protest, I've shown support, but like, no, I'm not really sure that does anything. If you're looking, like you're saying, like, okay, like I built meaningful.
I know there's a lot of libertarian.
I've built meaningful bonds and friendships with Palestinians, with Muslims, with Arabs, and those are valuable and hopefully are helpful. You say whether like this protest here or there actually accomplished something other than building a bond of friendship with other people. I'm not sure. I mean, I would almost be skeptical that it did achieve anything. So, okay, you went to a few BDS rallies or protests. It's like relatively say like those accomplished nothing other than the bond of friendship that they helped you build with, the other people that went to that.
Okay, what do you think about the idea of parallel economies and building parallel economies and libertarian centered around libertarian?
Yeah, and so if you're looking at like, okay, like the protest or whether you changed a few minds, like if you actually built a parallel economy, and that through the network that you've created a new network, parallel economy with pro-Palestinian people, and the pro-Palestinian cause will be successful as that parallel economic network. And that, if you're a grown man now already, you're thinking like these Palestinians, okay, like Rashida Tlaib is my contemporary. Like, she's in Congress now, like Amir Zar or local people. These are like, okay, I'm already a middle-aged man. So like my parallel economy was developed by the decisions I made decades ago. And, some of it's coming to fruition now. That you say, okay, well, Rashida Tlaib is my congresswoman and I'm friendly with her. I was working together with Rashida Tlaib before she ran for Congress. And, like I know hundreds of Palestinians, but like I'm at problematic because at some point, say like being I was part of organized Jewry, and that's a parallel network that supports what Israel's doing. So if I'm building a parallel network with Palestinians, I mean, it's hard to measure progress towards something. So if you're just saying you did your duty, you felt you had an obligation to do something, you tried, and maybe you succeeded, maybe you didn't. You can't really measure your own success, and you can't
I've also been doing a lot of the sort of behind the scenes stuff too. So, but I just wonder how many, like I said earlier, I did this videos with Imad. I
put it straight up like I mean, I did a whole series, my failures as a Jew, and I said like no, like I've completely failed. Like the genocide is like, is strong. I've been isolated. Like I'm willing to admit like I failed. I thought like I wanted to be on the right side. I was willing to ruin my relatively good standing in the Jewish community to be on the right side, and I've largely failed because I've ruined my good standing in the Jewish community, and almost all the activism I've done have failed. The genocide is in full effect. Most people are just as strong supporting Israel in the war and Zionism as they ever were, and all I did was act on my conscience.
So when you were living in Israel during that time, you were pro-Israel, is that right?
I was always neutral in Zionism. I was studying in religious school, so I was pro Judaism. I always was a one-state solution. I always thought that Israel should just give full citizenship to all the Palestinians, even when I was in Israel.
Okay.
I mean, I wasn't political like that. If people asked me, so, I was generally part of the Jewish economy and benefiting. Most of my friends were Zionists, and if you asked me, I would say, yeah, I'm anti-Zionist. I think we could just give all the Palestinian citizenship and we could live together as equals. However,
Were you libertarian minded at the time too?
I was always libertarian. Since high school, I
Okay,
became
did you
libertarian when I
find-
was 15, and I've been libertarian for 30 years now.
Okay. And did you find that there was a lot of like Muslim people who were also libertarian minded?
No. I mean, very few Jews, like only like 2% of Jews are libertarian. I don't even know if I've met a Muslim libertarian. I mean, because Muslims usually a very collective identity. I mean, Judaism and Muslim are collective identities. So almost all the libertarians I've met are, Europeans. I mean, occasionally I meet other libertarians. I have met a handful of libertarian Jews, but like less than 1 out of 50 Jews are libertarian.
Yeah, well,
I never push.
so
I never
that's one
push.
of the reasons I
People
kind of
ask me, like, I've been libertarian. I've always, since high school, I've always, but I don't often, like, I just kind of realized that most people disagree with me. I've never preached
that would black pill me.
I've
right
never
there.
preached libertarianism to other
Just-
people, and I associated in Jewish circles and even Zionist circles being an anti-Zionist because I was pro-Jewish. I was involved in Judaism, and I just like, well, I think we could give Palestinians full citizenship, and they're just like, oh, you're crazy, you're dumb, you're not realistic. And occasionally we argued about it a little bit, but usually we didn't even argue about it. And since when I was at university, so I always had Muslim Arab friends, went to interfaith, went to Palestinian student events. But since October 7th, I became more vocal. Since God forbid this mass casualties in the last war, and it's cost me my standing in the Jewish community because now Zionism is more important than it's ever been. So I mean, previously my Zionist friends would have just been like, oh, okay, like you're unrealistic, but now like I'm a traitor and I'm dangerous.
And that seems to be the general response too. For me, it's like, I mean, I've been called a Nazi many years ago because I once vocalized my support for the cause of Palestinian freedom many years ago.
Yeah, that could be. I was always a religious Jew, so
and it's like, and then just the typical, all the typical responses that people, who are. It's like what I'm getting at. It seems like people want to force me to take a side. I can't just say I'm against murdering people, and I don't really believe that Israeli Jews should be forced off.
I mean, it's kind of my annoyance with this direction. A lot of you should just be realistic. You're a Jewish dissident.
I am, but I also
you might like to think that the majority of Jews agree with you, or that you're acting out on your.
I don't think they
Jewish
do at
belief,
all.
but he's saying
I've
that clearly not. Like you're a Jewish dissident.
A
the
long
vast majority of
time
Jews disagree with you.
A longtime friend of my mother's basically just cut off contact with me. I think partially because of the views that I had. And
you choose to act on your conscience, and then don't disillusion yourself into being more impactful than you are. I mean, you could have impact on individual people. Like that's why I went, to Elon Pape. He came to Metro Detroit, and he said, in Israel, like, it's talking like apartheid South Africa. Like after it fell, almost all South Africans said they opposed apartheid, even though realistically very few people did. But if you're looking realistically, like among Israelis, like anti-Zionists are like less than 1 out of 20, maybe even like 1 out of 25. But that makes a difference to Arabs and Palestinians. So they say like, okay, not all Jews. And that also makes you more traitorous to your fellow Jews. The fact that the few Palestinians or Arabs that you have meaningful friendships with, and then they're like, I don't hate all Jews. Like it's not, my battle's not against Judaism, it's against Zionism. And they, however, the Zionists are going to look at like, you're a traitor, and this person is an anti-Semite, and their battle is with all Jews. And the only reason why they don't think that their battle is against all Jews is because of you nasty traitor. So, I mean, that's the unfortunate part of this situation. And so if, God forbid, you're going to stand your conscience and you make a difference to Arabs and Palestinians that are really going through horrible things right now. God forbid. But it comes at the cost of being perceived and possibly being a traitor to your own people. And that's like, okay, like, I mean, if you look like, okay, the Holocaust, Germany, saying if you went against the Nazis and helped the Jews during World War II, we said, were you a traitor to the German people? Saying at the time, like maybe, like, yeah, that would have been being a traitor. But you're saying like, so if we're in this kind of situation where it's completely unacceptable what Israel's doing, but somehow the huge majority of Israelis and even American Jews somehow are on the side of these atrocities, you should be a traitor to the Jewish people. And like, you could believe by God,
that's how they see it. That's how they see it.
I'm not hating because I'm not doing this because I hate the Jewish people. I'm not doing this because I have ill intentions. I love the Jewish people, and you're saying, keep in your own mind, but you say like, this is completely egregious and unacceptable, and to me it makes very little sense that
and they're bringing on they're bringing on more hatred against themselves by doing it. I don't know how they can't see that. Like, that's one of the things, like, I've oh man, there's one guy who I communicate with who sees Zionism as a disease, and he doesn't like want to kill them or anything like that. He just thinks Zionism as an ideology is a disease. And
it's like racism.
There's sometimes I have to agree in terms of what I was just talking about, like how they literally won't have an urge to bring racism as hatred against them.
Well, like, it goes back to this, the justification for Zionism is this irrational belief that like people hate us and want to kill us. So I'm saying like, okay,
but
like
they cause the hatred, though. They do things to cause the hatred.
You could look at
provocateur. Hello,
I'm saying I think that is most Jews and Zionists are rational actors. Like
when want to hear an interesting story? When my mother was living there, she claimed that she witnessed Jewish settlers start the war. And there's other people who witnessed it too.
Yeah, it could be, God forbid.
And that's what that's an example of what I'm talking about. It's like there's this urge to do things that cause hatred against them. And I'm talking about when I say them, I mean the people who do that. I guess it's a lot of the the ultra nationalist types. I
wouldn't praise it. They're not doing it to cause hatred against them. They're doing it to achieve an objective, and the objective is Zionism. The objective is just saying that Zionism necessitates ethnic cleansing of Palestinians.
But do they care that the part of
they've
part of doing that involves causing other people to hate them? Are they aware of that? or do they just?
Well, they
not
might. I mean,
care?
they've rationalized it, or they've. I mean, they've made. I mean, I it's that I'm a universal humanitarian. I'm a universal humanist, and think that the fundamental motivations are the same among all people. So even now, if Jews, Zionists are at the level of actively being complicit in genocide, it still is explained by universal humanism, and they're rationalizing some sort of utilitarian um, calculation that in their own mind that they're reducing overall suffering, and maybe it's their own suffering, or that they value their suffering more than other people's suffering, or they have an irrational not irrational, but they have a misperception of perceived injustices or perceived persecution, but relatively that because maybe you just don't know that many Zionists. So I just know like the
I've known
overwhelming.
quite a few, mostly because of my my family.
Well, I'm saying I was part of organizational Jewish life to know that almost all Jews at most synagogues disagree with me, and I've had enough arguments with my friends and colleagues for decades that like I hardly convinced anybody. I've been a libertarian and an anti-Zionist for 25 years, and like I didn't make any headway convincing people. Like I went to synagogues and Jewish events, and almost everybody consistently disagreed with me and never changed their mind. And so
I think
I can understand.
I think the what kind of
I mean, it goes back to what we were talking about with
what sways people over on the sort of anti-Zionist side, I guess you could say, is libertarianism, and I think libertarianism has definitely gained a lot of traction, for sure, for better or for worse.
Libertarianism has never been popular, and it's like libertarianism is not even that popular among whites and Europeans who have bent towards individualism, as where Jews are collective people in general. I put it back to just the group conflict of interest, where you talked, the beginning of, conflict between Jews and Europeans over, certain things like multiculturalism and immigration, and that there's a group conflict of interest, and Jews perceive themselves as a collective, as their collective group interest.
It's just tribal mentality.
Yeah, and saying, okay, so I just accept, like, I might say the opposite, like, I'm a half Jew, and a large reason I feel the way I do is because I'm only half Jewish. That I feel more sympathy towards outsiders because I'm only half a member. Even if I'm Jewish, I was considered part. I lived in Israel. I went to Orthodox schools. To some extent, I was accepted as fully Jewish, but I still felt that outsider element of sympathy, or this, like, okay, I'm not really fully Jewish, therefore, to me, like, what do we need a Jewish ethno state for? So I was always like, okay, like, I don't need a Jewish ethno state. I like Judaism and the religion and being part of Jewish, but like, I don't need an ethno state. I don't care if I have neighbors that are different than me. But it's like, okay, maybe I'm biased because I'm only half Jew. And if I was fully Jewish, maybe I would be like, well, no, like we got a good thing going for it. Why do we want people different around us? And like a nepotism, a mistrust of outsiders, or a whole bunch of reasons. And it's saying like, yeah, and unfortunately, relatively good Jews who are charitable, nice people, relatively well-mannered, help out fellow Jews and non-Jews alike, have been infected by the disease of Zionism and are supporting at least ethnic cleansing and possibly even genocide. And they all have generally the same arguments. Most of them will argue like it's self-defense, like it's not our fault, they did it to themselves. And maybe they honestly believe these arguments, or they just heard them so much they're sensical to them. They don't feel any obligation or responsibility for the suffering of Palestinians. They've justified themselves in thinking that the Palestinians caused the suffering upon themselves.
Well, they always refer to how they could have went along with it back in 1948 or whatever, with the whole what was it, the United Nations partition plan, or am I right in that?
Yeah, I know the arguments. I'm saying like that, but I'm saying that most Jews don't feel responsible for the suffering of Palestinians, and so some of them
I just don't see how they can't feel. There must be a lot of cognitive dissonance, maybe is the term that comes to mind, in terms of not having any sense of responsibility. I mean, I have a sense of responsibility just paying taxes for it. And
I guess
so
if you have
does that make me a self-hating Jew? I'm not self-hating. I don't hate myself.
If you have a very strong Jewish identity, that you have like this super strong value of preserving Judaism,
then it should be what is it, what's the
what I'm saying, I'm willing to give up on Zionism, I'm willing to give up on the Zionist project and saying we don't need a Jewish state. I don't mind living as equals with non-Jewish neighbors. But to most Jews, they're saying no, in Judaism, Zionism is so important that it
should be by any means necessary.
I mean, to some extent,
in terms of Zion, the ultra
at least in terms of the suffering of the Palestinians, or of the bending of U.S. policy. Maybe a lot of them believe that like the Nikki Haley and saying Israel does more for America than America does for Israel. I mean, it's some internalized Jewish supremacy where these people have no idea what we do for them, or kind of telling I hear often, I've never once heard from an African American, I often hear how much Jews did for civil rights and how much African Americans owe us. We did so much for African Americans, they don't appreciate how much they owe us. As where I almost never hear that from African Americans. Basically never. I never hear from African Americans how much they feel they owe the Jewish people. And you're saying, well, is it a misperception? Maybe a few Jews were helpful in civil rights, or Jews are sympathetic, or certain element, but this concept that they have no idea what we did for them. And you say it's an internalized Jewish supremacy that is confounded by our religious beliefs. And if it comes out in terms we've done so much for the world, they could overlook this little suffering of the Palestinians. And it's also just an internalized racism against Arabs. These people are barbarians, they're incapable of civilization. We tried everything, but they're just incapable of civilization. This is how you have to treat people like that. That's the only way they get it. In Israel, Arabs, you don't understand Arabs. We live in a tough neighborhood. These people only understand force. I mean, there's countless arguments that I hear all these arguments constantly.
Do you think any of them are valid though?
No, I reject all of them because I'm a universal humanist. I mean, because I went to secular Jewish schools as a kid. I was raised as kind of a secular value of that a lot of Jews of the time pushed, and it was universal humanism. So all of these arguments are in opposition to universal humanism. So I can't accept any of these arguments because that's not right. What about universal humanism? No, the basic motives that are driving even Hamas are the same motives that are driving Jews and Israelis. If you believe in universal humanism, you have to reject all these other arguments.
Well, hey, okay. So
And a lot of Jews do like to believe
let
in
me ask you
universal.
this: how much of the Islamic texts, the Quran, the Hadiths, have you studied personally in terms of the teachings, in terms of
A lot.
like I have let me just make it clear. I have some Muslim friends who I'd consider to be as close as anybody can be in terms of people who I'm friends with online. And I've had some pretty deep conversations with them about a lot of stuff like this. And I don't think that I think that most Muslim people don't really follow every single teaching in their religions, because if they did, things would be very different.
Well, yeah, obviously, that's what I say, like universal humanism. So you're like my Muslim friend that, saying like, like you think like, oh, he's going to kill me because there's some statement in the text. I mean, it's a similar, like, like the Talmud says this statement. There's a statement in the Talmud. Therefore, like, you're a Jew, and because it states this in the Talmud, you're probably going to cheat me. And you're saying like, no, man, like to me, universal humanism is the essential underlying principle I go by. And so, saying like, okay, well, this guy's Muslim and it says these controversial statements in the text. Unclear whether he's going to act according to, some universal human value or according to some statement in a text. And it might influence him. I mean, people are complicated, multifactorial.
Yeah, and I don't really buy that. Like that guy Lloyd DeYoung, who I listened to quite a bit of in the past. He would have you think that he's, I don't know if you've heard like Jay Dyer too. He's like debated Muslims before.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, I think regardless of one of the issues that I have with all the divisiveness, I don't believe there should be some big one world religion or anything like that. I'm not some like big new ager or anything like that. My mother went through stuff like that when I was younger. She was all into new agey stuff, and I can't stand it. But one of the problems that I have with all the divisive kind of views amongst different religions, one of the reasons why I've considered the interfaith sort of elements of religion to be more sensible, at least, is that they're at least more inclined to like, they're more inclined to practice peaceful relations with each other, and they're more inclined to sort of strive towards some kind of understanding, instead of be at each other's throats because of this or that teaching. And that's one of the things that I have respect for as far as the kind of interfaith people and the interfaith movement goes. I guess at the end of the day, like I mentioned before, it kind of all goes back to power. And I think in general, like with the tribalist sort of tendencies towards tribalism, I think a lot of that's more about power than it is about anything else. Maybe I'm just generalizing, but and I also think that there's something. Okay, are you familiar with something called the Karpman drama triangle?
From South Park?
No, different Karpman. The Karpman drama triangle I learned about through a guy who a friend of Jan Irvin's actually, and it's Karpman is the name of the psychiatrist who proposed it. His name is Stephen E. Karpman, Karpman, and so in the Karpman drama triangle, it consists of a victim, a persecutor, and a rescuer. Those are the three in the triangle. So the 3 points. And that really hit me when I learned about that. And I learned, like, you know, as far as conflict resolution and all that goes too, relating it to all that, because I spent a lot of time, you know, looking into different, you know, nonviolent communication and all these different sort of systems and views out there that, you know, that pertain to the possibility of achieving peaceful relations with people, right? And including Palestinians and Israelis and things like that. And so when I learned about this, it just clicked. And so, you know, the idea that this is kind of a universal, if you will, with everyone. It's like all part of our sort of personal narrative in a way, right? That there's a persecutor, a victim, and a rescuer. And the idea that you can break out of it really intrigued me. And there's a Karpman, the TED empowerment triangle is the way to get out of it and make bad relationships good, according to Karpman's theories. And in the TED empowerment triangle, there is it's a challenger. What is it? I know it seems kind of silly. It might seem kind of silly, like kind of self-helpish, but it makes a lot of sense to me. And the TED triangle is a challenger, creator, and coach is the TED triangle. And that's how to get out of the Karpman drama triangle. And I thought that was interesting in terms of, because I believe, quite frankly, I'm just going to put this right out there, that there's a lot of what's referred to as trauma-based mind control that's involved in every single religious system and political systems as well. I believe in general, there is a lot of trauma-based mind control involved in the 9/11 attacks. I believe that it's all over the place. Like, and people can succumb to it very easily depending on the kind of trauma that they've been afflicted by and the nature of whatever controlling system is you know, they're dealing with. And this Karpman drama triangle thing, I think perfectly sort of addresses that, as far as, I guess you could say, sort of archetypes, and just very general archetypes, like the victim, the persecutor, and the rescuer. Because everybody can to play any one of those roles in any relationship they have. And I think that there's no question in my mind that that pertains to religious relations too, and relations between different religious groups. Like, you know, how many times have Jews?
We just go back to these sociological theories like the Karpman drama triangle, you know, usually necessitate universal humanism.
Sorry?
Well, I mean, something like the Karpman drama triangle is, you know, based upon the presumption of universal humanism.
Yeah, and that's kind of one of the reasons I brought it up. It reminded me of that.
Is any of these sociological, psychological, you're saying that like the fundamental nature of all people, Palestinian or Jewish, is the same. And so if you say, well, the Karpman drama triangle, but that doesn't apply to Palestinians because they're savages, and say like, well, so, universal humanism, these are universal principles that apply to all people.
Right. Yeah. And I would love,
like the language
if more
of Hamas,
people could figure out how to.
These guys are evil. They're not logical. They don't even have their own self-interest in mind. They're just so full of hatred that they don't even care whether they live or die if they could just cause a little bit more suffering to the Jewish people.
Yeah, that's just not a good way to go. No. Yeah, that's not a good way to go about achieving good relationships with people.
Well, it's a presumption that it's impossible. And that's why we have ethnic cleansing or God forbid,
Right.
genocide, because they've rejected universal humanism. And it's almost an inversion. You're saying we have to destroy them because otherwise they would destroy us. So that's what I say, that most Jews that are supporting this, I mean, there's some, maybe just self-serving, like, okay, I want it all for myself and they're in the way and I don't care about anything other than my own desires. But a lot of it is self-defense. I mean, I was just mentioning that Elle Reeve book on the black pill or, the alt-right white nationalism. And even that, saying like most people understand and phrase their hatred within self-defense, that they're just defending themselves from other people when really they're being offensive. But
and when you think of the self, when you say they're defending themselves, and you think of the self as that drama triangle, because that's what it is. That's whether or not they'll admit to it. That's what it consists of, is their attachments to those three.
Yeah, but that's what I say, that I don't think Zionists are uniquely evil, and it could be explained by universal humanism. That maybe something like the Karpman drama triangle could explain the Zionist psychology of how they're self-deluding themselves into thinking that they're the good guys in this.
I think it can with virtually any ideology, is what I've found.
Yeah,
and
I
guess,
with
that it's like that.
Not even necessarily saying that Hamas are the good guys, the Palestinian, that like, I mean, there's reciprocation on both sides. Although just the nature of what's happening right now, I'm more focused on getting Israel to stop what they're doing, because that's the bulk of where the destruction's coming from. But in terms of like the universal human motives, they reciprocate and play off of each other.
I totally. There's one of the people commented swirly, saying we're all suffering from trauma and nobody wants to admit or work through it. And
I agree. Hurt people.
I agree. And that's what it seems like. It seems like there's just this cosmic sort of what's the word I'm looking for? Tension that has to do with that, and that's in.
It's an enlightenment to break
everything that's been going on with Israel and Palestine.
You have to have a certain amount of enlightenment to break the pain cycle, to recognize that it's not going to benefit you to cause pain in the other party.
At least there's enough people, it seems like, who are aware of what Swirly just commented about, who are who want, because I have found that there are people on both sides who generally do want peace. I found that, at least, and that brings me some hope that kind of you
Yeah, I
know,
mean, it goes
prevents
back
me
to
from
this
being
collective.
totally black-pilled on this.
What I'm saying, that we're the traitors because we don't fully appreciate that these people really do want to kill us, and like that maybe we're just naive, self-deluded people, or at best or at worst we're full traitors that also became so self-hating that we actually want to kill our own people. And so there's this delusion of the motivations of the other side, that like I'm the good guy because the other side is uh like that bad, and like what I'm doing isn't that bad because the other side, if they could just like
You know what that is, though? That I just figured out, that is there's a logical fallacy involved with that, and that is what would it be? There's some logical fallacy involved with that. I can't figure out exactly.
there's
which
probably a
one it is.
bunch, but I mean just because I deal with so many pro-Israel Zionist people, it's just the the basic argument. I mean, even like God forbid, like like they would 100% commit genocide if they could. They just don't have the power to. We could easily kill every single one of them, but we've only killed a few percentage of them. But we had to do it because if we didn't, they would have killed all of us. It's just that they happened to be so backwards and pathetic that they failed.
I mean, there's people. I think there's some people who probably would. Like there's the Hajar, are they? The Hajar from Iran. Have you seen that video of the I think they're called the Hajar. Let me just try and figure out.
Yeah, I mean, I would reject anything that goes against universal humanism. So, I mean, if you're saying the evil goes against universal humanism, so you're saying like, no, I mean, some people are just evil, and there is these elements. You're saying like, oh no, these people, they the only thing they care about is destroying the Jewish people. They don't even care about their own self-interest.
See, that's the problem. Is so you and I, we could, like you said, you're black-pilled, right?
Well, I'm just using the expression.
I'm black-pilled in the way that you are, in the sense of
on the U.S. government.
A lot of people on
I'm
both
black-pilled
sides.
on the U.S. government.
A lot of people on both sides of this issue, or on different sides of this issue, aren't universal humanists. They're quite different than universal humanists. They're quite frankly full of a lot of hate and trauma, and in my opinion, a lot of them are they've succumbed to trauma-based mind control, and that's one of the main problems with a lot of this. Then you have all the people who are taking advantage of them to for their own.
Yeah, but so the problems is, I mean, that's why I'm putting it. The problem is universal human nature, the dark side of universal human nature, and it's some form of enlightenment to escape it. So it's saying like, I mean, you have to be enlightened to break the cycle. So the people who are not enlightened, they're just part of the cycle. And so if you're willing to reject any of these other arguments, just like, no, universal humanism, not true, don't buy it, don't believe it, you're just going to uphold a higher level of moral standards, no matter what. And saying, like, God forbid you're naive and might cost you your life, but saying, well, I would rather die with my principles. That but saying just the survival instinct of human nature that causes people to act in these violent tendencies, because the certain fight or flight mirror them, and people, I will do what I have to do to survive, as opposed to higher principles. I would rather die and maintain these higher principles than survive and compromise these higher principles. So that's a level of enlightenment, and so that the majority of people are not enlightened, they're just acting on baser human nature, should be expected.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I mean, I have some faith that at least, I mean, there's hopefully going to be some good that comes out of this, in the sense of
You be optimist.
I think
you believe in
people
God,
people are going to get sick of this, to the point where, you know, they want to do something different. That's kind of what I think.
You can hope.
One of the things that has to happen. I mean, like, things can't keep going on like this.
Yeah, I mean they can. They keep on getting worse. So I'm saying, like, just to think, like,
It's like you're gonna hit rock bottom, in the sense of, like, so, like, if I was to look at this like some collective,
I would fundamentally disagree. So, like, no,
addiction.
we have boom bust cycles, and we're on the precipice of a bust cycle, and so it's got to get worse before it gets better, and unless there's some sort of mass enlightenment, like, no, it's going to keep on getting worse. And it was like, kind of like, it was mentioned, like President Biden and the Trump assassination, like, this is not who we are. It's like, yes, this is who we are. The unfortunate reality, like, this is who we are. And if you don't want this to be who we are, we have to change, and start with ourselves. But unless, I would say it would almost be miraculous. There'd have to be some miraculous mass enlightenment event to prevent this spiraling out of control and complete catastrophe. I'm just saying you shouldn't be optimistic. I mean, it's good to be optimistic. You also believe, say, okay, like, if I die, I die. Like, I'll stood by my standards and principles, and meet my maker, knowing that I did my best. But I mean, it's delusional to think you could predict the future. It's delusional to think you have control over things you don't have control over.
Sure.
And then it's saying, if you have an accurate assessment of reality, you say, well, it's an unfortunate situation that looks like it's going to keep on getting worse. There's possibility that couldn't happen, but that would be from large amounts of people changing their ways. And like, that usually doesn't happen. Usually people don't change their ways. It takes a lot for people to change their ways. And then you got to understand history, theology, and unfortunately, my understanding of history and theology is these boom bust cycles, and that we're approaching a bust cycle. And so you do your best, pray, be as good of a person as possible, try to enlighten yourself, enlighten others. But unfortunately, we're approaching this bust cycle.
Well, the thing that really one thing that does blackpill me about a lot of this is that they already had it planned out decades in advance. Like a lot of this, and
who's they?
The elite is the global elite, the people who are the architects of the matrix, so to speak. And all the people,
any person of intelligence and power is probably doing long-term planning.
Yeah, well, and they have been. I mean, there's no, you can find it's Agenda 21
long-term planning to protect their own
Agenda
best.
21 was part of it. The whole, if you follow what's his name, the guy who he's been talking a lot about the United Nations and how it connects with Gnosticism and things like that. See, that's one of the problems that I have It's like, okay, like I'm all for enlightenment in terms of like the real sense of the term enlightenment.
No, I mean,
I'm
generally,
not
rejecting
all for the
your
sort of
conspiracy
false
theories.
enlightenment that's being pushed by the likes
I'm
of
rejecting these conspiracy theories of the elites, and like, no, I mean, I think there's collective sin and boom bust cycles, and it's not designed by the elites; it's designed by higher forces. So, I mean, generally, I reject, called like the conspiracy theories of the globalists, the elites. I mean, there are people who have self-interest and have done their best to try to prepare for the bust cycle. And like, if you're more intelligent, have more resources, you're more likely to have thought about these cycles and tried to prepare for them.
So you don't think James Lindsay is that's who I was just talking about, James Lindsay. You don't think James Lindsay brings up a lot of very relevant issues in terms of, like theosophy and how it's all connected to the United Nations and I've personally known people who were part of the OTO, for example.
No, I don't buy any of that stuff.
People who are all involved with
I put this in.
I know you don't personally buy it, and I'm not asking you to buy it per se, but I'm without a doubt, I think there are people who are high up who believe in a lot of this occultist stuff. And there's no question in my mind that is the case. And I believe that a lot of what is being pushed on a global scale is a global occultist agenda. There's no question in my mind about that. And I am opposed to it 100%. And I think part of the
you're going back
involves things like human sacrifice. And
it's just like your
they don't care about who they're sacrificing.
Yeah, I mean, but it's just like the Abrahamism and the Turkey and the Messianic beliefs. Like, people have beliefs and they make their actions and predictions based on how it is. But I mean, it's just a similar form of like the Abrahamic Messianic beliefs, one world system. And, so all peoples are natural to make predictions about the future outcomes. They have belief systems. They try to correspond the predictions of what's going to happen to their belief systems and do the best for that. But I'm not, to me, it doesn't make much of a difference what the various people believe and why they believe it or how they're mapping it out for the future. Because when the bust cycle hits, there's going to be a lot of chaos, and almost all these plans are going to be for naught. And it's like generally, like, I believe in just collective karma.
Well, a lot of it you use the word chaos, and a lot of it also has to do. I mean, there are literally people who believe that there's something called a chaos imperium.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really care. I don't really care.
Chaos imperium, and they believe that they're
no offense, but I don't care. I mean, there's people who believe different things. Like, so what?
Well, they're the ones who are making a lot of decisions too, and
yeah, I don't
in things like central planning and things like that. So it's like, I don't know. It's like I respect that you don't believe it. I think that's a good thing. I don't believe it either.
Even thinking like,
okay, people who do, and they.
Yeah, I mean, just to me, just nonsensical. I don't even want to hear it. I would say, saying like there are people that have more power, more money, and like they might conspire, they might be working with each other, they might pass legislation or try to do something, but like it comes down to, like you said, the Orthodox Jews, the victim mentality, and it's saying like, no, like I believe in God, higher powers. I'm not worried about man or different men and their beliefs and how it's going to affect it. And I mean, you say that there are people who have more power and more money and more control, and they do have plans. But yeah, I mean, I think it's minimally relevant. I mean, it doesn't even really interest me.
So are you not really, are you just neutral about the United Nations then, for example?
Well, I don't neutral. I'm saying that there's people, there's organizations, there's belief systems of people in these organizations. But I think it's minimally relevant that
I don't know if it is or not. I'm still trying, I
mean,
mean, I
so,
know
okay,
that
you believe that God runs the world or you don't. And so, like, if you don't think God runs the world and is one directing things, and then you're looking into these other things that that you think have the power and are directing things, and so to
well,
me,
I think that's the problem. I think that God does run the world, and I think that's a good thing. But I think that people screw it up by trying to play the role of God. And I think a lot of these people who are involved with the United Nations and involved with all of these occult elitist groups are trying to play the role of God. And I think they're screwing it up for a lot of other people.
yeah, no, I mean, it seems just to divert personal responsibility. So I don't really. It's like a victim mentality, and as opposed to being a victim of irrational anti-Semitism, you're a victim of elites that are doing things that affect your life, whether you like it or not, which is just a diversion away from personal responsibility.
I'm not going to use the victimhood thing, the victimhood narrative. I'm going to say that it's that I refuse to be a victim of these people. And I believe that more people, the part of the awakening you're talking about, in fact, I would say would be part of it, would be understanding that these people exist and refusing to play into their narrative and refusing to play into because I think they rely on that narrative.
They're largely irrelevant. What's affecting people is their lack of enlightenment, and so like it's not affecting the people is their lack of knowledge of other people who have sinister motives. Their lack of self actualization and accumulating their own power and influence.
Okay, sure. So like I'm agreeing with you in a lot of this.
I mean, the reason why you're talking about them is because the reason you're talking about them as opposed to yourself.
Let me just put forth this possibility.
I'm not really interested in this. Saying like the reason you're talking about them as opposed to yourself is because you didn't actually do something with yourself. So you're not talking about what you want to do because God forbid you're a failure. And what you want to do doesn't matter. You're talking about what these people want to do because they actually achieve something and have something.
I want to teach more people how to break out of the Karpman drama triangle. That would be one of the things I've actually been doing that as best as I can.
Okay, well, I mean, good for you
in my capacity. What I'm getting at though is like, so there's all these different ideologies like feminism and like all these different like just look at like diversity, equity, and inclusion.
I go back to
all the different
your conspiracy theory breaks.
These aren't conspiracy theories. It breaks diversity, equity, and inclusion.
It breaks universal humanism, where you're saying, but there's these nefarious actors, and it's saying like no, like it's the same ascription of universal humanism, and you're just like, oh, but there is this evil element that goes against universal humanism.
Okay, let me ask you this. Have you ever read about
the essential thing facing us is our own human nature?
Okay.
That could explain.
And I think part of our nature. Okay, so but one of the things that Judaism teaches is that part of our nature as humans is that humans are naturally evil, and in order to avoid evil, we must do good.
Well,
would you agree?
No. I mean, you have a side. You have the Yetzer Hara, Yetzer Tov, a side to evil, a side to good. The natural things that face humans are, lust, honor, and greed. So I mean, you have a natural tendency to go towards honor, lust, greed, to listen to your animalistic inclination, but there's no necessarily natural. You have a natural side to good and a natural side to bad, and you could you listen to either force. The natural side to bad focuses on honor, lust, greed, and anytime any person could fall victim to these natural tendencies that are with us at all times. the more power a person has, maybe the more danger that them falling victim to their honor, lust, or greed. But any one of us at any time could fall victim to them. And it's saying if there's a cabal, or saying that it basically it's saying evil is the honor, lust, and greed.
Well, yeah, and I would.
So I mean,
qualify
whether it's a poor,
things as being evil.
whether it's a poor person who commits murder to rich people who create a cabal, it's the same universal human tendency towards honor, lust, or greed.
Okay, so what do you? So I guess when I bring up the term evil, I'm also thinking about what a lot of rabbis taught, that what makes something evil is when it's something that's taken out of its correct context.
Yeah, I mean, there's different statements, but I'm saying evil. I mean, the evil is. I mean, in essence, you're saying evil is when you choose, over the good elements of charity, compassion, mercy. Instead, you choose honor, lust, or greed. Saying if it's action, like an evil action, as opposed to destruction versus creating, or I mean, generally, like saying even evil, the theological evil is a tool. But I mean, still say like it's within some universal human nature that all people equally have the ability to be good or bad, and it's not no one's one dimensional. People are mixtures of good and bad over their lifetime in different amounts.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, I what I was bringing up something that
There are no one-dimensional bad.
that
good, or
another
bad
rabbi rabbi who I know, he was a Orthodox Chabad. That's what he views. That's what I mean. That's how he described it to me in terms of what human nature, his beliefs on human nature, and the belief of a lot of other rabbis apparently on human nature. One of the things that I've learned about is there's a guy named Gregory Bateson. Do you know who he was?
I don't think so.
Gregory Bateson was one of the founders of the Office for Strategic Services, and thus the CIA, because they were the precursor to the CIA. And
This stuff really doesn't interest me that much.
Okay, well, I'll, I won't bring up much more about it, but he devised this theory called the double bind, which is a dilemma in communication in which an individual or group receives two or more reciprocally conflicting messages. In some scenarios, e.g. with families or romantic relationships, this can be emotionally distressing, creating a situation in which a successful response to one message results in a failed response to the other, and vice versa, such that the person responding will automatically be perceived as in the wrong, no matter how they respond. This double bind prevents the person from either resolving the underlying dilemma or opting out of the situation. And that was first stated by Gregory Bateson and his colleagues in the 1950s in a theory on the origins of schizophrenia and post-traumatic stress disorder. And when I bring up the whole, the thing with trauma-based mind control, for example, that very much ties in to what I'm talking about. And I agree with you 100% that there needs to be some kind of awakening, some kind of enlightenment. And I think part of that awakening and enlightenment would involve being able to break out of that because
And
I
that's part of
believe
the bus
that is
cycle of collective karma.
that double bind is something that has been used against a lot of people.
What I'm saying, the double
And that's-
bind is,
it's been turned into an agenda, in fact.
yeah, I mean, saying, but the double bind is just punishment for our sin. And saying that that's part of the bus cycle, and the ultimate cause of it is God being merciful and gives us long time to repent and change from our evil ways. And at a certain point, because God is merciful and gave us time to repent, and we don't repent, we end up in these situations of these double binds where basically everybody's at that situation right now, where we have these conflicting situations. So I'm saying the Enlightenment, all that allows us is to make better situations. But if you're an enlightened person in a negative situation where no matter what you do is going to have negative outcome, and you say because we've made so many historic mistakes, we're basically all in this situation already of this double bind. But you're saying, well, how did we get in that situation? It's because of collectively as societies, as individuals, we've made a bunch of bad mistakes. So if you're looking like Israel right now, after having killed tens of thousands of people, started the war, destroyed all of Gaza's, like they're in this double, triple, bind situation where they have no good options. But like, well, why are they in that situation? Because they made horrendous bad decisions up to now. Had they not made all these series of bad decisions, and societally, even good people who relatively made good decisions their whole life, but collectively, because society is such in a bad situation, um, and you could look at it like any of any of the major situations facing the United States, the border crisis, crime, inflation, the economy, basically all of these issues were in these double bind situations where everything we do is going to lead to worse circumstances. And you say,
Well,
well,
another
you're
part of the
saying it's a
double bind
conspiracy because
that
some
another
force of elites. You're saying like, no, it's personal responsibility. What caused it is collectively bad decisions as all of society and individuals we've made, and that's like why we're approaching this bus cycle.
Sure. Well, that's part of it. I also believe that how about schooling, for example, right? And James Lindsay talks about schooling quite a bit too, and the idea that schooling has been ultimately been used as a form of social engineering and propaganda, as opposed to actually teaching people how to think and teaching people how to learn and how to arrive at conclusions about claims to truth.
All aspects of our society have broken down largely due to collectively bad decisions that as individuals and collectively we've made. So almost every institution aspect of our society, we're in these double bind or more situations where everything is a lose-lose no matter what we do. You're saying whether it's education, immigration, crime, economics. And so like if you're wise, you could analyze the history, you could look at the collective mistakes that we've made as individuals and as society and see that's how we've gotten to these situations where really there's no way to get out of them. Besides
you're talking about when you said
a bus cycle to, well, I mean, there has to be a bus cycle to basically like God forbid a bloodletting, a death and rebirth to that's the only way to get out of these cycles. I mean, possibly if there was mass enlightenment, we could collectively start making decisions that benefit everybody. But the current state of this, almost every dilemma that society faces are these double binds where any decision you make is going to come back to bite you.
Okay, so you said
just like you're trying to do the right thing, but like it's coming back to bite you. Like, okay, like you're a Nazi and you're a traitor to your people. You support dead Jewish babies. Like all you're trying to do is like stop the war. But like no one thinks you're a hero. Most people think, like you're a horrible person.
Well,
right?
I don't know. I mean,
But I'm saying if you went into your local synagogue, no one would think you're a good guy. No one would think you're trying to do the right thing. They would think you're a traitor. They would think you support dead Jewish babies.
so there's okay. Let me ask
You're
you
an
this.
apologist for rape. You're an
There's a
apologist for
concept
rape.
of logos. There's a concept of logos in Judaism.
You're saying it's the double bind we're in. And saying
There's
like
a concept of
you're
logos
trying
in
to act on your
Judaism.
conscience and do the right thing. However, the majority of your own people think that you're a horrible person. They don't even give you the benefit of the doubt that you might have the right intentions. They think the only reason you're doing it is because you're scum. And like that's just for like you standing up to genocide. But like let alone almost any issue in society, whether you're talking crime, policing, economic, school, God forbid, saying, okay, we're blackpilled, like because we've reached a situation where basically every societal issue is these double binds.
Well, I think part of the reason why a lot of those double binds exist is that people have been socially engineered into not being able to arrive to their own conclusions about claims to truth and live in truth. And I would say God or Hashem in Judaism is truth. Would you agree with that at least? That Hashem is truth. That one of the
but I'm saying that the truth, God is merciful. Like what has caused this is not a conspiracy. What's caused it is our own sin.
Sure, and part of
personal responsibility. You say, okay, society might be messed up, but I could see I played my part. I made a lot of mistakes. Society is just a mirror of my own failures.
Yeah, and part of the sin involves.
And that's why I reject the conspiratorial thinking
from God's truth or from Hashem's
and reject the conspiratorial thinking. Society is just a mirror of our own iniquities.
So I would say personally again that part of the Enlightenment would have to entail living in truth, and truth is also another word for truth is logos, and logos it would also be another name for Hashem. I believe that's true of Judaism too, right? And I believe that even Islam has a they have their views on logos and
yeah, I mean definitely. Maybe you playing around with words. I mean, now you're like a Jewish scholar. You say like this is the same, maybe not. But I'm saying if it's a universal principle.
But I guess what I'm trying to get across is that
anytime you say it just becomes irritating to me. Like if you're like you're pointing out the problem with other people.
So you don't believe that there's a spiritual war?
I don't listen.
You believe that there's a spiritual war happening right now?
Yeah, man. I don't listen to other people tell me about the problem with other people. It's not interesting to me.
Okay. Do you believe that there's a spiritual war happening right now, though? Then there's a spiritual war that's been happening for quite a while, and that we're in the midst of it pretty heavily, and that.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. The spiritual war is being waged inside of us between the evil inclination, the good inclination. We're all at war from the day we're born till the day we die.
Okay, fair enough. Well, all I'm getting at is that, when you bring up that there needs to be some kind of like a mass enlightenment, some kind of mass awakening, I think part of that enlightenment and an awakening would be reaching the understanding that part of the spiritual war that's taking place is that there are people who are deviating, who intentionally want to deviate from truth and want to deviate from God and God's law, and
but now you're
create all these different human constructs to do it.
No, I'm saying
that are waging.
You reject that. You're saying like, no, the universal human nature, everybody is going through the same struggle of whether they are listening to their good or evil inclination.
Okay.
So there is no danger of like this evil cabal out there, like there's
Okay,
that contradicts
I'll
universal human
I'll
nature.
put it like this.
There's no way for you to put it in a way that if you're contradicting universal human nature, then I'm just going to reject it. It's not interesting to me.
This is more of an
try to put it another way, but there's these evil. You don't understand.
Okay,
there's this guy who's just evil.
Hear me out here.
I have no interest in hearing out for you to try
to get away from that whole narrative, okay, and put it like this. There's this woman who I spoke with years ago who was the she wrote for this website or blog called Age of Autism, and she had a lot of really interesting insights on all kinds of different things that were going on, and a lot of them had to do with autism. And one of the things that she brought up with me once, we kind of got in this discussion about addiction, and she said that one of the traits that somebody could tell that they're an addiction or that they're an addict is that the person wants everyone else to experience the same misery that they're experiencing. And when she brought that up, I just it made me think about all these Okay, so if you think about how
that's what I said earlier.
like
that's the natural,
or that government is a
like
monopoly on violence, right? Government is a monopoly on violence. Addiction is kind of a form of slavery in a way. It's like it is. I mean, the word addiction actually has the root in the word that was used to refer to Roman slaves, addictus, right? And so, in the context of what she said, one of the marks of an addict is that they want everyone else to experience the same misery that they're experiencing. You're right. It's not some evil cabal. It's a bunch of people who are addicted to power, and a bunch of people who are addicts who want everyone else to experience the same misery that they're
your
experiencing.
phraseology is uninteresting to me. If you flip it towards the opposite, you say, well, righteous people don't want other people to suffer. You say a righteous person recognizes their own failures, saying, I know I'm a failure. I know I'm sinful. I know myself. I don't know if other people are sinful. I could conceivably come up with a way to judge other people favorably. It's possible that I'm the only sinner in the world. Everyone else has excuses. Although I know myself, I know I don't have excuses. So that's the level of righteous enlightenment. And you're coming to say, okay, maybe I deserve to suffer, but nobody else deserves to suffer. I don't, it's possible, I don't know other people. From all that I could tell, I'm going to judge other people favorably and say the only person who deserves to suffer is me.
No, suffering just exists. It's
suffering that's a level
misery
of
necessarily. So
that's a level of enlightenment and righteousness, of selflessness. So you're focusing on the opposite of evilness, and so you say so the way we get out of this cycle is mass enlightenment by more and more people becoming righteous. So the path towards evil, that's obvious. The fact that it's possible that people have fallen into the path of evil, okay, but focus on the opposite. Why have people not chosen the path of righteousness? What can I do about it so that I choose the path of righteousness and to help others choose that path? And so, okay, but maybe you want to understand the nature of evil. Why so I mean, just flip on that and just like this constant but you like this reminder, like there is evil out there. You need to understand that there's evil and there's other people that are screwing you. And the reason why you're in a bad situation, it's not your fault, it's these other people's faults.
No, I think what it all comes down to, and I think there's a school teacher in Canada who I'm connected with online who brought this up once, and I think she's absolutely correct. I think free will is a tool, and not everyone has, and this ties in with addiction too, in a big way. I think not everybody has learned to utilize their free will. They haven't, for whatever reason. I think religion, one of the benefits of religion or religious texts and religious teachings is that it does teach people how to utilize free will. It has different teachings depending on which religion you're talking about and which
It was
religious
Enlightenment, and it's saying
book
like
you're
you can
talking
only know
about.
about yourself. So I mean, you're going with the opposite, where you know, like the problem's not with me, the problem's with everybody else.
No, it's with our own free
Like
will.
a form, you know, better form of enlightenment to say the problem's not with everybody else, the problem's with me.
Yeah, and part of me is my lack of knowledge in terms of how to utilize my own free will as a tool, how to make choices, you could say, in a real general way, but it's more than that, because it's how to utilize my free will as a tool, not just to make choices, but to make choices based in, you know, it's like, okay, the one thing that gets
You
me,
limit your free will by blaming your problems on other people, saying the cause of my problems is other people. So you say you're taking away your own.
I'm not personally blaming other people. I'm saying there are people I do believe there are people who have. I'm not blaming them. I'm holding them accountable. I'm holding them accountable in the sense that they've been intentionally seeking to socially engineer people into doing things like not being able to utilize their own free will. And I'm saying that,
I mean, to me, it's just heretical.
You know, but part of the Enlightenment,
God's the one social engineer.
I'm not saying I blame them. I'm saying I hold them accountable. I don't blame them though, and I believe that
it's just
part
heretical.
of the Enlightenment.
It's not interesting. It's heretical. It was saying that like these people have no power. God's the only one with power. So I mean, it's heretical because you're ascribing power where it doesn't exist.
So you don't believe that.
I don't believe these people have any power.
Somebody in a classroom. Here. Let me just give you a sort of hypothetical example. Right, I'm involved with a lot of men's rights issues. One of the things that we talked about is the way boys are educated now, quote unquote educated, in like places like Canada, for example, right? Like where they teach boys to be ashamed of themselves, as being ashamed of being boys because of their toxic masculinity, for example, and they teach them to do that from a very young age. They you know, tell them that you know, basically it's like patriarchy theory being taught in schools, in elementary schools to boys.
I'm familiar.
Teaching them to be ashamed of themselves, and then
it's running late. It's running late. So, like I'm familiar with this. Like,
okay, so you don't think that, you know, like you don't think that there's some kind of like social engineering going on there in terms of them, you know, being taught to be ashamed of themselves and to hate themselves and to hate their own masculinity and things like that. And that, you know, there are people that need to be held.
There could be mistakes. They could be giving. Well, I mean, held to account. People are just doing the best with the knowledge that they have.
And you believe that those boys they should be held responsible for having those views of themselves, even though it's basically being like programmed into them by their teachers and in some cases even their parents and things like that. Do you understand what
you're held responsible, even if you might be less responsible if you don't know any better, but you're held responsible to do the right thing, even if you haven't been correctly taught the right thing.
Sure, 100%.
The people you're saying, like the people who are, you know, the teachers, like your parents, like okay, like they did the best with what they knew, and if they didn't know all that good, they, you know, like you blame them. Okay, like they failed in their life, so but they were successful enough that they reproduced and had a child, and then with that knowledge, they did the best to raise their child. And you know, teachers, societal leaders, and you know, there's some nefarious where people might purposely, you mislead people for pride, greed, lust. But people still have personal responsibility. That okay, like if your parents are evil, if your teachers are evil, and even not use the word evil, but if your parents are ignorant, your teachers are ignorant, they don't teach you right for wrong, you're still culpable for right for wrong. You might be less culpable than someone who was taught right from wrong and chooses wrong, but you're still responsible to, on your own, figure out the difference between right and wrong and act accordingly.
Okay.
And
Yeah,
it's,
well,
it's unfortunate. Like, yeah, where society is in a bad situation where most people don't know the difference from right and wrong. So most parents don't know how to raise their children. Most schools systems and where people are corrupted, and whatever little power that they have, they will abuse that power for their own greed, lust, honor, and it's problematic. But I mean, like, there's still personal responsibility, and I don't see it conspiratorial other than human nature. Like the conspiracy is human nature.
Well, I shy away from the term conspiracy in general.
I mean, it seems like everything you've been mentioning for the last
I agree.
half
It's not
hour is just like one conspiracy theory after the next.
Actually,
and all of these things to me just seem like, well, that's just human nature. That's not a conspiracy. That's just human nature.
To think that there's not a bunch of people who would love to basically control, people's views of
but we're saying your
nature is pretty
even
naive,
just the way you phrased it, like you're putting it away from universal human nature. All people have you're saying, well, that's lust, greed, honor. All people have a tendency towards that. There's not some people. All people have to constantly fight that from the day we're born till the day they die. So if you're a parent, your lust, greed, and honor will get in the way of good parenting practices. If you're a teacher, whatever station we have in life, our lust, greed, and honor and bad character traits in general get in the way of behaving properly. And that will have negative consequences on the people we interact with.
And critical theory, for example, isn't, like teaching women that they can be men and men that they can be women isn't, that isn't a problem. That isn't like, standing in, I mean, it's like,
yeah, but no, I don't think any of these things are special problems. Like the essential problem is human nature. And like there could be different tools that trip us off. And if someone does have a position of power and how it could be abused or the certain things facing society. But like, no, man.
Know how to think critically though. A lot of people, I'm sure a lot of people who haven't been learned how to, or excuse me, haven't been taught how to think critically, have no understanding of that.
Yeah,
because if the whole education
people have their own responsibility. Okay, like thank God I had good parents in education,
and I had how to think and how to learn.
Well,
because that's true.
Thank God I had good parents, good educators, good personal motivation.
The entire education system is still designed to teach people what to think versus how to think and how to learn. And if they're being told to think, there's all these different, up is down, down is up, right?
I mean, I'm just taking a more theological approach. So like, I mean, you're saying like there's collective karma, there's individual karma. Like there is no, like the only people that are really responsible for you are your parents and somewhat the system. When you're young, there's an educational system, but if your parents aren't there, like you're an orphan, it'd be nice if society's there to help you. Like the Bible is one of the most common things, to help the widow, the orphan, the stranger, but you got to help yourself. Because it'd be nice if people's parents instilled in them critical thinking and all these important things. But if not, the person has to desire they have to desire and work for enlightenment. And you're just mentioning the failures. I mean, like, okay, God forbid, like your own personal failures or societal failures. Yeah, but I try to avoid just like you focus on my own personal failures, self-improvement, some analysis, but yeah, there's a whole host of problems facing society. We're in a very bad situation. Like I said, like if you study cycles in history, we appear to be approaching a disastrous bust scenario that
100%. And I think one of the main reasons for that has to do with the public education here in this country. It has to do with the education system. But anyway, that's a whole other topic, and I don't want to keep you awake later than you already have been. And I appreciate the discussion that we've had, and I enjoy speaking with you. And I do think that there's a lot of different just throughout the time I've been listening to you, I think there's a bit that we've had in common in terms, because I'm a half-breed too, and I've had issues with that with my, the Jewish side of my family, things like that. It would be great to talk with you more sometime, just casually, too, on video, off video, whatever.
Okay, well, God bless. You could join my Discord or DM on I got Discord, Facebook, Twitter, other things, but okay, yeah, I appreciate you coming on. You're sharing about yourself. We argued about a few things. I usually try to avoid such long conversations. Try to focus more on research, but it was nice talk. You say you used to stream or have your own channel, or you?
Yeah, it's been a while. The last video that I uploaded on my channel was with a guy who deciphered Shakespeare. And you can see there's a History Channel series about, it's called...
Do you have a channel?
What is it? Yeah, I have it. I'll send you a link.
You can put it in the chat.
Isle of Arran is the name of the channel. And it's...
Can you type something in the chat so you go to it?
Yeah, let me... Hold on a second.
If you just put something in the YouTube chat, you should be able to go to your channel if it's your channel.
Hang on a sec here.
You just if you're logged in with YouTube, you just type something, and then in whatever you type, even if it's just one letter, you'll be able to go to the channel.
I just gotta make sure. Hold on a sec. I'm gonna link to it in just a second here.
Okay, you're probably not going to be able to put a link in because you have to. YouTube's not going to let you put a link, but if you just put something in the chat, then
here it is.
You're not listening. I'm saying it's not going to. YouTube's not going to let you put a link. So just type something in the chat, like just hi or something, and then your name will appear in the chat.
I'm connected. All right, here we go. This is my channel. And sort of work in progress. I haven't uploaded anything in a while, but I've been trying to motivate myself to do more regular videos. I've been doing a lot of research and not really doing much online media.
Okay, probably didn't appear in the YouTube.
I've also been.
Wait, can you just put something? Just say like hi in the chat.
Oh, I just did. I just sent.
No, it didn't appear in the YouTube chat.
Oh, I see on YouTube. Okay, hold on.
Okay, I mean because YouTube won't let you share a link.
I just commented. Okay, there we go.
I'm saying YouTube won't let you share a link, so you put the link and it didn't show. Okay. Although your channel doesn't appear to have any content on it.
Well,
or that okay,
my channel is
that's because it's a different channel. The one you put in Um,
It's at Isle of Arran 5375.
okay, and
Is
the one in YouTube is
youtube.com
427.
So
It showed up, but like in the
Oh, there it
chat,
is.
your thing didn't show up in YouTube. Doesn't let you share links. So what you put in the chat, like it's showing up on mine, but
Okay.
it was okay. I think okay. I
Yeah,
if
you might actually be interested in the last video. I think it was the last video I uploaded. The guy who deciphered Shakespeare.
I'm looking. This is like 2
It
years
led,
ago. The
it
last
led
thing
people to find buried treasure off the coast of
I'm saying
Canada.
the last thing you put was like a rally against vaccine mandates in Scottsdale.
Yeah, that was the last video that I have. That's the interview. There's a video right before that too, actually, with Peter Hammondson is his name, and it's about Oak Island, where the treasure was found, and apparently it was treasure that was taken from Solomon. Was it? No, not Solomon's Temple. I it was, I can't remember exactly. I believe it was from Jerusalem though, and
Is that
there
you?
were
So in the interview, are you in the corner?
yeah. I wasn't very good at streaming then, but so I had to cut the video in two different parts. But it was interesting. I should have been a little bit more prepared, but it was a decent interview, I thought. And the guy's really interesting. I mean, being able to decipher Shakespeare to find a treasure map is just like it takes talent. I was pretty blown away. So yeah. And you'll see some other. I have a bunch of older videos from that I re-uploaded from like the early 2010s, and some of them are probably not up your alley based off of some of the conversation we just had. But I intend to do more just regular, interviews with people. And like I know a guy who wrote a book about his time and spent in Afghanistan as I believe his U.S. Army. I wanted to interview him about that. And
Politics doesn't particularly interest me. I mean, sometimes like personal stories, but like time is limited, so I usually don't have time to get into like personal stories unless it's for some reason, someone I'm dealing with or need to know more about. So I'm more theoretical, like theology, theory, philosophy. Um, but I mean, I put it in the chat, so if anyone watching is interested, I'll link it later when I go over
yeah,
the.
if anybody wants to reach out to me, feel free to, because I'm always up for. Well, usually, I mean, I'm up for doing a video on if it's somebody has an idea to do a video on something interesting. I'm about to get a GoPro camera, and I'm gonna start doing more man on the street kind of stuff too, because that's been what I've been wanting to do for a long time, and I'm just gonna do it. And
I linked it in the description of the video. I'll I usually try to timestamp her later, but I put in the description now just so I wouldn't lose it.
All right, thank you so much.
Okay, yeah, God bless. Thanks for coming on. Nice talking, nice chatting, and hopefully we'll talk again in the future.
God bless. Thank you.
Okay, you have a great night.
You too.
Okay, so 7.5 hours here. I didn't end up getting back to my research, so Isle of Arran came on, and we ended up speaking for hours and hours, and so hopefully Okay, yeah, Elemental, thanks, appreciate it. God bless. Hopefully we'll get back at you, Matthew and Soroli, Mr. Boston, appreciate you in the chat. Trying to be more interactive with the chat. We get back to my research, or don't necessarily know who's watching, so something good to speak to people I haven't heard from, and sometimes it takes a while to break through the communication barrier, especially if you're used to streaming, or a lot of times you especially like bigger channels, you get very little time, so you just get like you got to wait and wait and wait, and then you only get to speak for a few minutes. So that's most streaming how it works out, like Twitter Spaces, bigger events. So God forbid you get your own channel, you could just ramble and ramble and ramble, and whoever listens. But most other times, you just you have to wait and wait and wait, and then you get like a very brief amount of time to say just a little bit of information. And kind of like Luke Ford, very little in real life. If you have your own family, the man is the king of his own castle, like the Sabbath table, where you ramble to your wife and kids and they listen. But very rarely in real life does anybody actually listen to people. Maybe if you're like a teacher or professor or some sort of position, but even that, people so streaming, so good to hear from new people, and try to get break through, like what are our points of common interest, some sort of community of research, or kind of like, okay, this is what you find interesting, this is what I find interesting. Is it just like a trade-off where I'll listen to what you find interesting even though I don't find it interesting? And so just normal your difficulty of communication, streaming, networking. So, but always good to meet new people, try to break through that. So I have a lot of research that I definitely have been wanting to get back to. I thought maybe this week I was going to get back to it, but hopefully next week. As said, I want to do the deep dive into conspiracy theory. So hopefully next week I will plan to start my deep dive into conspiracy theory, and then get back to my research into the talented and gifted, and other things, theories of expertise, other things I've been working at, and my metaphysics series portraits. I almost have that ready. Hopefully this Wednesday I will do my next portraits in metaphysics, and be Hegel, Locke, Hume, Schopenhauer, and Berkeley. And so, God bless. Signing off. You'll see what happens with the Samantha Woll verdict coming in this week, how that goes. And Richard coming on again, appreciate that. Tracy didn't make it this week. We'll see if the Samantha Woll verdict comes out or is interesting. If she has any update, maybe we'll talk with Tracy again. I'm not sure. I just reached out to her because of what she was covering in the Samantha Woll trial, but could be after that's over. But we'll see if we keep on talking. But God bless. Have a great night, everybody, and have a great week.